today?
Hello, Sterlings. Here we are streaming once again.
No, because we got a late start. It's 11:30. You gotta go to bed. You were off today,
Yeah.
but I put some chicken in the oven. It was okay. But now we're waiting for the tater tots, and they should be hopefully in like 5 minutes. I'll shut the oven off when I'm sick because so it's like basically needs have some food before we go to sleep or whatever. And I don't even know why I'm streaming anymore. Yeah. I'm like crippled anxiety. You're saying don't go back to Amazon because we watch like a hawk 24/7.
Yeah, because if you're monitored in that van, they're gonna get you. They're gonna harass and harangue you for this and that, and it's not gonna go very well. You can't be monitored or under a microscope. That's gonna drive you nuts. You gotta be left to your own accord.
And I was up. I had some more videos. I was up. See, what I did was instead of having one giant video, I was breaking up the videos from our trip to see our buddy Dumb. And a few people got confused. They thought we went back. No, these aren't. This is all from the same day. I'm just putting them up in pieces, because no one wants to watch a fucking 5-hour video.
Yeah.
So it's all from the same trip, the 2-day trip. For anyone who's confused, no, we did not go back and see Dumb. We met him once and only once. Well, it was a 2-day thing because we stayed at that hotel, a motel, which pissed you off. You went to go. He was mad. He was like, "I wanted to go home that night, you asshole." But we, but I said, we're never going to see him in his native environment ever again. If we ever go through Waynesboro, he won't be there anymore. And even if we ever meet him again, which we probably won't, it'll probably be somewhere like around here. So it's like, it was a one and only opportunity. I wanted to take it. I'll share some more videos, but I just took a break from editing, and we do post-production because we're going to make sure I don't, any names or faces have to be edited out. So, not my face, but okay. So that's, I think they came out decently. I got a few more.
What we did thus far is pretty good, but we got some more.
Now it's back to reality. That was a nice escape, but I get back to reality now.
Yes, sir.
Well, we'll share the tater tots on screen if anyone wants to see the tater tots that I'm making. Yes. This is the onion ones. I put a little seasoning on them.
Nice onion flavor.
You got to go to bed. But you were telling me I'll get another beer if you want. You were drinking a Guinness because Guinness is usually like I don't drink.
Yeah,
Guinness
basically with me personally, I do enjoy Guinness. But I only get it in October, November when it starts to cool down.
It's like that chill freeze weather.
Correct.
Right. But
basically during the summer when it's very hot, when it's like 90, 95 degrees and you're sweating, Guinness doesn't really cool you off or refresh you. It's
too heavy.
Too heavy. I just go with the Budweiser, the Busch. But when the weather turns cold, I do enjoy Guinness. And the past several days have been dark, gray, and rainy.
Even though we're in June.
Yeah, I know. So,
normally you wouldn't be drinking Guinness in June.
Yes.
The fact that it's cold enough to drink Guinness in June speaks how cold this is going to be a cold summer, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. But anyway, I got this variety pack. There were 5 Guinnesses, 5 Harp Lagers, and 5 something else.
Smithfield or something?
Yeah, something ale.
Oh, you want a Smith or do you want?
I'll go with the Smiths.
Okay, so Smith or
yesterday I had a Guinness. Today I had the other 4. This is the Harp Lager. It's not bad. I'd never start with it. Like after drinking for a while, I could have it. It's all right. It's nothing spectacular. And I don't know what the Smith one is. I'll try that next.
Yeah, another minute or two. I'm going to shut the oven off and I'll get grabbing another beer.
Yes.
You want a Smith? Okay. Yes. And then I'm going to get probably a Busch or a Budweiser or whatever.
I'm not saying the Harp is garbage. It's just like I wouldn't start with it. I'd have to have a few beers in me, be a little drunk, a little tipsy, and then I can stomach it more.
Yes.
But later on tonight, if you want to try one, feel free.
Oh, we need to talk about Amazon. That's another video I got to upload.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Amazon. Okay.
These derelict in videos. Yes.
I was talking about it last night on my stream.
Oh, okay.
It's not super duper exciting. No, I did. You did 3 days of training. The first 2 are with Amazon. Like I said, you don't work for Amazon. You work for the logistics company. So everyone they're hiring for that batch, everyone, regardless of company, has to do 2 days with Amazon. Got through that in the building, no problem. Day 3 is apparently hell day with your logistics company. And they fired me for not wearing a seatbelt, once in the driver's seat, once in the passenger seat. And I remember the first time they gave me a warning, the dispatcher called me up and said, "Oh, keep your seatbelt on." I said, "I'm sorry, it's my first day. Are you going to go easier on me, or am I going to be overly penalized?" And the guy's like, "I don't know." I'm like, okay. So then later on, about an hour or so later, I got a call. I have the video. I'll put the video up. I have several videos. In fact, some will be upstairs. So I uploaded my phone. And I talked to my shrink about it and the conversation. They fired me. And I was like, because we're not wearing a seatbelt, we switched seats, me and the trainer. I was driving first. Seemed backwards to me. Then we switched seats. He's going from one house to the other. I had the seatbelt on now in the passenger seat. And once again, I got a call, but this time it was from the HR girl. She's like, "Okay, all right, you got to stop what you're doing. You got to sign out," because we were doing it in my name, which is also weird. You think your first day of training. Yeah. This is like the opposite. Instead of having a real, well, kind of. Actually, let me you tell him why you think it's a bad. Well, we were just talking about this a moment ago. But you think it's a bad idea for? I was going to go into the logistics
because basically he wasn't wearing his seatbelt. Somehow, the dispatch knew whether he was on video or sent some sort of signal. This dispatch radios, oh, you're not wearing your seatbelt. You got to wear your seatbelt. Then, for some reason, an hour and a half later, he forgets the seatbelt again. I don't know if he legitimately forgot about it or if he said, oh, these assholes in the seatbelt, I'll stick it to them. I don't know what was going through his skull, but he wasn't wearing the seatbelt a second time. And then he gets a call, not from the dispatcher, from HR. So apparently these Amazon drivers are being monitored by multiple entities. The dispatch can reach him. HR can reach him. Any little thing he does wrong, whether it's vaping or driving recklessly or scratching himself, like he's going to be watched and they're going to find a reason. Like he can't be watched because he's going to do something or some things and he's going to get booted. So yeah, they are watching him. They knew his seatbelt wasn't on somehow, not once but twice.
I think it's a little more. See, I don't think the way it works. They. Oh, that's I can get you something. Shit, I totally forgot. Well, I shut the tater tots off. I forgot him a beer. I almost forgot to get myself a beer. Could you believe? No, he'll show you the beers he got. No, what happened? I think they could watch you anytime they want. I don't think they're literally watching 24/7 because they don't have the manpower for that. But what happens if the seatbelt is unbuckled? It knows. Like if the car or the van is in gear, you're driving, but the seatbelt's not plugged in. It'll send them a message: beep, vehicle 572. Someone's not wearing a seatbelt. There's weight in the seat, but the seatbelt's not attached. It's not clicked. Beep, beep. So they'll say, okay, who's in van 572? And they'll call and say, okay, why aren't you wearing your seatbelt? So the first time was the driver's seat, second time passenger seat. So yeah, I think what happens is there's a sensor. Because I actually had this once. One time, actually, our mother drove a Lexus, very nice car, and she was like the third owner. My father bought it used for her.
Smithwick's ready.
Oh, it's about the Lexus. Okay. My mother had a Lexus, a 98 Lexus. My father bought it for her in 2016, whatever. She was the third owner, but it was a nice car. And it was one of the first cars that would try to it was a late 90s model. And one time we were going over to my sister's house for Thanksgiving or Christmas or something. And I put a bunch of junk. I was driving. My mother was in the back. I put a bunch of junk in the passenger seat, the front passenger seat. And it started beeping, beep, beep, beep. It said, and a little thing came up saying, seatbelt not fastened, because we had so much crap in that passenger seat. It wasn't a person, but it was like a turkey, some cakes. We had so much crap that the car assumed, based upon the weight, there must be a person sitting there. And because the seatbelt wasn't clicked, the sensor went off saying, buckle seatbelt, buckle seatbelt. So it's like that. They can tell, if there's no one in the seat, it won't go off. But if there's weight in the seat and the belt isn't buckled, the sensor doesn't go off, it'll trigger and it'll send them a message back at dispatch saying, someone's in this van without a seatbelt on. So that's what I owe. Well, the first time was an accident. I was trying to. He was showing me this. It's stop, go, stop, go. So it was buckled most of the time. I forgot once because we were in this neighborhood, and the guy was showing me. The guy who trained me, he was nice, but he never trained anyone before. And he was this Oriental guy, and he's showing me. He's like, okay, so we just dropped off here. We're gonna go right next door. So I'm like, okay, and we gotta go to this bag. We gotta switch bags. So I'm like, okay. So I put the car in reverse, not even realizing I forgot to put my seatbelt on. I was thinking about the next drop. I could see our next stop right next door, but we still, you can't make two stops in the same driveway. That's bad because the homeowners complain. So we had to pull out, go a few feet, and pull in the next driveway. I totally forgot to put it on. So that was my fault. They called, fine. Second time, the guy says, all right, let's switch seats. I'm going to drive now. And then you're going to sit in the passenger. I said, okay. And once again, I buckled it, but we stopped, go, stop. I got out with him a few times. I was checking things. At one point, I guess I forgot to refasten it. And then we got, yeah. And then after they called, basically fired me, they said, we're going to have someone come pick you up. Just stay with your driver for now. And I said, why bother buckling up now? Since I've been fired, fuck it. And the dispatch girl on the phone was like, oh no. Hey, driver, if he's not going to buckle up, we got to call the police. And I'm like, what the fuck? And she goes, you're still on the clock. I said, fine. If I'm still on the clock for the time being until you come and get me, fine. So I buckled up because I'm still on the clock. But like I said, I've been fired many times before. It was the first time I knew I was getting fired, but I was still on the clock. It was weird. Yeah, it was very, So yes, there's a lot of stop go. In fact, apparently, I didn't know this. A lot of drivers, what they'll do to save time, they'll buckle up their seatbelts. They won't put them on. They'll just buckle them up and just so they don't have to worry about that pain in the ass. So, yeah,
that's interesting.
Did I answer most of your questions, Rafterman?
Yeah.
He's a little slow. He's from fucking Maryland.
Oh, yes.
Dumb might as well be from Maryland.
Yeah.
And people in Maryland are a little slow, as you saw the other day.
Yes, they are.
Oh, the tater tots are cooling down. Yes, it's a late dinner. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I did not refuse. I forgot twice. The first time in the driver's seat, the second time in the passenger seat. They told me you're fired, but you're still on the clock until we come pick you up and officially terminate you. So you're still on the clock. So you got to wear your. I said, Christ. No, I was fired for infractions, and the bitch contradicts herself. When I'll play the tape. I get back to her. She's going on about, you were fired for 2 infractions. I said, well, it'd be nice if you told me you weren't fired for infractions. I'm like, you said you were fired for all these infractions. I'll play the tape. Like, you heard it. It made no fucking sense. Yeah. They just fired me. Yeah, not because I refused. Anyone who's got to tell me what their IQ is, I'm immediately suspicious of. I'm not impressed.
There's insecurity there.
Why don't you tell me your dick size too? I'd be really impressed. I mean, come on, man. It's basically the same thing at this point. Don't try to hide behind, alleged intellect. Even if you had a huge cock, it doesn't justify or excuse your terrible, your stupidity. Well, at the time I was surprised. I wasn't. I didn't think I'd be at this job forever. I thought I'd do it for a while. I didn't think I'd get fired over something so petty. You know what I mean? And then a couple days later, we rented his van. I said, fuck it. I'm fired. Might as well go see fucking dumb. I have to work today. So, yes. So maybe God wanted his car to get hit so he'd have the rental. Maybe God wanted me to get fired from the Amazon job because, God or the universe wanted us to see dumb. So it was like, otherwise I'd have been working or, I'm saying you're not even listening. For a guy with 125 IQ, you're not paying attention. I'm not trying to be an asshole. For a guy with 125 IQ, you're not paying attention. I don't want to compare cock sizes. I'm saying you telling me your IQ would be no different if you said, I got a really huge dick, so I'm right because my penis is bigger than yours. Same thing. I have an IQ of 125. Thank you very much. Same thing. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Stairs, man. When I always talk about stairs, is Thule here? I'm trying to say, I don't know my notebook. I'm trying to say to him, I don't care what your IQ size is. It's in this situation, it doesn't matter. I don't care if you're a fucking genius. Clearly, same thing. If you told me you had a huge penis, therefore I must worship you. No. So in other words, get a few stairs up. He doesn't get it. He thinks penis size. I don't compare penis size. Get a few stairs up. It's not really about penis size. It's about, apples and oranges.
What you're saying is not impressive.
Right.
Nor does it mean much.
So we're not literally talking about penis size. I'm trying to give an analogy. Get a few stairs higher.
Yeah, no matter how smart or stupid Marylanders are, they're all very slow.
And I don't know if Thule's trying to be silly or if he really doesn't get it. I'm getting tired of him.
No, I think, again, you're right. I guess if this Raptor man has a high IQ, he's still low on the stairs.
No, I'm talking about stop. No! Again, you're both fucking idiots. In this situation, I'm mentioning cock size not because I want to compare cock size. I'm trying to say I'm not impressed. Your IQ doesn't impress me. Waste of time. I don't care if you're a genius otherwise. Even smart people do stupid shit. I don't care what your IQ is. I don't care what your cock size is. In this particular situation, I'm talking about I don't give a fuck. Your IQ is like my, like comparing dick size. I don't want to hear it. That's what I'm trying to say. He hears dick size. You want to compare dick size? No, man. I'm talking about how irrelevant it is. Get a few stairs up. We're talking about this specific incident. And this asshole, like Christ. So in this particular incident, your IQ is as relevant to me as your cock size. I'm not talking about your cock size or your IQ. I don't care. I'm not impressed. Why are we talking about? I don't talk cock size. Get a few stairs up on this issue. What IQ and stairs don't correlate. Again, we're not talking about cock size or IQ. We're talking about the situation, how unimpressive it is, and how you can't hide. Never mind. Jesus fucking Christ. My God, these people really are fucking morons. No, I wasn't. I was talking about in this particular stairs are, per example, This, per example, I'm saying I'm not impressed by this. We're talking about one thing. Your dick size and IQ size or whatever else isn't going to get out of the fact that it was a stupid thing to say. In this case, get a few stairs up and realize I'm not talking about your actual dick size. You've missed the analogy. Same thing with you, Tuli. You've missed the analogy. Try to get a stair or two up. IQ and stairs don't correlate. It's not. I don't feel like explaining this anymore. Yeah, I mean, well, that's debatable, as we were saying. You know, Maryland technically didn't secede. Yeah, well, I'm a Spur trying to pay attention to 1,000 things at once. I didn't claim it was smart, but it wasn't over a refusal. And I was like, I'm being fired for this. Now this got wet. Damn. This is beer stain here. Why don't you ask him yourself? He's right here. You don't have to ask me. He can speak for himself.
I was shocked. I didn't think it would happen that quickly.
Neither did I.
I just figured 4 or 5 months down the road, oh, we recorded you vaping in the van. Don't vape in the van. I thought that this would have done him in.
Yeah.
I thought he would have vaped. They would have said, don't vape in the van. He would have done it anyway. But, you know, in less than an hour and a half, he didn't wear the seatbelt twice. Like, Christ.
Well, 2 different seats. So
That's the point. You were warned about seatbelt and you made the same fucking mistake. It's over with driving for Amazon. That's how I feel.
The answer is yes. He's pissed. He's pissed beyond all recognition. Yeah. He's mad as hell, and he's not going to take it anymore. He wants to scream from the rooftops. I should get you a bowl of potato toots.
Well, it's one bowl. We can share it.
Okay. Well, it might be hot. You need a fork or no?
Whatever you want to do.
He's still pissed about the Amazon job and about me not leaving that night.
Yeah,
spending the night in Shady or whatever it was, Greencastle, Pennsylvania.
It's about stairs, but he was very low on the stairs. I wanted to go home. Let's go home.
Actually, this has nothing to do with stairs. This was I don't give a fuck. We're here. We're doing this to hell with what he wants. It was very much so selfish. Let's spend another day and see. Let's wake up and see Dumb again tomorrow. Well, I wouldn't be able to do that anyway because I drew unemployment from the auto parts job. Oh, we got to speak about that too. The auto parts job, and that was for 1 year. So I wouldn't be able to draw unemployment again until at least October because that's when I claimed the last claim. I exhausted that claim. Even if I pay into it, I wouldn't be able to claim until I have to pay into it again, and it would have to be after the year mark. So I'm not eligible anyway. So that doesn't make a difference. Isn't he a 10cc, whatever it is, 1099, whatever, 1099, whatever the fuck? I don't think he works. There's no minimum wages. I don't think he's had a job in a real W-2 job in
several years,
probably ever. But I got the call. I got to wait now. Hopefully, I'm getting some money from the termination and being threatened at the
So what do you guys think of our visit with Dumb? Should we do it again? What the fuck is this? All right, so Parker Peters would like to see it again. So would Rafter Man. Yeah, maybe he's going to Australia, maybe a little later. That date keeps changing. All right, something to think about. All right, then. Yeah, like I said, I had a good time. He's a nice guy. Did you guys watch the videos my brother posted? Did you see the tour of his house? You got a nice idea of the layout?
I didn't put anything on it either. Here's a fork.
Christ.
I mean, Christ, you wanted a metal fork?
No, the bowl is hot.
Oh. What were we talking about?
I asked if we should go see Dumb again. Parker Peters and Rafter Man are not opposed to that.
I'm not driving out there to fucking help him, what? Paint the wall? Waste of time. It's 3.5 hours. Not worth the hassle. I mean, if he wasn't moving, maybe I'd make plans to see him again at some point in the future, but. What's he talking about? Watch you at work.
Your videos.
Oh. Nah, I really don't want. He doesn't. I don't think he has a lot of money. He's worried about. He wants to sell the house to have spending money. I think he should rent it out. Be a steady source of income. He should make it a rental. But oh well. Who wants it? He moves to Australia. He won't be able to work. He's not a citizen. He's not gonna be able to get a job. He's gonna be, kneading off of Donda. Not Antietam. No, you can use a realtor. Use a local realtor. Give them a cut. But always have the money being put into, the bank account.
Yeah.
Yeah. People do it. They're long distance landlords. What happens? Oh, hot. How was it?
Yeah. It's hot.
This one's like the onion powder.
Yeah, but it's good. They were cooked properly.
Now we went to Gettysburg, but there's a whole issue there. Gettysburg turned into a disaster.
Yep. Yes, it did.
Because we had a beer that exploded because it wasn't in the well where it should have been. Because we had to hastily get out of there because he didn't set his fucking he didn't shut his fucking phone off. He let his phone ring 4 fucking times. And I got 3 hours of sleep. It wasn't good. Hey, he's on that house for what? 14 years, 15 years. We still didn't pay it off on him.
Wow.
Yeah, we went to Gettysburg on the way back, and it was not a pleasant experience. Well, that's what I thought. Wasn't he making 6 figures for quite a while? And he had no wife, no kids. I thought he would have enough to pay it off. Well, I think a series of poor decisions, like I'm going to live in South Dakota. Now I'm going to live in Australia. I think just impulsive decisions. Yeah. So that was that. That was that. That was good though.
Yeah.
What else is going on tonight?
Not a whole lot.
I just want to do something while we're eating. And we can get off soon. I heard nothing to say, these starlings. They're not even trying to get it half the time.
No.
Like, just truly, if you don't agree with the stairs, that's one thing. You don't seem to understand it. Do you have any questions? You just dismissed it as an analogy. Each issue is separate. On this issue, it's like I'm up here. I'm not literally talking about your penis size. Get a few stairs up. I'm not talking about IQ. I'm talking about in this situation. I'm not impressed by unrelated things. Dick size or IQ size have nothing to do with your misunderstanding this particular situation. Get a few stairs up. Like, but I agree with what's his name the other night. What the hell's his name? Dev Pike, who was saying like a lot of people, the majority of people can't connect the dots. It's like it's true. I knew there were people who couldn't do it, but I thought there'd be, I thought most people would. We're living in a world of people who can't connect the dots, and I'm punished for it. My God. Mm. It's just slow, nothing doing there.
Correct. Yes.
But I'm enjoying eating my tater tots. After do finish uploading this video, but it's like we should probably take a stream break for it. It's like getting kind of meh. Nothing to say really. I do my videos about everything else. That's basically what it is. People knocking the dots and punishing me for it. And like I told my shrink once, it's like sometimes I'll get blamed for something at work, and like I got to be Sherlock Holmes and figure out who the real culprit is because the boss just wants to get me. Oh my god, those are interesting stories. What you say? No, these are not tater tots. I'm not answering this question for the 20th time. I can be a bit abrasive. Yeah, I am. I suck at streaming, but if I'm better at this than work, I really suck at working. Anyone come on for 5 minutes? I had a brother click, or we just wrapping it up? What are we doing here? You want some more? How are you feeling? This is kind of filling.
I'm good.
Well, it's like, hey, we need money. I don't know if I ever mean to work. It's like, oh well. Oh, no one's coming on, so that's that really quick.
Yep. Exactly.
If you want, just throw some left off some more. It's like,
Yeah.
but I had the chicken.
Yeah. Yes.
Tell you what. Oh. I don't know anything to say right now. Anything you want to share?
No, I mean, you kind of said everything. It was just like a brief little touch base kind of deal.
Wow. And I gotta, it's like,
Christ.
but hopefully, I got a call on the drive out to see Dumb. I think they told me, whatever they said it wasn't as much. I got to call him back, the lawyer's office.
Yeah.
It's going to be 20, but then is it 20 grand? The lawyer keeps 45. I get 55, but then there might be additional stuff that has to come out. That whole HMS, for the any medical. So we got to see what happens. Hopefully, I'll get a few $1,000s out of this. So I just don't know when.
Good. That would help.
I wait for the HMS, Medicaid's third party, Medicaid, Medicare, any kind of health, any kind of. There's this third party agency called. I had the same thing with my finger. With my finger, HMS said you don't owe anybody anything. But HMS is a third party that investigates your Medicare, Medicaid, workman's comp, any kind of clinic that a boss sends you to. So now the lawyer said, okay, they've agreed to sell it for 20 grand. The other side, we get 45, you get 55. But we got to wait for the HMS to see if you owe anybody any money, like any health clinic or anything like that. So I got to wait. So that could take time, like always. No. 20 grand. Cut it in half.
Yes.
Call about 10 grand. Then a portion of that might go out to some HMS, some clinic or something. I don't know. It was 20 grand. Was that the magic number?
Grand, yeah. Lawyer gets 10. He keeps 10. Medicaid wants their cut, which might be like $300 or $3,500. So when all is said and done, he might get like, maybe 50, whatever the hell the numbers were.
It cut in half, and possibly some third party, Medicare, Medicaid, clinic, health clinic, something that I went to for work related, whatever. Someone might say we're owed a cut, some government body or something. So that ties it up. So we'll see what happens.
Yes, indeed.
I don't know. I got debt. We got rent to pay. We got this house.
He bought a freaking car, used car, but still. When he does get this money, it'll be gone within a couple days just to cover his debts.
But we need the monies.
Yes, we do.
I need the money.
Money.
Okay, so. Yeah.
All right, we're winding down.
Yeah. I knocked a bunch of fucking paperwork over and to dig it out. It's like I don't want to do anything. I feel nervous, anxious, thinking about all the things that happened over the past few years. But like even he's got a nest egg of sorts, but it's dwindling down because he's covering my ass now.
Yeah, I have my crap job. I get a paycheck every week. I do have my savings, which are kind of ebbing low. No, they're not ebbing low, but they're being eaten into.
Yes, because of me.
Yes.
And we gotta get out of this house. But
yes, so far we're decent-ish. I could be better.
Okay, perfectly climbing the stream. You gotta go to work tomorrow. Speaking of which,
what time is it?
It's like 5 to midnight. When we 5 more. I gotta go. I gotta get a job tomorrow. I actually gotta do the bathroom tonight. So it's like
yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Let's take a look real quick. I applied to a bunch of jobs last week. No one got back to me. It's like, where's this? This logistic company. But you say Amazon's bad because I'll just get fired either. Just watching it.
Yeah.
So this one here, what does this one say? Only 4 days a week, Monday or sometime between Monday and Friday. Home every night and weekend. Oh, it's a union position. Work uniforms, paid time off. What it said, It's just I like this. It was somewhere here. It said send an email or just walk in person, not fill out a bunch of shit on. Please submit your resume here, or fill out an application in person.
Yes.
It's like an old traditional.
Yes.
So that's something. Where's the other one? Like you're saying, this might be a mistake.
Yes.
You went to see our parents for Father's Day yesterday.
Yes,
you haven't given too much detail. We went to go visit them after work.
Yes, I did.
I haven't seen them since God knows when. I really don't want to. How was it like seeing your parents? It's nice to see them.
They're still them.
There was one more local. Oh, look, I'm seeing a job offering for the fucking auto parts place I worked at. Fucking ridiculous. Fucking idiots. Why do I always have to suffer fools? Like, the boss man didn't like me. Instead of saying, again, like what's his name was saying about connecting dots, instead of saying, okay, look, I don't care if I like this guy or not. You can't have one coworker threatening another. Everyone agrees he's got to go. Nope, dumbass, Henry Rollins. Oh, it's your fault, OC. I don't like you. Instead of saying, why? Well, of course, I shouldn't be surprised he hires retards because he's a fucking retard. And that's what I got to do. But I'm always the one who gets blamed. Oh, Walmart stalker, wonderful.
Yes.
I don't work at a pharmacy. It's like,
No.
oh, maybe. Security guard, no. 12 to 8, 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. Oh.
There you go. Paid training. All right. There you go.
I need up early and do this shit.
Yeah, all right.
Well, no, I'm saying I can't be doing this at midnight. There's no one around. I can't call her, stop it anywhere. But yeah.
Yes. Oh, I got to go to bed. Good night, Starlings.
I don't know if you want. Where's she? Yeah, just leave it there. I'll take care of that shit and I'll clean up the mess. It's like, you right?
All right.
I'll get off in a moment. Let's get him to bed. He can use the bathroom and I'll probably just get off because what else do I have to say? What else do I have to say or do? Absolutely nothing. I was doing a little job search. You can watch me search for jobs. All right. What else are we talking about? Was that it? Have we accomplished all there is to accomplish? Do you have to read a story or a poem or some shit? Yeah, it's another option. But again, that was the same thing. I didn't like all the up and down. Plus, it's out of range. I've alienated myself at all the local grocery stores. I feel like, why am I driving there for $16 an hour? It's like, you know. But yeah, that's I guess one possibility. They'd probably rehire me there. I was only there for a few weeks. I didn't alienate anyone yet. Ugh. There we go. Where was I? Actually, there was a grocery store near here that was actually looking for a driver to drive some kind of van. I thought I could do that. And then I went there and they're like, oh no, we don't do that here. Some grocery stores might in the franchise, but we don't because there's not enough demand. We just use DoorDash or Uber Eats. So I said, well, why is there an ad online for this? And they said, oh, they might have put the wrong location. They wanted it for some other town, like, 50 miles from here. I said, oh, I would have done that, driven around for a grocery store in their van on their clock W2. But, they said, no, it was a mislisting. Other stores have it, but they don't because they're not a high volume. They just, the pickup they do with the DoorDash. Pickup they oh, this is tiring. What else? Hmm. Crap comes with like home health aide. I'm not a nurse. Let's see, driving training instructor, chaplain in the U.S. Navy. Like some of these jobs. There's parks and recreation. Yeah. Let's see what else. Well, to be a truck driver, I'm sorry, I'm like, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just sort of doing like two things at once. Now, to be a truck driver, I have to get training for a CDL, which I could do, but it's going to take some time. Mm. Hmm. It's not very promising. It's like Christ. It's not just. And I'm gonna see. Can I get SSI while waiting for SSDI? I'm not sure if there's gonna be a problem if I do that. Plus, if I get SSI, I'll have to go back to work at some point. It won't be enough. But can I get SSI while waiting for SSDI? This is one of my just basically. You're joining me while I'm not really streaming the second on my mind right now. You're just watching me in my my misery. So there's not much to see here. But if you want to stick around while I wallow in misery, I can keep you on in the background while I sip some beer. Oh my god. What else? Again, in my 20s and 30s, I got fired from a lot of jobs. I could always like bounce back. Being a Spurg, all I've been through, getting older now, I can't bounce back like I used to. And it's just going to be too much. I guess the time to get on Neat Bucks is when you're in your mid 30s for sure. I mean, my hero header. I enjoy guys like you are nice, Endymion. Nice to see you, man. But there's not much to say. I wouldn't go back and watch this, but if you want to hang out while I'm here, that's cool. Let's see here, like dishwasher, nanny. I'm not going to be nothing to do with children. I'm not going to walk dogs. I'm not going to do. I'm not a nurse, registered nurse. What the hell is this? All right, where was I? I think I'm too mentally damaged to run a business right now. Yeah, but thank you. Can't even bring myself to do. It's like I was looking here, just random shit. And my shrink's always like, "Oh, you should start." I'm like, I'm too. I gotta do my videos. I'm just too fucked up. My whole existence is fucked up. It's just incredible. I've lived through things that just. Hmm. Where was I? Hmm. Go back to one of those old grocery stores where I had trouble. I tell those stories. I should be doing things right. This place is a mess, but I can't bring myself to do it on. Let me get another beer. I can stick around a little longer or not. Or not. Hands are all wet from the condensation, so I'm use a knife to open this one. Oh, overdid it. All right. Where was I? No, I got this other. Went back. I came back and I got this more jobs. Just a reminder of just what a disaster everything is. I don't know. Let me see here. I can try calling a few of these places, see if they want like overnight help. You know, I used to work a lot of overnight jobs because that's where ugly subhumans who can't make it in the world spend most of their time. And usually they're desperate because no one wants to work nights. But I also got here, let's see, I got an ad here for download this app and meet people. I need a job first. Let's see here. All right. Let's see something. Hold on a moment. I'll call a random grocery store, see what they say. I need something. I'm like desperate. This one's closer to home because I don't like driving all the way out there for the same amount of money. You know, if I got to lift and lug, it should be local. You know what I mean? See if these people answer. Ring, ring, ring. Well, I can go back to the other one, but it's too far out of range for lifting and lugging and dry. Oh, well, they don't want to answer. So I probably, yeah, back to overnight grocery work. I hate this shit, but this is all, this is all I can, the only job I can get. And no one wants to answer. It's like, Christ.
Service department.
We'll see where this goes. We see the bullshit. But you can see me acting out of like desperation, like acting out of like just, it's like, well, I can call another grocery store. I don't want to go back to the other one I was doing because it was too far out of range. Like I said, for only $16, all the wear and tear, then taking like half an hour to get home in the morning with traffic. It was like, Christ. This is the one good thing about these shit jobs. They're always local. I could always do it like locally. But when you're driving to, it's like now the worst of every world. I'm wear and tear. I'm exhausted, and I got to like drive home now in this traffic, morning traffic. Christ. That's what happens. You get out in the morning. And it's like 8 o'clock in the morning, and well, thank it's summertime, so school's getting out soon. But it sounds like this place. This is the closest. Well, actually, no, the closest I burned bridges at. Can't go back there. This one's another shit one next to you, like 10 miles away. Not 10 minutes away. It's about 4 or 5 miles. But yeah, see, no one answers. But either they're really busy or they're fucking retards. Oh well. What else is going on? Oh well. What else is going on here? I'm trying to like work because it's late. I can't just go to these places in person. I'm trying to see if anyone hiring. Some places tell you flat out we're not hiring. We have a freeze. It's getting to be pain in the ass. I really don't want to go back to work. I should be needing now. This is getting ridiculous. What else? Let's take a look here. Hold on. There was also this limo company that I saw. And my father was a limo driver. I really didn't want to go that route, put on a suit and tie to drive people around. But I'll do anything. I'm trying to see here. Let's see, this limo company's open right now. Hold on. Where's their fucking phone number? There it is.
Transportation Company. Our office is currently closed.
Uh-oh.
Our office is open from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday.
Oh, I thought they had like 24-hour limo service. I thought someone would be there. I don't know. I guess I can't apply for a job at 12:30 at night. I know it's ridiculous, but I'm just sort of like in this desperate sort of quasi-catatonic state here. Hmm. Hmm. Some job, all these different, Zip Recruiter, Indeed, all this crap. But I really don't want to do it. It's like, I'm reading some of these job descriptions. What is this? Like some of these companies have like, you think it's like a shipping company or a trucking company, but it's like, at Truckomatics, we need a customer support. Basically, I want a secretary. I'm like, I gotta fuck this. I'll get some of this shit. Ugh. Like, and I'll tell you, from my house to the Amazon warehouse wasn't far, and it was worth it for 20. It's all like, what do you call it? Like an equation. It was worth the drive for $22. Driving the same distance for $16 not worth it. So it's not just the location, and I'll drive X amount of miles for X amount of pay. But that's why I didn't like my most recent grocery store. I was driving too far for minimum wage. I wouldn't mind. It's not far. I wouldn't mind it for like 22, $23, but 16 not worth it. So I'm trying to find something. I've like exhausted myself at all the cheap shit jobs here. So it's like I got to drive out of range for like a fucking minimum wage job. It's like that's what happens when you're a 43-year-old failed fucking spurg and you've exhausted all your options in your locale. Let's see here. Where is this? Mm. Okay. Quick Check is looking for a gas pumper overnight. Go back to doing that shit. I did that when I was in college. I don't want to go back to that crap, but hey, I've never gotten $16 to pump gas, so that's something new. That's close. Quick Check. Let me see. Go back. Hold on. Give me a minute. Oh, here we go. Hey, nothing new. A Quick Check's just a local convenience store, like a Turkey Hill in freaking Pennsylvania. Just the same just convenience store gas station thing. Ooh, back is killing me. So what's up? I was looking at job offers and just kind of, nothing's up. Cool. I'm gonna go back to the offers here. Where I should call them? Sure, cool. No one's answering the phone at this hour anyway. Oh well. Oh, I can just like I say, get up tomorrow, go to these different places. I really don't want to. Like it's a daunting task of bullshit. Ugh. Hmm. Hmm. Well, maybe. Wouldn't be glamorous, but it should be fairly easy. Something to do, just have some pin money. I don't know. Uh, now it's not a job. What the hell is this? I didn't call him back, but I was muted. Hmm. I also the Amazon Flex. I signed up to actually just deliver from my car, and I'm just on a wait list. So I guess the market's oversaturated around here. Hmm. But it's not giving me the option to change location. So let me I'll download that again. Hold on. Hold on. How do I search this? How do I search to download an app? I'll just search. No, reinstall and try again. Just God, you know how it is. It's supposed to be Amazon Flex. Okay, let's see. What's my account? Uh, I charge my phone up too. I'm logging back into Flex. This is just me sitting around. You're just if anyone's joining, just me. Okay. Now I'm still in this damned. I want to change my location. What if I just moved? You know what I mean? So I'm back to where I started. Won't let me update. Updated June 7th. Christ. Hmm. Give me a sec. Oh. Oof. Back. I was also filling out those, those driver apps like Uber and Grubhub, but I don't think there's much money in those. And we take a picture and all this other shit. There we go. Took one for Uber for like drive around, deliver food crap. I don't want to do that shit. I need something. Wants a photo of my fucking insurance car. I'm not going to the car right now for that. Oh, maybe I should. Oh well. Ugh. And then there's Grubhub, no Uber Eats, and what was the other one? DoorDash is the easiest. They don't really want anything here. See DoorDash. Man, not made for this world. I'll tell you that much. Dash now. I've had a few beers. I can't dash now, but hmm. Just give me a map. I don't know if you can see it. I'll minimize that. All right. Go back to this. Hello. All right. I'll probably end this soon because it doesn't look like anyone's here. But you're watching me. Just I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Yeah, it's just a hangout stream. Nothing really. We're just sort of like I did with Dumb in his living room. We didn't say much. We were just like vegging. You can veg with me if you want. Nice to have every now and then a background conversation. I'm also looking at other shit. Not really. This is like what you and I did in your living room, just sort of hanging out. I'm looking up job postings and shit on the side, while like occasionally coming back to the stream. It's turned to one of those streams. Bleacher hangout humiliation. Did I miss something? Oh, is that you, Endymion? I should. It's been a while since I've checked out your posts. I'll have to read some of your posts, Endymion. Unless I create, like I said, I want to try the lawyer thing. Do I create an Social Security account tonight and just apply for SSI? And then can I apply for SSDI or the SSI affect the SSI? Because going back to another fucking job again. Oh my God. I'll tell you what, why don't you share a little bit? Something interesting to talk about. I should read your posts again. I'm sorry, but I'll check it out again. Actually, James, like I said, I'm looking at those who have been here, and Endymion and the other handful. No, I'm just sort of in and out. I'm looking at job postings and shit. But James, shouldn't you be asleep? You gotta get up early with Chris and do some more. And yeah, I was interested in your bathroom, but it was hard to see. So you got that special thing. I understand. What I was curious about, because when I was there, you didn't have that sink. You put the sink back in. You said it was too close to the shitter, like your legs were bumping up against it. So, but what about the old one, the one you took out? It was smaller. Like, how you didn't have this problem in the past, or you're trying to set it up so that the sink isn't too close. But talk amongst yourselves while I browse. Hmm. 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 Mm-hmm. I'll try. No, he's got a lot of work to do. I'm hoping he gets it done. I'm sorry. I was looking at some. They're talking about like $700 a day for like those medical. You hear these TV these jokes about. I got all this money from getting these medical trials, and they got I was looking at that like $700 a medical trial. Now, as far as Dummy, he's got a lot of work. I'm surprised he's still up. I figured he'd be passed out by now on the floor or in his recliner. Okay, so the other sink was smaller. You put in a bigger sink and found it was a little too close. You had to move it over. No, I'm glad. So you think what? Maybe do a video or a stream because I can picture your bathroom, but I'm trying to picture this new sink you put in. You're saying it's bigger than the old one and had to be moved. So did that all come together? The medicine cabinet, the new sink, is it too close to the shitter, too close to the door? You got to find that sweet spot where it's not too close. His bathroom is basically like a narrow hallway door shitter. I'm trying to figure out, is it, can the door, well, the door opens out, so it shouldn't matter. You can put it closer to the doorway, but I was there once upon a time, happier times. Yesterday. I don't think I have it in me either. I need to fix up this house. I don't think I have it in me anymore. No, he really is a workaholic. He's done a lot of work, but he still has a long way to go. So I hope things come together for him. I'm back. Not much doing here. Okay, going back to this shit. Hmm. Okay, where was I? All right. Hmm. What was I? There's a little more jobs in the area. Like, I basically should get up early in the morning. My brother still wants to clean the bathroom. House is a mess. I should get up and just pound pavement. I applied to a bunch of jobs last week on Indeed. I signed with my email. Applied to a bunch of jobs 2 weeks ago. No one got back to me. I got one email saying, "Sorry, we're going with someone else." Any job, driver jobs. One was like a fucking waiter in an old folks' home. One was a bank teller. Things I don't really want to do, but just put myself out there. Like, no one gets back to me. I never recall ever being this hard. We have too many people, too many foreigners in this area, too many people vying for like shit jobs. It's what's a Spurg supposed to do? Yeah, it is like the guy. Like head west. I should move to Waynesboro. Maybe I should try to buy Dumb's house, and I can get a job at that fucking diner down the road. That area wasn't as. The Hagerstown mess is starting to move north, but yeah, it's crazy. It really is. But I mean, it's like ND. You're in Los Angeles, so it's like living in like a major geographic built up area, and just yeah, good analogy. I'm like an Okie. I'm a Jersey E. Got to go to like fucking Kansas, like the opposite. Like Oklahoma's going to California. I got to go to Oklahoma to try to find like some shit job. All right, Yeah, I remember you. Yeah, your parents divorced. You grew up in Mississippi. You still got a brother, right? But he moved with your parents. Was it Minnesota? Your mother and stepfather. I forgot the whole story. I remember you telling me your story. You were raised down south. I think you were born in California or Texas or somewhere, but you spent most of your life in Mississippi, old Mississippi. And I know it's like. I mean, you can see day and night between the two. Let me ask you a question. This is a serious question, out of curiosity. You know, you see me, you know who I am. What do I strike you as? Do I strike you as a truck driver? Do I strike you as a cashier? Do I strike you as a bank teller? Do I strike you as a waiter? Do I strike you as a businessman? Do I strike you as a construction day laborer? Do I strike you as what do you see? Like someone like me? What do you like? Be honest, lookism. What do you see me doing? Like, what do I seem like the type of guy who would do? Hmm. Oh yeah, I'm in and out too. So take your time. Goodwill Warehouse. Hmm. Hmm. Well, you got a lot of truckers. I'm assuming on your mom's Mississippi side. I seem like a truckie to you. Truckie, as Dumb would call them. Okay, interesting. I remind you of that's. I always wonder why Starlings come here. I think it's because I remind you of someone. Like people say, why is Cassandra here? I think I remind her of a cousin. Same with you. I remind you. You're cool with me because I remind you of a kin. So yeah. So I remind you of some of your kinfolk. That's interesting. Because if I didn't, you wouldn't be able to stand me. You only tolerate me because I remind you of someone you know, someone you're related to, so you feel okay. He's not so bad. I get that a lot in life. The people who tolerate me are like, you remind me of my cousin. You remind me of my uncle. I get that. Where was I? Yeah, I knew it. So I seem like some backwoods hillbilly that belongs in Mississippi. I'm teasing, but I guess I remind you some people you're related to. Interesting. You're basically saying I seem like white trash garbage who should be like working one of those subhuman jobs. But hey, it's true. It's true. Can't escape the truth. I mean, where was I? I told you, I did for the fun of it. I signed up with DoorDash, Grubhut. Uber Eats was hard, but they want me to upload my insurance. I was doing that before. I'm like, yeah. But Uber Eats put me on one of those wait lists. DoorDash took me. They asked me, do you want to do bike, scooter, whatever? I said car. And they asked me the make and model. So I told them I have a Sebring 03 Chrysler. But they didn't ask for any insurance or anything. I think I took a picture of my license. And it was very, like, they're like the most lax. And I did a few for fun, but, I remember, over 10 years ago, maybe like 12, 13 years ago, I was driving a suburban taxi. And this is in the days before Uber and Lyft and ride sharing. And I used to make, like, taking people from town to like the train station was like $15 a pop. Now they got me driving all over creation for like $8, $9. So it ain't worth, I'm making less driving further than I was 12 or 13 years ago. So, it's not cost effective. It's the kind of thing you can do dicking around. If I'm on my way to work, up on the way, there's a restaurant and someone, it's on my way, I'll do it for $5 or whatever, but it's just not worth it. But, I was trying different things, Yes, when automation took over the farms, they sort of became depressed truckers. Yes. As I go, rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. Good song. I'm not a John Cougar Mellencamp fan, really. But I always love that one. I think it was one of his best songs. It's definitely his hardest, most rocking song, Blood on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. Yeah, that whole, yeah. The plight of the small family farmer. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. I always love that opening riff. Now, 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 now. Again, not a Mellencamp fan, but that was one of his better songs. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. Just like my daddy did, I wanted to be on the farm, but it didn't work out at all. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. What the hell? I'm back. Yeah, I'm not really a country guy. I wouldn't even call John Cougar Mellencamp country. More like, light rock. But yeah, it was a good song. Okay, one of those storage places needs an assistant store manager. Let's take a look here. Again, the pay is kind of shit, like $19. But let's take a look here. Self-storage, work-life balance. Like a lot of these internet ads talk about things that, they wouldn't have put in ads in the paper. Work-life balance, growth opportunities, leadership. All right. Yeah. Well, yeah, probably part-time, but work-life balance just sounds like one of these stupid buzz phrases they put out there. We're a progressive company. We believe in work-life balance and, making a difference in the community and all that kind of bullshit. And none of it means anything. It's all nonsense. We're a family here. This crap they put in, like, why do we have to play this game and pretend? It's like, you know what I mean? We're more of a family. If you want to be part of a fast-paced environment, with teamwork and leadership skills and promotion, all that, it's like, Christ. Yeah. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. You got the song in my head, man. Thanks, Indy. Oh, I should go. I'm back now. Maybe I should go to your channel and see some of your posts. You had some interesting posts once, as I recall, but I've forgotten about it. Dumb reminded me when I went to go see him. Let me see here. Go to channel. Posts. So more than once, when ND was in high school, what's this saying? Hold on. Give me a minute. How do I share the screen? It's so hard to do this. I always forget. I had a bunch of screens open. I'm looking at job things. Well, let's see. We'll take a little break from job hunting, and we'll do this. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow, blood on the scarecrow. Rain on the plow. Do, 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 do. There we go. Let's take a look here. All right. This is Endymion 766 from Los Angeles, but grew up in Mississippi. Ole Miss. So you were in high school in Mississippi. You didn't move back to California until you were in your 20s. This was high school in Mississippi. More than once, when Endymion was in high school in Mississippi, a group of kids pretended to befriend him and invite him to join them behind the bleachers after school, saying they met there every day to hang out. Having no friends at the time, I understand. Figure what the hell, I'll take whatever I can get. You showed up at the appointed meeting spot only for there to be no one there. At least you didn't get beat up. At least you didn't get attacked. After waiting for about an hour, I just went home. The story could have been a lot worse. Others have had it much worse. They probably beat the kid they really didn't like. They invited him. They were waiting there. They beat him up. After they got done with him, they said, "Want to stick around and beat up Endymion? Nah, let's go home and I don't know, raid my old man's liquor cabinet or something." So you were actually the lucky loser. The other guy was getting his ass kicked. You probably walked over his teeth in his blood. So I feel for you, but it could have been worse. It could have been worse. You're the guy who they said, okay, we don't like Endymion. We don't like that loser OC first. They invite me. I get my ass kicked. And then they get tired. Well, that was fun. Should we stick around for Endymion? Nah, I had enough ass kicking for today. Let's go get some, some liquor. So you had so they never attacked you. They just weren't there. No, they ditched you, but okay, at least they didn't beat you up. What else do we have here? Getting a checkup at the local clinic. See other old folks. Wait. What do you mean? Oh, older folks. I'm gonna say you're 50, or you'll be 50 soon. You're born 75. You're about 50, which is no spring chicken. But I think old folks like my parents in their 70s and 80s. Getting a checkup at the local clinic. You see other older folks sitting in wheelchairs or on those walkers with the bill. I saw a guy like that who reminded me of Todd. He looked like old man Todd. You can go back and watch. I think I made a video about it or a stream about it. The old guy looked just like he'd be like old Todd. His name was Tom, not Todd. Anyway, so you go to these places, you see these old people, blah, blah, blah. They're always looking confused, unable to remember all the medications they take or even the names of their doctors. They need handlers just to exist. I was my parents' handler. Ingrates they were. Whether it's their adult children or assisted living staff, yes. It got me thinking, who will the inkwell rely on when their mind starts to go, no, and you're going to be fucked. I'm going to be fucked. We have no children. Most of us often go years between jobs. Big ding. But Andy, you got a steady job working from home, so you're lucky. You're like Doggo. I envy you guys. You get paid money, and you don't have to leave your house. You're making good money. You don't have to go in and deal with people. That's kind of amazing. Anyway. The government will not be there for us. It's already going bankrupt. Blah, 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 blah. As I turn 50 this year, yeah, you're born 75. You've already noticed that the mind is slowing. Yes, big ding. I'm wiser than I was when I was younger, but I'm stupider. I'm not saying I was ever a genius, but whatever intelligence I had, I've lost brain cells, not just from the beer. Like you get older, you can't jump fences like you used to. The brain is just another muscle. It's just like anything else. I've gained wisdom with life experience, but I don't think as quickly as I did. Like when I was in high school writing papers and getting A's and shit, I couldn't do that now. I'd be like, wait, what were we talking about again? Wait, what, huh? What was that? You notice that the mind is slowly going. You forget words that have no right. Well, hold on. I sometimes forget words that I have no right forgetting. Okay. No right forgetting. Maybe you should have said, I sometimes forget words that have no right being forgotten. Anyway, like these words were stolen from you somehow by a word thief. As you get older, you don't think you'll last much longer than 60. But when you were 20, you didn't think you'd make 30. So if you can somehow keep your mind, you don't mind living for... If you can keep your mind, you don't mind living forever. What's a faffinator? That's a new one. what the hell is this word? Faffinator. But without my mind, the body will not last long. Forgetting medications, appointments, or where food comes from. To deliver even worse news, you're working nonstop in your youth, saving and investing, and have built up. Okay, you're lucky. Imagine being in the same position without a net worth. Count your blessings. You didn't get your ass kicked under the bleachers, and you do have somewhat of a nest egg. But it's not anywhere near enough as you'd want, well, or you need to retire, much less pay for assisted living. Yeah. Well, again, that's either you make a lot of money, or you hit the lottery, or you get on Neat Bucks. You probably have too much to get on Neat Bucks. I don't, so I should be on Neat Bucks. None of this shit. This is very inspirational, Endymion. A new color of black might be needed to describe that pill. Okay, well, now we're getting a little poetic, but okay. That's correct. We'll do one more. Why not? Then I'll go back to the job search. Actually, was there more to the first post that I didn't read? Hold on. Oh, I forgot. I didn't see there was more to this. Okay. We got to go back to the first post. I didn't realize there was a read more. So okay. So they invite you to go into the bleachers and they wouldn't show, and you felt so. The next day, you found those who had invited you and asked why they weren't there. They reassured you that it's where they usually meet, and just to keep showing up, and eventually you'd all hang out together. The girls in the group had silly grins, but they were cute, and you were hoping to get to talk to at least one of them. I mean, I can't blame you. Of course, at that age, at that time, you couldn't have been black pilled the way we understand it now, but this is like proto black pilling. Okay. So for the rest of the week, you kept showing up behind those bleachers, standing around like an imbecile, all by your lonesome. It would take a while for you to realize you were just being put through another humiliation ritual and feeling mortified, so you stopped showing up. That group of quote-unquote friends, they made a point of asking you why you weren't there one day. They all showed up, and they were waiting for you. Some of them couldn't hold their laughter, and I just tried to ignore them, and refused to look at any of them. And any of them tried to talk to me after that, but okay. I recall this memory because I sort of find myself in a different version of this same joke today. You were told that if you worked hard, kept grinding, and being a nice guy, you'd eventually cross some sort of social finish line. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. This is what our parents told us. You just keep doing it, work hard, be a good worker, do this and that, and you'll cross some social finish line, which, a woman in a house and all that. Here you are once again, metaphorically standing behind those bleachers, waiting for someone to show up who's not going to show up. Exactly. So it goes, no, I don't think it's dumb. This is a good analogy. I like analogies. A lot of starlings here won't get analogies. It'll be over their heads, so you got to be careful. Thule, Rafterman, I'm looking at you. They'll tell you they got giant penises or giant IQs, but this is a lot of people won't get your analogy, but I like it. Unwrapping the red pill. Find just another blue pill in disguise. No, there was never. I think a red pill could be a thing, but only for certain people. You know what I mean? If you're Chad, the blue pill might as well be real because you seem to get everything for nothing, and you might think it was because of my hard work. You can delude yourself into believing that. And if you're like, not a Chad, but a decent-ish normie in a time when women were willing to settle, you could believe in the red pill if it worked for you. But those of us who it never worked for can't believe it. It's not a one-size-fits-all. It's like believing like a shoe. Don't wear the blue shoe, wear the red shoe. The red shoes don't fit the black shoe. It's like, well, it's not one-size-fits-all. So some people can believe it because maybe in their experience it seemed to work, but it's not universal. Just like there's no universal shoe size, right? I never heard that word. It kind of reminds me, there's fuddy-duddy, but also reminds me of, what do you call it? It was farfanugan, but also fluffernutter. It sounds like fluffernutter, faffinatter. It sounds like a fluffernutter. It's a peanut butter and marshmallow fluff sandwich. Now, I don't care for this. I would just say old fuck. Old fuck, old fuddy-duddy. Yeah, no offense. I thought this was some clever word. I'm like, wow, I'm going to learn a new vocabulary word. I don't recall that from the SATs. I actually did well in school. I don't know if I could take the SATs now with where my mind is gone. But yeah, faffinat. I think like fluffernutter. Reminds me of fluffernutter, like a peanut butter marshmallow fluff sandwich. No, I wouldn't make up words if I were you. Other than that, I like your post. Okay. No, I guess my criticism. First, I'm like, is this some real word? Wow, it sounds. If you made it up, you're probably thinking of fluffernutter, which I don't know. I would have thought of some better term. Maybe like maybe old F or old cantankerous jerk or something like something PG-13 but understandable, like an English language word that's not too harsh, as opposed to a made up term. But that's okay. If faffinator, it's supposed to be faffinator, too much like fluffernutter. I keep thinking of a fluffernutter. You've totally see the problem with. Here's why I'm criticizing you. You had such a good post, so well written. When you throw in a made up word that sounds like something unrelated, it can throw people off. I was thinking about the bleachers and metaphorically, the analogy was great. Faffernatter, what the fuck is that? Fluffernutter? My mind starts going, elsewhere. So it can be distracting, making up words that sound like other things that don't relate to the post. Otherwise, damn good post. It's supposed to be valid criticism because I like the post otherwise. I just think don't change it, but understand if you're gonna make up a word, it might send people in a different direction because like faffinatter, fluffernutter, faffinacker, what? Huh? At least that's how my Spurg mind works. I actually did very well in the verbal portion of the SATs. I was always very good at the time with vocabulary and shit. I memorized vocabulary words. Even from time to time, I was never pretentious. I would never use SAT words just to show off. But every now and then, if it were the best word, I would use it, and people look at me, stop trying to be smart. You're using a big word. And I wasn't trying. I was like, sometimes the SAT word is the best. Usually it's not. Most of those words you probably shouldn't use more than once, in a novel, once every few years. But there are a few that really do come in handy and, I've laid around and played around this old town too long. Summer's almost gone, yeah, winter's coming on. I've laid around and played around this old town too long, and it feels like I've got to travel on. Someone who's just, bumbling around. Needs to get a beer. You want a timer screen, or do you want to just look at my books and shit? And Damien, you're the one here. I'm asking you. Timer. But actually, this is kind of nice. Not having to be on, not having to share, not having to really participate, but there's still background noise if I want to jump back in. So thank you. Thank you for keeping me company. Thank you for holding my hand. You beautiful, beautiful 1 or 2 starlings. You know who you are. Thank you. You didn't answer my question. You're ignoring me. You're making me feel like There we go. I'll have one more. Why not? Oh, the crystal ball. All right, so hang tight, 1 or 2 starlings, while I go back to job browsing. And maybe we'll go back to your posts in a bit. But I got to say, let me come back real quick. And I mean, I'm glad Dumb stopped in and reminded me of your posts, because that was a very good analogy. I like being stood up as a kid versus basically being stood up by life and bullshit your parents and teachers and society told you. Good, very good analogy. I do. Very well written. You should come on if you don't share your face line. You should. I'd love to just hear from you. You can talk. I mean, you don't want to talk to me? I'd love to hear like some of you. You can read your own like hearing Poe read The Raven. I don't want to read The Raven. I want to hear Edgar Allan Poe read it. You can come and read your own, shit if you want. Think about it. I think it would be appreciated. I'd appreciate it. That was nice. I actually feel a little better now. I'm still down the dumps. I'm feeling a little better reading those posts. I feel less alone. Like, not just less alone, but like, yes, someone else gets it. I don't I feel like sometimes some of these people here, it's like, why are you here? You're asking me redundant, stupid shit like we had earlier tonight. I'm like, so it's good that others get it on their own. That's what I really liked about Todd. I'm like, wow, I thought those same things, but no one else ever talked about them. Thanks for sharing. So. I've laid around and played around, like a research scholar, Princeton University. Okay, that ain't going to happen. Ooh. Assistant nurse, travel physical therapist. No, I mean the Goodwill store is looking for a heavy equipment operator. Anyway, drive a forklift to Goodwill. Beauty salon expert. That ain't happening. Supervisor coordinator at a church. No. Rheumatology physician. Now, what is a kitchen specialist at a Chinese restaurant? Kitchen specialist? What does this mean? Oh, you will bring passion to every dish. They're looking for a chef or a line cook. I don't really want to cook, but you need to be a trained chef, or is this just like flipping burgers? Where is this? Christ, I expanded it. A vital part in our kitchen operations, preparing quality food and supporting a welcoming dining experience. Bring passion to every dish. Lead by example in the back of house, and help maintain the energetic and inclusive atmosphere our guests enjoy. This position supports training efforts and upholds high standards of food prep and kitchen op. Encourage a lively and inclusive ambiance for guests. Am I a waiter? Am I a short order cook? Am I like a professional chef? What's the job here? Carry out the preparation of menu items, support and training, blah, blah, blah. This doesn't tell me much of anything. I'm not a food guy. I don't want to prepare food for people. I'm just looking at some of these jobs don't even tell me what they are. It doesn't even say usually it'll say qualifications. I guess this isn't like a skilled culinary job, because otherwise we'll probably specify that. So it's probably just, Yeah, the Goodwill warehouse cashier. This Goodwill place keeps coming up. Might not be this. There are a number of Goodwill locations. Could be maybe they're just hiring people now. Yeah, that's minimum wage, of course. Oh, you got to go. Good night. You're abandoning me in my time of need. It's only 11 o'clock there in California, but it's okay. Go like they all do. Leave me, Indy. I won't forget this. My Southern California suntan Mississippian. Why, thank you. Good night. Good night. Good night, Endymion. Good night. You've left me with no one, like always. No one is here. No one worth talking to. Thank you. Thank you, Endymion. Well, you know, for someone who's running about the black pill, you know how to break hearts yourself, son. It's okay, Endymion. No, it's not okay. You're going to make me fall apart. Thank you. Thank you, Endy. All right, back to looking at jobs here. I've laid around and played around this old town too long. Summer's almost gone, yeah, winter's coming on. I've laid around and played around this old town too long, and I feel like I've got to travel on. And Endymion got that in my head. He's probably gone now. I've laid around and played around. Yeah, School of Music, guitar teacher. Okay, beauty services assistant, senior business analyst, assistant nurse. Man, these jobs. I just type jobs in my zip code. Registered nurse, caregiver, nanny needed, senior programmer. What else? Mechanical project team leader. Okay. More dead ends. And I'll put like various zip codes of the local area. Hello, Cassandra. Yeah, this is more of a hangout stream. The stream is like second or third tier. I just sort of have it on the background. Yes, I'm looking at jobs. I'm like in dire straits. I got to upload a video. I was fired from Amazon. I've heard the story. I can repeat it if I need to. But yeah, now I got to find a job. Fired for not wearing a seatbelt twice. It's a whole big, just like bullshit. Brother Click wasn't actually angry. He was more like, well, don't go back to another Amazon driver company because you'll just be watched like a hawk. And I know you'll forget to do something. You'll vape and not care. So I'm like, he's like, find something else. I'm like, oh, what's this? Material handler at a packaging company. Hold on. Must be able to lift 50. I can do that, I think. So he's giving me like a vague, it's called Predium. We have locations all across North America. It's not telling me where they are. I think if some of these jobs go fish, they're like put multiple zip codes so they come up. This could be, this company's not even like a native local company. Cashier barista, dining room supervisor at a nursing home. None of these, Oh, yeah, like the first 2 days, got through the training with Amazon, no problem. Third day, drive with the company. Okay, the guy I drove with was nice, but like at first, he had me driving first, so that was weird. Forgot to put a seatbelt on. I guess the machine, the van beeped. Driver not wearing seatbelt. So I got a call from the dispatcher saying, you got to put your seatbelt on. I said, sorry, we were pulling out of one driveway, you're going for the next. I'm trying to do 10 things at once because the seatbelt's always on, off, on, off, on, off. So I said, do I get treated, easily because, kid gloves because today's my first day, or are you overly harsh on me? And he goes, I don't know. I'm just telling you to put your seatbelt on. So the next time we switched seats, at some point, a few hours later, I was in the passenger seat. And again, the next delivery was right whenever I just forgot to put the seatbelt on, and they called saying I was fired. but I was still on the clock. They had to come pick me up. Oh, it was fucking ridiculous. I'll upload those videos next. Back to job search. Which is why I said, okay, I've been fired. I'm not working. And brother Click, you're getting that van. Let's let's go. Fuck it. You have the day off and I'm not working today. Let's go out and see fucking Dumb. Why not? Well, maybe it was meant to be. The guy had hit my brother's car so we get a rental car. It was a nice car. Nice big Pacifica, Chrysler Pacifica. And, paid for by the guy who hit him. And then, me being fired a day to go see Dumb. So maybe it was the gods wanted us to where is this? What's the zip code? I look at the zip code for some other towns in the area. Adult daycare, full-time, $19 an hour driving. It says driver. What's it say here? Hold on. Current New Jersey driver's license. Okay. Doesn't say like CDL. Driver will be responsible for driving company vehicles on specified routes, providing transportation and assisting passengers. Wow. That's interesting. I don't go to Goodwill too often, but I remember I donated a bunch of crap. We had a bunch of junk. I took it there. And I bought like a CD player, like a nice Sony CD player for $20. And I said, I want to buy this because you can't find CD players anymore. And I asked, it was a girl, a black chick. I said, oh, do these work? And she's like doing her nails. She goes, yeah, everything got to work. We don't sell it unless it work. We test it. I said, okay. And it did work. It did work. But yeah, no, I remember it was a black chick and some foreigners. Maybe it's different, Arizona versus New Jersey, but yeah. Retail is miserable for someone with autism. Goodwill is slightly different. It's retail-esque, but it's weird. It's like a different. It's not really a for-profit company with a man. So, I mean, I really can't speak to it. I've never worked at a Goodwill. It's retail-ish, but maybe because it's nonprofit. I don't know. I don't know. There was another job I applied for last week. It was with the county food bank. You drive a county vehicle delivering food that you don't cook the food. You drive a company car, county car, to old people and disabled people. I said, I can do that. Minimum wage, I'll do that. I'm local. I know the area. They never got back to me. It's like no one gets back to me. The only one I applied for a waiter job at some old folks home, which I didn't want to do. I was applying for anything. They wrote back saying, well, thank you for the interest, but after reviewing things, we've decided to go with someone else, but thank you for applying. That was the only one I applied to, over a dozen jobs. It's like, That's right. You told me you still like to buy a lot of, you got like a lot of old CRT TVs and other shit like that. Yeah, I know. You've told me. Well, Cassandra, I asked Endymion a question. I'm going to ask you, just pure curiosity. I asked this to Endymion, and don't worry. I think we're friendly enough that I can ask you. My question, Cassandra, would you have sex with me? Endymion said he would consider if you were gay. Would you have sex with me? No, I'm actually joking. The real question I asked Endymion, which hopefully he answers, I said to Andy, I said, what do I strike you as? Just come on, be stereotypical. Do I strike you as like a bookworm, a construction worker, a waiter, a fucking cashier, construction? Do I strike you as, a telephone cable guy? What do I strike you as? So before I give you his answer, I'm going to ask you, Cassandra. But I just remember why I don't like to ask you questions because, okay, what do I strike you as? You see me as a goodwill worker? You can be honest. I want to hear your opinion, and I'll share Indy's because it's interesting. Yeah, Endymion's answer was interesting, but I want to tell you because it might bias you. So what do honestly, I strike you as a librarian. I strike you as a gas pumper. What do I strike you as? And so he said the same thing. He said, give me a minute. Same thing. So go ahead, take a minute. I'm going to go back to my job search. I'll be around. That was this delivery driver for some Rolling Royal LLC. What is this? $18. Okay. 40 hour. This might work. Royal Roll. I've laid around and played around. Oh, in the cannabis industry. Interesting. I thought it was bread delivery. I thought I was delivering bread to supermarkets at 3 a.m. Cannabis. Okay, let's. Specializing in cannabis manufacturing since 2024. Wow, we really are in a brave new world here. This is like the new frontier. Dedicated to producing high-quality cannabis products, meet the highest standards of safety and compliance, blah, blah, blah. But I can deliver anything. It just says valid driver's license with a clean record. It doesn't say CDL or DOT endorsement. It just says a valid driver's license with a clean driving record. Ability to work independently as well as part of a team in a fast-paced environment. I like the independently part. That I can do. I'm cool with independence. Expected hours 40 per week, 17 to 19. That's not that terrible. Because I was making $16.50 at that fucking grocery store, like 20 miles from my house, lifting and lugging. So I'd rather drive around all day. And maybe it's not going to be a big, Okay, repairman. Interesting. No, wait. I'm back now. Wait, let's see. Either I'm a teacher. Here's the problem with being a teacher. I might like to lecture, but I can't control kids. Kids aren't going to respect me, whether they're kindergartners or high school seniors. No one's going to respect me. I couldn't deal with children. I hated being in school. And Demian had a nice post comparatively. I could never be a teacher. It doesn't matter if I like to talk about a subject like a Spurg. I couldn't deal with kids and the social politics and the parents and all the, having to watch a bunch of fucking like 15-year-olds or 16-year-olds go to fucking prom and get laid behind the bleachers and think about, man, I never went to a fucking prom. Teacher. You haven't been paying much attention, have you? A repairman. I see. And Demian said truck driver because I remind him of a lot of his blue-collar, white trash, subhuman uncles. He said they used to be farmers, and then when agribusiness took over the farms, they became like truck drivers and were depressed. He said I seemed like some subhuman, white trash truck driver. Affectionately, he said that. This is I'm seeing this job here. This is interesting. I don't know what this is. It's kind of weird. It's for some lab, medical courier, and it says this is weird if I'm understanding. Work schedule: Saturday, 12:30 p.m. in the afternoon till 11 p.m. at night, and then Sunday, 3 p.m. in the afternoon to 11:30. I don't mind. They're looking for a weekend driver? You'd work a really long shift, like what? Because 12:30 to 11, subtract the lunch, that's like a 10-hour shift, 10.5-hour shift. And then what, 8.5 hours? I mean, it's not a lot of hours. It's only like 18, 19 hours. The pay range, 15.19 to 18.50. Well, first of all, minimum wage in Jersey is 15.49. So it should be at least 15.49. But I don't know, why is there a pay range? Now, I gotta be careful. A lot of these places want you to be vaccinated. And I never got vaccinated, if you're surprised. I never got a vaccination for COVID. I never bothered. Well, we're not talking about a version of me. We're talking about me, the real me, the me that, of this reality, not like alternate version me. Yeah, I was saying the same thing. Like even my shrink and some people earlier, like I think it was either Thule or what's his name, Rafterman. Like maybe you should start a business like power washing or something. I'm like, 20 years ago, if I can go back in time, I would tell my 23-year-old self to, find a niche and get involved in a business and fuck the work. And I would have done that if I can go back in time. Now I'm so mentally fucked up. I don't think I can focus on, and I've gotten stupider with age, wiser but stupider. I don't think I could, do all that now. I've laid around and played around this old town too long. Summer's almost gone, yes, winter's coming on. I've laid around and played around this old town too long, and I feel like I've got to travel on. Papa writes to Johnny, but Johnny can't come home. Johnny can't come home. No, Johnny can't come home. Papa writes to Johnny, but Johnny can't come home 'cause he's been on the chain gang too long. Something Andy said remind me of that old song. I've laid around and played around. All right, let me find this. Medical courier. How do I apply to this? Where the hell's the job careers? Like I wanted me to apply through whatever website I was on, ZipRecruiter. Fuck that. I'm going to go to the actual, medical lab. I've laid around and played around this old town too long. Summer's almost gone. Yeah, it's a nice song. I heard it on years ago, probably in the car. It was one of those oldie songs. Something Andy said made me think of it. Now it's on my head. I was also thinking that other song. I don't know if you heard it. He made me think of John Cougar Mellencamp with the farmers. His family, they were farmers who were forced out of it. Made me think of rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. No, 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 no. That's a good one too. Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. Right now, I'm here. They're looking for a phlebotomist, draw blood, a site coordinator, a biomedical electronic technician. No, where the hell's the courier driver job? Certifying scientist, a cytotechnologist, cytology lab super. What the fuck is this? Where's driver? Testing clerk, technologist, hematology, laboratory assistant, toxicology. What the fuck is this? Well, how do I put in a zip code? Apparently, they got multiple labs. I've laid around and played around this old town too long. Let's see. Summer's almost gone, yes, winter's coming on. I've played around. Jesus Christ, there's a lot of steps to go through. Maybe I should apply to this, but okay. All right. I'm going to apply for this now. I'm going to apply for this job, and you guys can hang out in the background, or I can shut it off. Doesn't make a difference whether you're here or not. Stream is like second or third priority tonight. I'm just sort of drinking and doing like online job applications and, talking to the one or two starlings who fly in, fly out, fly in, fly out, fly out, fly in, fly in, fly out. So don't mind me if I ignore you. Create account. I'm tired. It's like it's work just to apply for work. Oh my God. What happened the days you just walk into a place, you're hiring, yeah, here's an application, fill out a few things there. It's like, this is like Christ. I am still old fashioned in that way. You think I'd be more happy with computer and not even deal with people, but it's still so strange. I'm still of an era where you just, you walk into a place, say, hi, you looking for, you hiring? Nah, not now. Or yeah, we are here. Fill out, but give me your phone number. We'll call you back. Or here's an application. Fill this out now on the spot and we'll hire you. I'm used to those days. Now it's like, Christ. I agree. Sometimes low key. Yeah. Whew. Christ. Like another password I gotta remember. Christ. I need a special character. Christ. There we go. Okay. I always save my passwords like a Word document because I'll forget them. There we go. Excuse me. Required. How did you hear about us? Jesus Christ. I don't know. Website. Which website? It's Jesus Christ. Bing sounds good to me. Stupid questions. It wasn't Bing. It was, what was it? It was like, it was ZipRecruiter, but I don't feel like it's Christ. Like this does nothing for me. It's just, I'll say Google. There we go. Have you ever previously worked for Medicor? No. What's my name? My first name. Normand. My address. Scott Road. Zlinger. No. Okay. Mobile phone number. I consent to calls and texts. Fine. There you go. My experience. Now I feel like a fucking resume. I really don't want to do this. All right, so let's come back to this. All right, what's going on, Starlings? I've got 3 of you here. Tell me, should I keep going? I'm getting kind of bored with this. most of the jobs, tell my brother, most of the jobs I ever had, I never needed a resume. I just show up and I'd say, yeah, I've worked in a fucking grocery store before. Yeah, I've worked in retail. Yeah, I pumped gas. Yeah, I drove a fucking, they would say, okay, close enough. I had this whole resume shit. Like what? Like the corporatization of minimum wage jobs. Like if I were applying to be like, the CEO of a company, fine. But a resume to work at some fucking minimum wage bullshit job. Like it's like, what is this shit? Get back to this. I was going to say delivery driver for the auto parts place. All right, now the question section. Do you currently have the legal authorization to work in these United States? Why, yes, I do. From Maine to California, anywhere in these US of A, including Alaska, Hawaii, DC, maybe even Puerto Rico for all I know. Yes, anywhere in these United States. Not that it matters. We got plenty of people working here who aren't legally allowed to work here, but didn't seem to stop them before, but okay. Sponsorship or financial assistance to maintain your authorization now. Are you at least 18 years of age? I don't know. Let's go back to here. Starlings, how old am I again? Am I at least 18? I fucking hope. I'll just say yes. Why not? Oh, do you have a relative employed by our company? No. And if I do, I wouldn't know who they are because I can't think of, Oh, the position requires you to be 21. First, it asked me if I was 18. Now it's asking me if I'm at least 21. Again, we'll say yes. You have a valid driver's license? I do. I wouldn't have been driving for Amazon if I didn't. Commercial professional? No. Wait. Well, do you have any commercial professional driver? Yeah, I would say, yeah. I was also a cab driver. I could add that, but this position required to handle specimens, blood, urine, tissue, other bodily matter. Are you comfortable? Yeah, because I'm assuming they're going to be like, it's not going to be loose piss and shit. It's going to be like contained, I'd imagine, right? Driving routes may cover 100 plus miles with multiple stops. Inclement weather, rain, sleet, hail. Well, you guys saw me drive out to fucking bumblefuck nowhere, Pennsylvania, and that was like, a couple 100 miles. So I think 100 miles is fine, especially when putting the wear and tear in someone else's car. So, yeah, sounds good. Sit, stand for long periods of time. Lift up 30 pounds, only 30 pounds. Every other job says 50 or 60 pounds. So, yes, if I can do 50 or 60 pounds, I can do 30 pounds. Okay. Save and continue. Voluntary disclosures. Now, I'm going to come back for a minute. I don't know who's still here. Let's see what I should or shouldn't disclose. So, if you're here, Starlings, what right here? Yes, it's an annoying formality. I agree. I guess, but I don't have the brains I did. I'm wiser now than I was as a teenager, but I'm stupider. I don't think as quickly. The brain is a muscle. All my muscles, aren't what they used to be. They're probably going to get worse with time. And Dimian had those thoughtful posts. But anyway, back to this. Okay, personal data statement. What does this say? Something about protected veterans. I'm not a protected veteran. Please select your gender. Now, it doesn't give me, it says male, female, or not disclosed. What if I'm a hermaphrodite? What if I'm like, poly something or other? What if I'm like, that third or fourth gender? It's only giving me male, female, and not disclosed. Okay. Now, please select the ethnicity which most accurately describes how you self-identify. I don't know. Should I answer this? Should I tell them what I think I am? I don't know. Am I like an octoroon or a quadroon? They got some nigger in me, some Indian, some gypsy. I don't know. Okay, self-identification of disability. Well, this is interesting. This is I do. I think. Well, see, am I disabled? I have a diagnosis, but I'm not classified disabled yet. Can I say I'm disabled or just say I have a disability? I don't know. That's weird. Why are you being asked to complete this form? Answer: we are a federal contractor or subcontractor. The law requires us to provide equal employment opportunity to qualified people with disabilities. We have a goal of having at least 7% of our workers. Okay, so here's the thing. If they don't have 7% disabled, it would help me out. If they've already made the 7% quota, they won't hire me at all. So do I say I'm disabled and hope they need to fill a quota, or do I say I'm not disabled? We need to have 75. We need 7% retards. Do we have 7% retards? If they don't, they might hire me automatically because they need another retard. If they have enough retards, they won't hire me because why hire any more retards than we have to? If they're at their 7% retard capacity. You have a disability? Have you ever had one? People can become disabled later, so we need to ask this question at least every 5 years. Let's see. How do you know? Okay, this is interesting. How do you know if you have a disability? Okay, this is getting interesting here. This is getting interesting. Maybe I should pull this up. Hold on. How do I do this? Hold on. All right, let's take a look here. Can we see what this says? It tells me flat out. How do you know if you have a disability? Well, alcohol. You see? Can you see this shit? I don't know how well this is coming up. Alcohol, autoimmune disorder like lupus, fibromyalgia, AIDS, blind or low vision, cancer, cardiovascular, celiac disease, cerebral palsy. I think I do have alcohol problems, but I want to tell. If I want to be a driver, that's not a good thing to say. Deaf or serious difficulty hearing, diabetes, disfigurement, for example. Disfigurement. Well, yeah, but I don't know if I'm qualified, diagnosed, disfigured. Okay. Disfigurement caused by burns, wounds, accidents, or congenital disorders. Yeah, I was born ugly. What do you want me to tell you? Okay, so I'm an alcoholic and I'm ugly, so I'm disabled. I'm disfigured. Epilepsy, gastrointestinal, Crohn's disease, intellectual or well, I'm kind of dumb. Ooh, PTSD, anxiety, depression, missing limbs, mobility impairment, nervous, neurodivergence. That's a big ding. Oh my God, neuro D. Now, if I put this and they need to fill a quota, they might say, okay, we need 7% retards. We only have 5%. Hire the guy. They might say, oh, we already have in fact, we've got 8 or 9% retards. We don't need any more. He's retarded. Don't hire him. So this is like a very narrow line I'm walking here. Okay. I'm going to say, yeah, what the hell? I have one or I had one in the past. I always change my story. I say, well, I burned myself, but now I'm, now it healed up. Why not? Okay, so let's do that. Let's just say yes, and I'll save and continue. Okay, good. All right, I think yes. Let's go for it. But I usually when I ask, have you been arrested? Have you had a felony? things like that. It's like, and I'm getting, are you retarded? Are you neurodivergent? Are you ugly? Are you an alcoholic? Hello, Christopher Douglas. How are you? I went and I visited James, Depressed Unwanted Man, in person. I don't know if you saw any of that. I went to go see him. Yes, I am. In fact, this stream is more, I'm trying to tell everyone, this is basically a relaxed, chill. Streaming is like second or third priority. I've been mostly looking at jobs. I pop in and out. So it's just nice having some company in the background. So if you want to hang out, that's cool. If not, you can fly away. This isn't an engage. I should call them, every now and then I like to do a non-engaged stream. So this is a non-engaged stream. In fact, what's her name said it? Yeah, Cassandra calls it low key as a change of pace. I call it a non-engaged stream. I'm glad you did. All right, back to the job. My information. I just gotta make sure now. I hate proofreading now. I used to love proofreading. Now I just don't want to do it. I want to be done with it. But I have to proofread, make sure because in the past I used to love to proofread. I rarely had errors. Now I don't like proofreading. I feel like I've already done this already. I don't want to go over this again, but I usually do fuck up. So I'm gonna make sure I didn't type the wrong address, like put a 7 where I should have had a 5, or I put the right area code. Oh, that's stupid shit. Let's see here. Maybe I should add the taxi driver job. Hold on. How do I add? I should add that I drove a cab. That would help. This is a Saturday, Sunday only job, but long shifts, like driving around all day, Saturday, Sunday, delivering medical supplies and medical samples, and from like the lab to the doctor's office to here to there. But what if I want to add to something? Fuck it, just submit. Application submitted. We look forward to reviewing information. Thank you. Thank you, website. Thank you for your interest in our company. You have no more tasks. Okay. Okay. Posted 3 days ago. So this is a hot. This job is hot. As in current, as in happening. Shit, I'm out of beer again. Man, I'm really down in beer faster than I thought. I don't feel drunk. Now, when you say, I'm back, Dubs. When you say I'm based, you mean this particular stream, or in general, all I am to you is just background filler noise? What are you trying to say? Okay, let me play some music for you. beer. Well, I feel like I accomplished something. I mean, I applied for a job. So like a week or two ago, I applied for like a bunch of jobs and no one got back to me. Where was I? Yes, I'm filling out a job application. Yes, this is the AI. What did I call it? I just called it something. I forget now. Non-involved stream, low key. Cassandra called it. Yeah, this is ASMR. Listen to me. Listen to me pour the beer. All right. Compliment. It's like when you actually give a damn about something, and then like the passion goes away, and you're like, man, this job's just a paycheck for me now, or man, this marriage is just a roommate for me now. It's not very. It can be interpreted as being kind of, I'm just going along with it. I'm not into it anymore. Which I mean, I admire your honesty, but still. I'm back to looking. Yeah, I'm looking at a few other jobs. Some of these, like one is for actually there was a that's one of the jobs I applied to. There was this cannabis dispensary I went to. The building it was in was an old like roller hockey rink, and they still had the old sign up. And I walked in, and like there was like a bunch of there's a vestibule, and to the right was like a little guard and a window. And I said, "You guys hiring?" Well, I can't tell you. You got to go online. He said, "Well," I said, "What kind of vehicles you drive?" I can't tell you because I don't know you. I can't let you in. I said, I don't want to go in. I'm asking if you're hiring. You just apply online. So I did. Never heard from them. And I got this other one. I thought it was a bread company. Rolling Royal. I thought it meant like a bread delivery, but no, it's cannabis. But how do I apply to this? Ugh. I actually don't like, okay, with that, medical career job, I did apply online, but I applied through the actual website. Like I found it on ZipRecruiter or Indeed, but rather than apply through ZipRecruiter or Indeed, I applied through, I don't like using these third party to apply. So I like applying directly. And if you can't apply directly, I'd rather go in person. So the cannabis lab or whatever, the cannabis driving job doesn't appear to have, they have a website, but they don't have an apply here. So I don't like applying through ZipRecruiter. Or actually, this wasn't ZipRecruiter. This was something else. Indeed or one of those or job search. I like to apply, in person or through, directly through their website. Yeah. This place might be out of business. This I'm looking them up. The website isn't working. There's no phone number listed. It's got an address, but what the fuck? I'm back. I liked it too. I was getting tired, but I enjoyed that conversation because we were talking about. I like what he said. Like it feels. I'll have to pick up on that again. A lot of people can't connect the dots. It's hard for me to explain. I'm not trying to sound arrogant, but I thought I know there are people who can't connect the dots, but I thought most could. We live in a world where most can't, and it ties into a lot of my stories. It's like so. I liked his analogy. I'm afraid to explain it here because you might not get it, but when he said that, it rang so true. It rang true. We live in a world where most people can't connect the dots, and we're punished for it. I thought it was, I agree. There's an expediter courier service. Okay, where was I? Okay, I'll come back. I hope you do, Dubs. I think sometimes people think they know but don't, but I hope you do because it rang true with me. And like I said, he can be abrasive at times, and I've criticized him, but I enjoy talking with him. He brings a lot of good points. Jesus Christ. And there's some weird. Yeah, again, remember I had that. If any of you recall, I had a job. I was going to do that job delivering dental shit in my own car, $28 an hour. But then they wanted me to become a fucking limited liability corporation, and they didn't tell me that, and I was pissed. There's something similar. It's saying drive your own car, but you can make up to It sounds a little too good to be true, but it's much closer. But again, it's something about declare insurance. I'm not getting special insurance. I will not become an LLC or buy special car insurance for this shit. Let me see this. Let's check it out. Expedited courier service. I at least apply, maybe. Wait. DOT application? What does this mean? No. See, I fucked up my phone number. I mistyped. There we go. So I was going to double check now. But again, they don't have their own website. I'm going through some weird universal app bullshit. Eligible to work in the U.S., yes. Can you read, write, and speak? Can you read, write, speak, and understand? That's a lot. Can you read, write, speak, and understand? That's a long one. Can I read, write, speak, and understand? English. I'm just going to say yes. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to say yes. Drug and alcohol positive tests. What was this? Have you ever tested positive or refused to test pre-employment drug? Or that's another thing. I'd take a fucking drug test for that Amazon job to work fucking 3 fucking days. Covered by DOT. Have you ever tested pot? No, I'm just saying no. Years of commercial driving. Why don't I say 3 years? I don't know. Enter your current license information. I gotta get my driver's license now. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know if I trust this. Let me get a fucking driver's license. Wait here. Maybe I'll accidentally dox myself and you can see my driver's license if you pay attention. Here's my driver's license. Can you see? I take it on my. I hate taking it out of my fucking. It's always a pain in the ass to get out. I actually showed this. I showed this to that's the back. That's the state of New Jersey. I showed this. I actually did hand this. Me and my brother, we handed our driver's license to James to prove that we are who we say we are. Yes, I really am from New Jersey. I am occupational click. Yes. Does that look like me? I look like Jim Morrison during his later fat period, just before he's found dead in the bathtub. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Where's the number? I gotta find the number. Hold on. And of course, the number has a few letters in it because they always do. Give me a sec. I mean, what do we think here? Can we see all this? Here, I'll do this. Now I gotta get my license back out because it wants to know my birth date, and I forget my birth date. I always check with my license. Oh, I got some weird text. Give me a sec. Something came up here. Oh, here we go. Thank you for your interest. Oh, this is for the medical courier job. Please use the link to finish your application. The fuck is this? Okay, more work to do. Hi, it's that it's talent acquisition. Reply yes to opt into receiving text notifications. Fine, I'll say yes because I want the job. What a world we live in now. You're immediately, we really do live in a cell phone text world here. Okay, well, at least they went through. Like, I was afraid. Like, when I did all those applications last week, I'm like, did I not sign up properly? It wasn't until I got the one rejection from the fucking waiter at the fucking old folks home that, assisted living, that I realized, okay, they did go through. People just don't want to get back to me. Great. Chanel Vider. I gotta go back to it now. Okay, so. Oh, when is my. Okay, I gotta look. Well, actually, I don't know offhand. When is my expiration date? Let's figure this out. Come on. It's very hard. I need a new wallet. It's hard to slide shit out. Let me see here. No peeking. Okay, there we go. I don't worry. If I get any bucks, I'll put my name and address to come visit me if you want. But my brother, it's really my brother who doesn't. Yeah, so I have respect for him. You know, he gets upset. He's afraid if he gets found out, he might get fired. He might get shit, or if people at his work know he's associated with me, they, oh, you're that weirdo's brother. They might, All right, I forgot to put the state where my license is from. It's from New Jersey, in case you didn't know. I live in New Jersey, USA, in case you don't know. I'll probably have to repeat that another thing. Even when I tell you guys personal information, you forget. You ask me the same redundant fucking questions. In fact, sometimes the same Starling will ask me, "What state are you in again?" I'm in Arizona. No, man, I'm in Western Australia. That's the state I'm in. I'm in a state of depression here. Revoked licenses, permits, or privileges? No. Driving convictions? No. Drug and alcohol? No. Please list all motor vehicle accidents in which you were involved. None. I did get a ticket, though, for playing with my cell phone, distracted driving. 3 years of work history. Okay. Why do I need this for a contractor job? Something's wrong here. What's the zip code for that town? And then they want to know how many miles you drive per week for your job, blah, blah, blah. Wait. Gap. There we go. They wanted my past jobs for the past 3 years. So I just said I work for that, auto parts company for the past 3 years. And they put up to May of this year. It said there's a gap. What did you do in June of this year? So I changed it to June. I asked reason for leaving the job. I said location closing. I don't think they're actually going to call or check any of this shit out. As long as it looks legit. Yes. We used to have a girl. Her name was Beppis. She was great. She didn't even need a pen and paper. She just knew everything off the top of her head. She was great. But she left us. So you got to be our new stenographer because, Yeah, because no one else seems to know anything about my life. So without Beppis, I dub thee Christopher Dubs. The next, you're very like the island of Dr. Moreau. Where is the sayer of the law? Where is the sayer of my life? With Beppis gone, Dubs, you're the new sayer. You're the new sayer of my life. Doesn't matter if she lurks. If she's not here saying my life, the burden is now on you. So you are the new sayer of my life. The sayer of my life. They want to know year, make, and model of my car. 2003 Chrysler Sebring. Okay. I gotta check all this shit again. We'll just confirm this. Oh, an e-signature. Oh, this is weird. This is weird. Want to see this? This is weird. I've never seen this. Usually it's when you just type your name. This is interesting. They want me to actually, like, like MS Paint or something. Now, how do I clear that out so I can sign for reals? I don't know how to clear that out. Is there an erase? Uh-oh. That's exactly what happened, Dubs. Good job, sayer of my life. How do I clear this? Oh, X. There we go. So let me just put this. Oh, there we go. OC. Normand Maynard. That's my name. Actually, just put a fucking X. How's that? Okay, good. Yep, big OC for occupational click. Now I hit the X. It's cool. All right, back to this. Agreement to conduct transaction electronically, blah, blah, blah. Agree and sign. Okay, I agree. Acknowledgement authorization for background. I don't even, did I leave the screen up? It's just a bunch of bullshit. I'm not going to read all this. I'm not reading all this. Important disclosure regarding background reports. That's fine. Can't get a job without doing this shit, so fine. Legal disclosure, general consent for limited queries of the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, drug and alcohol. I've never heard of this, but here. This is actually a new one to me. Maybe James knows this one. The FMCSA, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, and they have a drug and alcohol clearinghouse. Okay, fine, whatever. Okay, it's been submitted. A recruiter will be reviewing your application soon. Did you find this process easy? Yeah, I guess sure, why not? Now it's telling me this is in Forest Park, Georgia. Maybe that's where the company is located. Completion, 66%. I thought I did the whole fucking thing. I'm going to log out of this. Okay. There we go. D. Okay. Hmm. Oh, it's funny. I'm looking at driver. I'm seeing an advertisement for a job for the logistics company from Amazon that fucking fired me. Yeah, idiots. Yeah. Do 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 do. I tell you guys, I stopped into a pizzeria. I said, driver's needed. So I said, okay, you give me a car. No, you drive your own. I said, okay, but can you pay me under the table? Guy's like, yeah. I said, cool. Oh, what the hell? Dick around. So I get my number. It was like a couple weeks ago. He never called me back. Like another, like I thought I'd hear something. It was never this hard in the past. You'd apply for some shit job. Someone would call you back. It's like I've never had such competition for shit jobs. We really are living in a, now I'm getting like old, like, I'm seeing like a delivery driver for some investment company posted 28 days ago. It's just gonna be like dead links now. Do 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 do. And I gotta go up and get another one of these. Oh, this is nice. I think maybe having like a background, it's a nice break. If I were like just focusing on streaming, they get kind of tiresome. If I were focusing on job applications, this is nice having a distraction. I can do this and come back to the distraction. So thank you, a handful of starlings who've allowed me to distract myself. No one's gonna hire me for a radio position, but thank you. Post my gimme dat links is what I should do. Yeah. 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 I'm getting tired. All right, looking for more jobs. All right, give me a minute. Let me go switch this out and I'll answer some questions for you because I'm in and out. Give me a minute. Okay. I got one extra there. Actually, I should probably keep my license nearby in case anybody likes it. Oh. All right, I'll look for more jobs. All right. Now, I've answered this question before, but I'll answer it again if you want. First, scratch my nose. I'm using this easier because the condensation is hard to. Well, that one wasn't too bad. Some of these are like so wet. These are nice to open. Oh, before I answer your question, I have a question for you. Are you there, Dubs? I got a question for you. Then I'll answer your question. Are you still there, or have you flown away? I look for more jobs. I have a question for you, and then you could I'll answer yours. It's nothing too personal. It's a curiosity question. Dubs, come in. Ground control to Major Dubs. Okay. I know you were one of Destroyed by Foids, Matt, and I'll see one of his buddies. I haven't seen his channel. Like, I'm not subscribed to him, and he and I wouldn't say I hate the guy, but he and I had a falling out, so I don't watch his stuff. But when I was visiting Dumb, here's what's interesting. Dumb and Donda still lurk his channel. I haven't watched him since he banned me for the third time, which was months and months ago. I gave up on him. Anyway, Dumb was telling me at some point, it might have been on stream. He goes, this is Dumb. I went to DBF's channel and he privated or deleted all of his live streams. His videos are still there, but the live streams are gone. And I said, "Oh, I don't watch him anymore. I had no idea." And then I went to go look him up, but I don't think I ever subscribed to him. So I don't know what he calls himself now. He's not DBF, whatever he calls himself. Anyway, long story short, did Matt delete or private all of his streams? That's what Dumb was telling me. And I couldn't I'm like, let me go. I'm like, oh, let me check that out. Because he and I had a falling out. I stopped interacting with him. Wished him the best. He goes his way, I go mine. But Dumb likes to lurk. And he told me that all of DBF's streams were gone. And I'm not subscribed. I kept typing in Destroyed by Foids, Matt Destroy. I couldn't find him. So long story short, what happened? Okay, but why did he do that? Did something happen? Because I didn't know any of this until Dumb told me. Did he have something happen, or he just had a breakdown, or he just got upset, or he just said screw this, or he's turning into Todd, wants to say bye bye? Well, maybe I'll reach that point one day. We're all private, everything. I'm not there yet, but who knows? Is this like a phase people go through? Well, what did he get a strike for? All right, where are my jobs? Let me take a picture of this job. I'll call them in the morning. The driver, I thought it was a bread delivery. It's a cannabis delivery, but I'll deliver anything. Let me take a fucking picture. Why is this so blurry? My camera needs to be cleaned. Now, we're not ignoring anyone. No, first, a couple things, Dev Pike. First of all, when Chris Dubs came in, he mentioned he liked last night's talk. And I said, yeah, I enjoyed talking. I really like your analogy of connecting the dots. I not to sound arrogant, but I feel like most people don't connect the dots, which is scary because I don't think I'm anything special. But a lot of the stories I want to tell about my work experience, it's people not connecting the dots and deciding, let's blame the ugly autistic weirdo rather than connect the dots. And I know not everyone knows how to connect the dots, but I thought more people could. So I like your dots analogy. Not as much as my stairs analogy, but I like your analogy. And Dubs claims he understands, though I'm dubious. But no, what I was doing, this was more of a hands-off, laid-back stream. Streaming was like secondary. I was actually looking for and applying for jobs. I explained how I was fired from Amazon. I'll do a video about that. And, it's basically been, I'm here. I've been on for like almost 4 hours, but this wasn't really an active stream. The stream was sort of in the background. Like background, I'm in and out. I was applying for, a driving job here, a medical courier job there. I'm just basically doing job applications while occasionally dipping in. So, I'm not opposed to talking a little bit, but this has been more of a, people have been in, like Cassandra was here. She's gone before what's his name? Rafterman and Thule. It's like an in and out. This isn't like, an engaged stream. This is a more hands-off, inactive stream. Well, if that were true, you would have been here hours ago and you'd have known this is a more hands-off stream. So, yeah. So I'm around, maybe we'll engage in a bit. I'm not really in an engaged mood. I'm like I'm here. You see me with the camera, but I'm opening other tabs looking for local jobs. I applied to a bunch of jobs last week and only one got back to me saying, sorry, you're not looking for. The rest ignored me. At first, I thought maybe my applications didn't go through. I'm just being ignored. I'm going to point why am I working? So this is sort of like an in and out for me stream. You get to see me browse for jobs. Well, I'm a Spurg. I can only do one thing at a time, so I'm very slow. I wish I had, and I'm an old man apparently because I'm in my 40s. It's. All right, where's another job? I was looking at, so applied to a medical courier job. It's only Saturday, Sunday, but it's like a long shift, like so I can do that, get a second job. I applied to this other like drive your own car job, which might be bullshit, but I did it. Some of these places I got to go in person. Right? I wait till it's 3 a.m. here, so I can't do anything. Yeah, I'm looking around here. I'm typing zip codes. You can look up what a zip code is if you don't know. It's an American postal thing. I type in a zip code for different towns and type in jobs. I'm looking around. Driver jobs. Look here. I even saw a job for the fucking Amazon driver company, logistics company that fired me. Those fucking assholes. Yeah, even lowest rung jobs aren't getting back to me. Well, no, I can't do that now, which is hence why all I can do is apply to certain jobs online. That's what I did. I used Indeed last week. I applied to a bunch of jobs. Only one got back to me saying, we're not interested. They didn't even get back to me. I was telling people I prefer to go. I'm still old fashioned, like to walk in person and say, hi, you hiring? Yeah, here's an application. Or if need be, go to the company's website. I don't like applying through third parties like Indeed or ZipRecruiter or Jobs or whatever. It's something about it I don't trust. Even though I don't like people, I still like going in person. Are you really hiring? No, we just have the sign up. Yeah, we're desperate. You get a feel for whether they need someone or not. You get a feel for who you're going to be working for. I still like going in person just to see what am I walking into here. But if not, I like with the medical courier job just now. I applied directly. I found it on Indeed or ZipRecruiter, but I applied through the direct website. I don't like third party nonsense. Like bus driver, meh. Delivery driver. Where's this? Delivery driver. Auto parts delivery driver. This one looks interesting. Hail to the bus driver, bus driver, bus driver. Hail to the bus driver, man. He drinks and he cusses, he stinks up the buses. Hail to the bus driver, man. I was from The Simpsons, where the principal had to drive the bus. Raponic Enterprises, a family-run business, 40 years experience across New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Auto parts delivery jobber, responsible for auto parts. I don't want to do like the warehouse work. I just want to drive. Deliveries are made safe and on time. Verify orders. Blah, blah, blah. This could be interesting. He stinks and he cusses the buses. I just like to call or stop it in person. Yeah. I'm back now. Yes, that's very clever of you, Dev Pike. Yeah, it's not used, you get lost. I think a lot of them, they're not even like sending it through properly, or even if they are, the employers put the job out there, they post it there, but they don't respond to Indeed or ZipRecruiter or whatever. Well, no, male gigolo in Waynesboro, that wouldn't be a job. I would do that for free. Well, I guess I have a roof over my head, but he's moving to Australia, so that wouldn't last too long. No, I applied to a lot of shit last week. Bank teller, warehouses, waiter in an old folks home, all kinds of shit. I'm trying to narrow it down because if I'm going to apply, and applying online takes time, I'm filling out the same fucking thing over and over. I want it to be something worth it, not, apply to the candle store, the candle maker's shop, for like, a few hours a week, and we might not even get back to. I'm not going to waste time with that right now. I want to apply things that, might pay or might, guarantee hours. So it doesn't have to be driver job, but I notice if I type in, let's say my town and I say jobs, I get everything. I get nurse. I'm not a nurse. Business analyst. It's not me. Concrete cement truck driver, but you need the special endorsement. You find everything that's available. Everything from I'm not a nurse. I'm not, certified to drive a cement truck. I'm not a business analyst with, 20 years experience. So if I just type in jobs in general, I get all kinds of shit. So I'm trying to narrow it down. Do you understand? And before you say, well, become a nurse, that'll take like 2 or 3 years of schooling, and I'm not a nurse. Or like teacher job. I'm not a fucking teacher. Hey, I'm going to ask you a question. I asked Cassandra and I asked Endymion. I'll ask you, and if what's his name, if Dubs is still around, from what you see, from what you know about me, give me a minute. What I'm asking you is, what do I strike you as? Do I strike you as a school teacher? Do I strike you as a construction worker? Do I strike you as a banker? Do I strike you as a lawyer or a barrister, as you say? Do I strike you as a gas pumper or patrol pumper, whatever you call it? Do I strike you as a warehouse worker? Do I strike you as, I don't know, what else? A nurse? Do I strike you as a doctor? Do I strike you as an accountant? Do I strike you as a shit shoveler? Do I strike you as a plumber, a butcher, a baker, candlestick maker? What do I seem like to you? Honestly, if you never met me before and you want to stereotype, what's my line? What seems like would be my profession? Chris Dubb says chef. Interesting. I'll tell you what the other two said, but first I want to hear what Dev Pike has to. Just stereotype. I seem like a chef to you. Interesting. He stinks and he cusses. No, he smokes and he cusses. He stinks up the buses. Hail to the bus driver, best driver, man. He steps on the clutch and the toilet goes flush. Shut up! Yeah. What is this? XTY at your services. What is this? Okay, so I strike you as some cleric, and I strike Dubs as a chef. Interesting. Cassandra said either a teacher or a vacuum repairman. And I think Endymion said truck driver. It's interesting how you never know just how you look through other people's eyes. I don't think, that sounds more like dumb or DBF. For all the problems I list, not having a wife or girlfriend isn't top priority. I mean, yeah, I bitch about people. I might bitch about women, society in general. But do you see me crying every night? Oh, where's my girlfriend? Donna said she'd date me third. Not having a wife, I need a livelihood here, man. I'm treated like shit. I don't think you've been paying attention, Dev. Well, if I were British, I'm sure I'd be like, a huge star, but I'm not. American pop standards are much, much more strict. In England, anyone can be a pop star. Here, this is the big time. So, what is this? Delivery driver. I'm looking at this delivery driver. I wish I had a phone number I can call or some shit. Let's try another one. Experienced 26-foot box truck drivers. Oh, Department of Transportation. I don't think I have that. I can apply. Logistics company, not too far from my house. I could probably. Customer centric service provider, 4 locations, hire professional driver, pay them a salary, blah, blah, blah. This is weird, though. Instead of giving me like either a salary or an hourly rate, pay $2 to $2.30 per day. Okay. There's a website. Ooh, night shift overnight. I like that. This website is terrible. It's like a homemade website, and like things are being like the phone number is being cut off. There's no way to. Oh my god, this is terrible. It's like a homemade bullshit website. Okay, employment corner. Ugh. Well, the camera adds 20 pounds or so. Do I look fatter? Have I gained a lot of weight? What, over the past few months? You're saying I look fat? You're saying I'm a fat fuck. Go ahead. Just say it. Or when you saw me standing next to James, Dumb was so much thinner that it became obvious how fat I was. Is that what you're saying? That reminds me when like I said Jim Morrison before. I could have sworn, hey, Jim, you're getting kind of fat. What's wrong with being a larger mammal? Just more of me to love. More of me to love. If I'm an ugly fuck no matter what, why should I care about my weight? Oh, he did. I was amazed how he really got scared. He was in pretty good shape. No, I gave him credit. And you can see my pregnant belly and him looking pretty fit. Yeah. Thank you, Dubs. I'm not fat. I'm Rubenesque. They treat me like shit regardless. Doesn't matter. Even when I was skinny, they treat me like shit. I've noticed very little difference. Thank God I still got hair. Could you imagine if I didn't have hair? Maybe the hair compensates for my fat, and Dumb's fitness compensates for his baldness. Yes, yes. Yeah, I'm seeing jobs for the Amazon logistics company that fired me and the auto parts place. It's like a fucking joke. Chew them up, spit them out. Pieces of shit. Oh my God. Yeah. Another reason I get back to work so I can get back in shape a little bit. Don't forget our beautiful accent. Donda loves the American accent. So yeah, Dumb's physique, my hair, and a gorgeous American accent. Oh man, she should be wet all day. No easy task for a woman her age, but yeah, she'd be wet all day. I'm talking job with everyone. You and Dev Pike. We're doing a job thing here. Okay, next is indeed. It's time with you. Like again, if I just type in general, we get. Let's see. Accounts payable clerk, administrative assistant, mobile phlebotomist, waiter at Ruby Tuesday, which is a restaurant, senior corporate paralegal, medical receptionist. It's a joint roller. This is weird. Joint roller. I've never heard of this. It's like a dispensary. The job literally says joint roller. When I click on it, let's see what it says. Must have prior joint rolling experience. Sitting, squatting, standing, kneeling, bending, walking through the workday. How could I have experience rolling joints when this wasn't a legal job up until a couple years ago? $18 an hour. I've never heard of this job, a joint roller. The job is for a joint roller. That's what it says. Hand rolling joints with no machine assistance. Okay. So, Foot Locker. It's a shoe store. IT manager, school bus driver, a resident service aide at a nursing home, direct support professional, behavioral health. That says medical driver. Hold on. Thursday, Friday. I like this because the other medical courier job for the other company was there were like 10-hour shifts, but Saturday, Sunday. This is only a lot of these jobs only want you a couple days a week. This is like Thursday. Let me take a photo of this. Maybe I'll call them or stop in tomorrow. Okay. Yeah. No, retirement jobs. It's a website called Retire. There's like part-time jobs for old people who want to work a couple days a week. Where was I? Yeah, I like Dev Pike. He can be abrasive. I'll criticize him. But no, like I said, I like to just connect the dots. Most people can't. I've been punished for connecting the dots all my life. Most people really know how to connect the dots. It's amazing. It is all so tiresome. No, that's what Dumb said. Dumb said you're a piece of shit. I said, well, you're more like, just dirt or mud. He said shit. He found me a job. Maybe, but you don't seem to want to do that, so you can just talk to me on Discord. I don't care. Yeah, I'd be like Al Bundy. Oh my God, a fat woman came in. She insisted she was a size 4. I'm like, ma'am. Well, go ahead. Give me some. I'm going back to my. I don't know if you're Married with Children, Al Bundy, Great American TV show. I sew women's shoes. This fat balloon woman came in today. I had to get a crowbar to get her foot in because she insisted she was a size 4. That's what that reminds me of. Medical claims biller. Sometimes it's not even if you can do the job itself. It's what kind of social environment. If I'm working a fucking secretary job with a bunch of women, it ain't gonna go too well. I think Dubs wanted to know how I discovered Todd. Well, there was a guy up in Maine who allegedly lived in the woods for 30 years, from the 1980s to 2010s. He lived in the woods. I think the story is a little more complex than they tell us. I think his family knew and they basically helped him. He spent most of his time in the woods, and locals knew of him. He'd occasionally raid camps and people's houses and steal food, but they could never quite catch him. He was very stealthful. Finally, by the 2010s, technology had advanced where little tiny digital cameras so they caught him on camera and they arrested him, and he ended up in jail, and they let him out of jail, and he just basically, he was basically a total incel, loser, bald, probably mentally screwed up, possible spurg. I think the family, because the mother and brother never bothered to look for him. I think he would come home in bitter winters, but basically he just lived on his own in the middle of the woods and would occasionally raid camps for 30 years. And there was a mini documentary about it. A little later, most of the people in the video, these locals in Maine, were very anti this guy. What a loser! What an asshole! Todd, or what is he? I think it was Grotesque Supreme at the time. He did a response video. He did a video where he watched this mini documentary, 10, 15-minute documentary, and he responded to it. And he was a great, he was a great counterpoint. With some fat woman. Why was he stealing food? Why didn't he just go fishing or hunting if he's in the woods? And he paused the video and he starts laughing you stupid bitch. You'd be dead if you tried to live in the woods, you stupid fucking cunt. And he was really all the other guys were man, he's a criminal thief. He's a trespasser. This is bad. And Todd would say, the guy's a fucking loser. You people treat him like shit. So what do you expect? He stole a can of beans from you. So I thought, wow, I really like this. It's like a breath of fresh air. You see the original documentary and how it's typical normie bullshit, and you got this guy Grotesque Subhuman doing great commentary. So it just came up by accident. So I assumed that he must have been some YouTuber whose niche was doing response videos, adding a comical slant on response videos. So I clicked on his channel, and it turns out that's not what he was. And I saw his video about, it's okay, you can get neat bucks. And I heard his story, and I watched some of his wood videos and walking in the forest. And I said, wow, this guy's fucking brilliant. That's how I discovered him, by accident. He had done a response video to a mini documentary on the guy who lived in Maine in the woods for 30 years. Yes, I thought this guy's based. This guy's great. That's how I discovered him. It was like 4 or 5 years ago. By the way, what do you think, Todd? You think he was lurking? What do you think he feels about me meeting up with Dumb? Happy, sad, indifferent? I mean, what do you think Todd's take on me and my brother meeting Dumb was? I'd love to know, but Yeah. Process technician, Mac Incorporated. Earn house high. Some of these are just bullshit. High paying surveys. Ooh, earn up to $25 just giving your feedback on products you use daily. HR business partner, speech language pathologist, HVAC technician, contract analyst. Marketing intern. I think I'm too old to be an intern. Like kids today, it says familiar with online applications like Canva, Figma, WordPress, Google AdWords, Sense. It's like these kids today who have had the fucking, internet since the cradle, are light years ahead of me. I'm still using Microsoft Word 1997, so you got to bear with me here. And I had to take a high school class to learn how to use that. No one knew how to use those. It's like, yeah. Pre-K kindergarten teacher. Little horns, it ain't going to happen. Occupational therapist. Electrician. School accountant. IT professional. Lifeguard. Loan officer, dental billing manager. That's more of a woman's job. It's like a secretary. That's secretary without saying secretary. Boiler mechanic, registered behavioral technician. Let's see here. X-ray, PT X-ray group, plumbing manager, lifeguard. We're in June. Been a very chilly June, but yeah. Floating nuclear pharmacist, whatever the fuck that is. A floating nuclear pharmacist. Mechanical engineer, home health aide. Seasonal adventure aquatic specialist. What's this? Oh, a camp with fucking kids. Can you imagine? Where was I? No, we haven't heard from him. I'm curious what your thoughts are. Is he not watching, or he just doesn't care, or he's done with all of us, or he's secretly like, interesting. We don't know. Jealous of me for meeting Dumb, or jealous of Dumb for giving me attention instead of him? What kind of jealousy, Dev? Yeah, so I'll be the new Pamela Anderson. I've got the titties for it. I'll be ready. I'll be ready. Never you fear. Never you fear. I'll be ready forever and always. I'm always here. Yeah. Yes, occupational Hasselhoff. Yep. social studies teacher at a middle school. It's a charter school. Maybe I don't need a teacher degree from the state because it's a private. Excuse me. What are the job require? I don't want to really teach, but I'm curious. Like, they say some of these like private schools don't require, a teaching certificate. You just need to have a diploma or a degree. Yes. I am bewildered. Wait. Well, remember, I'm not looking at you. I got other tabs open. So you see me. I'm reading like, where am I clicking here? Developing lessons in social studies. I think I could teach history. That's not too difficult. Chemistry, calculus, that would be difficult. History, I think I can handle American history. Let's see. Central Jersey College Prep Charter School. Tuition-free public charter school. What the hell is... I've never heard of this place. It's maybe like 20 miles from here. Kindergarten through 12th grade. Opened in 2006. I was an adult by then. Serving a population of 1,300 students. Bunch of awards, blah, blah. What are the, here we go. Oh, valid New Jersey teacher certification. I don't have that. I don't want to go back in school, watch kids, teenagers with their girlfriends going to the prom, thinking how I missed out on all that shit in life. I don't know if you guys have proms in England or Australia, but the major American high school rite of passage dance. It's not even about the prom. It's about just symbolic of what I've missed. Okay. I had a beer again. Jeez, I must be bewildered. Jeez, I'm downing the beer quicker. Jeez. All right, give me a minute. Maybe I'll take a call or not. I can get a beer. wish I had neat bucks. I don't have to worry about where I'm going to live, how I'm going to afford things. If I had neat bucks, I could work some shit job a few days a week. If it didn't work out, who cares? Go to the next one, and I can stream on a more regular basis. I do have to worry about my weight though. Man, I guess everyone's saying I'm getting fat. I mean, was I ever skinny? Or you're saying compared to what I was, I've gained noticeable weight. Should also get a belly button ring. What do you think? Belly button ring, 2 nipple piercings, big chain. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Service technician, mechanical engineer. Where was I? Field geologist. Family nurse practitioner, athletic trainer for a short-term leave temporary position, licensed social worker, school counselor, music teacher. I can't do any of this shit. I am the unskilled. Yeah, it's amazing seeing the auto parts place I got fired from. They're looking for yeah. We're more than just an auto parts distributor. We're a team dedicated to a team. We're a fucking team. A team. I wasn't part of the team. The fucking tall fag, Paul was his name. Tall faggot, bipolar, son of a cop, never punished retard who they were either afraid of or they wanted to get down and suck his dick because he was so tall. Yeah, we're a team. Anyway, we're a team dedicated to making a difference to our customers through our commitment to excellence in service. Our customers, a bunch of fucking, garages, auto shops, a lot of derelict, junkie workers. Okay. We're expanding our team with a role for reliable delivery driver. Our delivery drivers are the face of our company on the road, ensuring timely and accurate deliveries to our customers. Ideal candidates are safety conscious, customer oriented, and possess a clean driving record. Responsibilities: making scheduled deliveries and pickups in company provided vehicles, efficiently loading and unloading parts, ensuring order accuracy, mastering delivery routes and customer preferences for a personalized touch, thanking the customer and picking up returns, enhancing. There was 1 month I got the most return. I had the best track record for returns because they would post these monthly reports. Part-time and flexible schedules, competitive hourly wage. Yeah, it's like Christ, a bunch of fucking bullshit. We're a team. A team. Yeah. Okay. What is this shit? Hold on. Some coffee company. Oh, what is this? Coffee is delivery. What is this? Oh, give me a minute. Coffee. So give me coffee and TV. One of my favorite songs. They're one of yours, Dev. A British band called what the hell were they called? Blur. So when I was a teenager, I was like 17. So give me coffee and TV easily. Seen so much, I'm going blind and I'm brain dead virtually. Sociability is hard enough for me. Take me away from this big bad world and agree to marry me. We can start over again. So I always loved that, even as a teenager. Sociability is hard enough for me. Take me away from this big bad world and agree to marry me. We can start over again. They were popular when I was a teenager. Like, woohoo, when I feel heavy metal, woohoo, and all the so many people, Park Life, and what was the other one? There were a few others. They had a few hits when I was at She's So High when I was growing up. But I always loved Coffee and TV. I thought it was a beautiful song. When I was like 17, 18 years old. That was a beautiful song. Sociability is hard enough for me. Take me away from this big bad world and agree to marry me. We can start over again. Surprise, that should be like the incel anthem. Christ. We can start over again. If Cassandra is still listening, she better add that one to the list. It's one of my favorite. I haven't thought of that song in years. That's a beautiful song. She should add that one. Blur. So give me coffee and TV easily. I've seen so much, I'm going blind. And I'm brain dead virtually. Sociability is hard enough for me. Take me away from this big bad world and agree to marry me. We can start over again. Damn good song. Do you feel like a chain store? How's it go? Practically floored. One of many zeros kicked around board. Song 2 is the one that was their biggest hit. I'm on there. I got my head shaved when I got my head. Woo-hoo. It was an okay song, but no, I always loved Coffee and TV. I thought that song was beautiful. I liked She's So High. I want to crawl all over her. But I really loved, I love Coffee and TV. So give me coffee and TV easily. I've seen so much, I'm going blind and I'm brain dead virtually. Sociability is hard enough for me. Take me away from this big bad world and agree to marry me. We can start over again. Damn, that was a great song. Wow. They don't make songs like that anymore, do they? We can start over again. Early music video, a little milk carton walking around, and he finds a girl milk carton, but she gets crushed. Where's that bitch Cassandra when I actually need her for something? This is actually a damn good song. I've sung songs I've forgotten about. This is a song that belongs on the list. That's a great song. The music video was great. Very great song when I was like 17, 18 years old. Coffee and TV by Blur. Damn good song. I forgot about that one. Damn straight, Dubs. Damn straight. And man, I don't want to take calls tonight. But for 4.5 hours, this is more of a relaxed stream where I don't really think about the stream too much. Stream is background stream. I mean, if I feel like it, nothing personal, maybe I'll take it. I'm enjoying browsing for jobs with background people and drinking beer. We should all get together, man. I'm in America. He's in England. You're in Australia. Let's get together in Jamaica, man, or Brazil, man. You know, come to Jamaica. Well, actually, it's funny. I hung out with Dumb, but Dub said, Dubs, you say it'd be cool to hang out with. I hung out with Dub, and Dev Pike said, I'm getting confused. Dubs, you say I'd be cool to hang out with. I hung out with Dumb, Dev, Dubs, Dumb, Dev, all the D names. I never thought of that before. But Dev said that Dumb seemed kind of uncomfortable. You might be right, because remember, I'm living it in the moment. You guys get to be the third-party watcher. Yeah, you think Dumb seemed actually kind of uncomfortable with the whole thing. Like, he didn't really like me, or he really didn't care for me. He was just trying to put on a good face and be a good host. You might be right. It was hard to tell in the moment. He seemed very indecisive. My criticism, he seemed indecisive, like I had to take the lead. And I'm in his home territory. That was my criticism, but yeah, I'm still glad I did it. I wasn't taking the lead to be domineering. It was like, all right, instead of saying, all right, let's go to this place here. It's got great food, or we can try this place. He was like, oh, I don't know. Let me check my GPS. I'm like, dude, this is your home turf, man. You know, if I came to England or Australia, I'd expect you guys to know the area. Yeah. So give me coffee and TV easily. Seen so much, I'm going blind and I'm brain dead virtually. Sociability is hard enough for me. Take me away from this big bad world and agree to marry me so we can start over again. All right, what else we got here? I came across a moving company. I don't know if I want to do that long term, but maybe get in shape. But they showed a picture of the guys. They're I'd say late 20s, early 30s. I might be too old, but I don't know. Maybe I can, it's close to home, so maybe I can. And this is their website directly. Let's try this. I'll apply for this job, and I'll see if I want to take calls. Just having people. Like, I understand why the elderly get scammed. Just having someone call is not. Just having someone say, "Sorry, we're not interested." At least get back to me. At least say hello. All right, my mobile phone number. But that's an example of the Britishism statement. It used to be cell phone. Now it's mobile phone. Wow. The internet went British in that direction. Cell is short for cellular. Let's have my address. I have a license. I'm 21 or older, I think. Do I know anyone employed here? No. Oh, there's like a moving company franchise. Okay. So they got locations all over, but this one is the closest one to my house. Yeah, they want guys who are in shape but not too good looking. No, these were ugly fucks. Well, I'm not really an expert. Some were balding, but you got to be like, they all look late 20s, early 30s. Like, obviously they're not going to hire women. They're not going to hire a guy in a wheelchair. They're not going to hire an old man. You got to be like age appropriate. You got to be able to lift and lug. I might be too fat, but maybe. Was this somebody reading some bullshit about veterans? Vietnam era veterans Readjustment Assistance Act of 1974, as amended in 2002 for the job. What is this shit? I am not a protected veteran. Christ. There's some Vietnam War era shit that's still like a thing today. Let's see here. Oh, this happened last time. You guys weren't here. They asked me, "Are you disabled?" This other job I applied to. Are you disabled? And it said we need 7%. Basically, it said we need. Let's check this out. We need 7% retards. And I thought to myself, well, if they're only at 4 or 5%, they might hire me because I'm disabled. But if they're at 8 or 9%, they don't want any more retards. They'll just go. So it's like that fine line. We need more retards. We only have 3% tards. Hire this guy. We've already got 9, 10% retards. We don't need any more. Disability is anything from like physical, which I mean, being ugly is a physical, but it also mentioned neurodivergence, alcoholism. So should I say I'm disabled? If they need to fill a quota, they might hire me. If not, they'll say he's a retard. Don't hire him. So it's like a double-edged sword. But it gives you, yes, I have a disability, or I had one in the past. Okay. Today's date. Okay. Let's see if this comes back to bite me in the ass. I said yes. The other job listed, I put it up. You can go back and look. What is a disability? It had listed all kinds of shit. Fibromyalgia, mesothelioma, all this crap. It said neurodivergence, alcoholism. So I said, you know what? Neurodivergence. I'm neurodi. Well, weren't you talking to Zenesis about him? Why do you need my advice? Zenesis is your hero. Go talk to your buddy Zenesis. I can't help you. I'm looking for a job. Okay. Let me take a picture. It's got the phone number here. I can look back on my phone later. I could bookmark, but it'd be easier if I scroll on my phone. Oh, here we go. Hi. Thank you. Hi, Normand. Thank you for applying for driver at the trucking company. We'll reach out So at least this confirms they got, it went through. You know what I mean? That was a fairly painless application. They didn't even ask for a resume. That's a good sign. Like some of these jobs, list your past 3 years work experience. Like, what the fuck? Or upload a resume. This place didn't ask for any of that. This is the most painless. I usually, the shorter the application, the more willing they are to hire you. I mean, it's probably a shit job, but yeah. Yes, Normand with a D, apparently. Normand Maynard. What was my name again? Ask Donda. It was like Normand Maynard. I forget. All right, I'll let you on if Dubs comes on with you for a few minutes. I want to talk to two, then Dubs can leave. If Dubs comes on, I'll let you both on. Now, I've applied to at least 3 or 4 jobs. I like that medical courier job. That's W-2 in their car. I like the other job I did. One of them was kind of shit. This moving company job, well, if it's close, the one thing it's fairly close to home, so I can get back in shape and do it for the summer. I had to move my parents in that place last year, so I think I can still lift and lug furniture. I can drive a box truck. I know I can do these things. I'll tell them. Now I don't listen to coffee and TV, but I might get a copyright strike. Damn. Well, let's do anything. I just won't share. Uh oh. Well, you better plead with him, Dev. Give me a minute. I'm singing. I'm gonna get a copyright strike. Can you hear this? This is a great song when I was growing up. Chain store, practically floored. One of many zeros kicked around board. There's a empty. Where are the lyrics? Holding out your heart to people who never really good care how you are. It's for me. I don't want a copyright strike. So give me coffee and TV easily. I've seen so much, I'm going blind and I'm brain dead virtually. Sociability is hard enough for me. Take me away from this big bad world and agree to marry me. Love this song. So we can start over again. Do, do, do. Do you go to the country? It isn't very far. There's people there who will hurt you because of who you are. All right, I'll stop it now. Yeah, you got that. That's a good song. Good song. I don't know how it came in my head, but it did. All right. Somehow, coffee job. All right. Now, because I'll get a copyright strike. Fuck it. Let me get a copyright strike. Who cares? I'll do that later. You already know the song. All right. What were we doing? I was going to take a call in or something. I forget. Hold on. I haven't heard Blur in years. I forgot how much I love this song. Christ. All right, I'll do this and I'll see if I want to apply for more jobs or. There we go. All right. I will look for more jobs. While we listen to the song, I'll look for more jobs. Sounds like shit, though. Oh, max volume. Dog Topi. I don't know. Dog walker. Holding out your heart to people who never really care how you are. So give me coffee and TV. Please hurry. I see it so much, I'm going blind and I'm brain dead. It's hard enough. I can't focus on music playing. I love the song. Take me away from this big bad world and agree to marry me so we can start over again. The country. Assistant man at bakery man. I don't work in a bakery in a grocery store. Cake decorator. till the words start slurring and you can't find the door. So give me coffee and TV. See so much I'm going blind and I'm bringing virtually. So infinity is hard enough for me. Take me away from this big bad world and please marry me. So we can start over. Receptionist, Chinese acupuncture center. Okay, receptionist at a Chinese acupuncture. Okay, that'll go over well. Maybe a secretary in a Chinese place. Oh yeah, so some of these jobs are, yeah. I wonder if that's a whorehouse. Like, they do regular acupuncture, but they also do like the horse shit. But I might go there as a client, but yeah, customer. But anyway, just listen, just give me coffee and TV. Love this song. Take me away from this big bad world. Agree to marry me so we can start over again. We can start over again. Oh, Dev, you can start over again. We can start over again. The hell is B2? We can start over again. What is this? B2? ABA therapy. That was interesting. Okay, what is this? I don't think I'm going to do this. It says behavioral therapy. And it says you must be 18, have reliable transportation, pass a criminal. I thought this was like a medical thing. I'll take a picture. Yeah, maybe I'll call them tomorrow. I don't know what the hell this is. 22 to 30 an hour. It's like, we can start over again. I was working with children. What the hell is this ABA? It does say immediate opening, start as soon as possible. Well, I'll apply for this, I guess. Hold on. They sent, hold on, a code to my fucking email. Give me a sec. We can start over again. One time passcode. Let's see what this passcode is. I can tell you it's 356402. Hold on. Copy, paste. Bullshit. Okay, cool. All right, where was I? All right. I still got a beer back there. Okay. Can't believe it went on for 5 hours, but it's been more like a background stream. So it's a little different when you're doing a background stream. Like customer service. It's like I say, they don't want you. It's a secretary job. They don't want a middle-aged white, man. They want some young spick or nigress or something. Receptionist, customer service, youth support specialist, food runner, as in like a waiter or a cook. Oh, pharmacy. Warehouse associate. Here we go. Where? Give me a minute, Danny. I could apply to this warehouse job. Let me try to go to the main site. I guess I can let you on while I might be looking at it. I'll put you on. What's up?
Who are we? Are we on now? Right. Listen.
Did you like me singing Blur? I was singing Coffee and TV by Blur. I don't know if you're old enough to remember that song, but I was a teenager. I was almost done with high school. I was like 18 when that came out.
This is a fucking song.
Yeah, some Blur songs were more British than others. Like Park Life was so fucking British. It was like, Coffee and TV was more American friendly to our ears. But yes, okay. This sounds like one of the British Blur songs.
Tracy Jazz. This is a song. This is music. Listen to the lyrics.
Sing with them.
Precisely. The lyrics are great.
Well, like I said, I love when Blur sings in English. I hate when they sing in British. They're singing in British here. I don't understand British. Coffee and TV is in English, so I like it. This is too British for me, but okay. I'm sure it's a great song if I knew how to speak.
You don't like
English.
the melody? Okay.
Well,
Rubbish.
it's singy song. It's okay,
It's
but I
rubbish.
can't
It's
understand.
rubbish.
I
I'm
can't
not
understand.
buying it.
I can understand Coffee and TV. I can't understand what they're saying there. Okay, it's a little too British for me. Like Park Life. Oh, the sparrows can't get enough. It's like I like Blur, but Park Life and that song are too Brit. They were a little too British. But the few songs they had that were American friendly, like Coffee and TV, was beautiful. Every word was crystal clear. It was in English, not British. I prefer English over British. No offense.
Yeah, but the problem is that Park Life was sung by an actor that wasn't Damon Albarn, the singer of Blur.
Maybe
So
maybe that explains it then. Yeah, I always had a hard time understanding Park Life. What the hell are they saying? I like it, but I never understood. Like all the people, they all go hand in hand today. Park Life. I'm like, what are they saying? But Coffee and TV, every word is crystal clear. I love that song.
Okay. Yeah, but Blur is I mean, I could go on a whole rant about the music scene now. It's pathetic. It's a joke. Anyway, I've got some advice for you for the jobs.
Okay.
Indeed is retarded. There's some problem with the search. It's really bad. It's a bit like Amazon, where the search is actually retarded. It brings up terrible search results. You've got to be very specific in your search keyword searches.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very specific.
I'm still multitasking. I took a picture of this warehouse job. I don't want to apply through Indeed. I want to try to find them in person. But okay, go ahead. Keep talking.
No. You forgot what I said about searching on Indeed and finding them in person. You search for Indeed, then you look at them. All you need is the name of the company. You don't need anything else.
Right.
And then you go by yourself, which is what I do, because, like you said, they get lost. The Indeed thing.
They do, yes. And yes. Right.
Anyway, Indeed search is retarded, so it omits jobs if you don't put certain search terms. The search terms I use is search on, where it says job title, search part-time, and it comes up with all the part-time jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then hit search, and you'll come up with part-time jobs in your area. You have to be also, you almost have to go through every single search term of a job type. Like you have to search specifically for, you can't leave it blank, like driver, delivery. Yeah.
You're saying you got to be more specific than driver or delivery, or what are you saying?
No, you've got to go. No, these are separate searches. You search for driver, then you search for delivery, and you'll come up with different results.
No, that's true.
Pure retardation.
Right.
The search is pure retardation on a biblical scale. It will omit things that are completely related, but somehow, bizarrely, driver and another search term that's very closely associated with driving will give you starkly different results. And there'll be like a glaring omission where it's a driving job, but it's not coming up if you click on driver. But then if you click on, if you search for a really associated term like delivery, then it'll come up with the result. It's pure retardation. Also, it's really specific on the area. So if you type in, for example, my area, Southampton, but then a town that's about 1 mile away, like Fareham, will give you a totally different set of results again.
No, I agree.
You've got to do all these tricks because otherwise you'll miss out on loads of results where you're thinking, hang on a minute, I've searched in this 15 miles around Fareham, but which encapsulates Southampton. But then if you click on Southampton with a 15-mile radius, totally different set of results. And it's like, wait there. Fareham is next to Southampton. 15 miles radius is literally covering the same fucking ground.
Right.
And in the same area, like, which uncovers the perimeter of both of these areas, 15 miles. One will show them, one search will show them, and the other search won't.
Right. So
they're covering the same area. The search is beyond retarded.
But I gotta sing another song now. Standing in the dock at Southampton, trying to get to Holland or France. The man in the Mac said, you gotta go back. You know, they didn't even give us a chance. Christ, you know it ain't easy. You know how hard it can be. Way things are going, they're gonna crucify me. I just sing that. Never mind. Continue. What were you saying?
Yeah. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to tell you all these.
Right. So even if two towns are next to each other, you got to like search the town separately. You won't get, even though they're in the same radius, you won't get the same jobs. Yes, I understand. Yes.
So you've got to. This possibly may be part of the reason why I've got 400 tabs, because I've got these searches saved. One search says accounts. One search says finance. One in Southampton. One
Right.
search says bookkeeper. These are all very interrelated, but somehow these give me totally different results in the same area.
Right. In the same general. Yeah. And I understand. Yeah. I hear what you're saying. Yes.
I'm searching all the time for Southampton 15-mile radius accounts, Southampton 15-mile radius finance. Somehow, bizarrely, different results, and I'm like, what the fuck? These are the same. It's the same thing. There's no. Yeah, you're gonna have to do that. I mean, I would do driver. All you got to do is figure out what are the key words in this job: driver, delivery, warehouse, stores. Right.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Different searches for the one search. There's one search. Yeah, 4 different searches, same area. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then try different areas with these same search terms.
Okay, so you gotta do multiple, covering the same ground, but slightly different alterations. What you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, it seems retarded, but that's actually the reality of what you've. I mean, this is basically capitalism. It's asked about face. Everything seems to be asked about face about a society. There's no, there seems to be no logic behind it. But women are happy because they're
Are you pouring? Are you pouring a drink? You're making me thirsty. I hear something fizzy going on. What is that? What are you pouring?
lemonade.
Lemonade. Okay. You don't have to go to work today, or what? It's 9:30 in the morning in England, or what time is it?
Yeah, you forgot. It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday again.
Oh, today is what? What day is it today? I've lost track of the day. Today is Tuesday. Okay, so you're off today. Cool.
Yeah, but
Well,
I don't rock Max. I'm always looking for a fucking finance job.
And I don't blame you, but in the meantime, at least you have something in the meantime. I like to say I have something. I thought the Amazon job, the driver job, would last long enough so I can say I have something, look for something else. I didn't expect to get fired in 3 days. But did you have more stories with the barista, or what was going on with the coffee girl?
Yeah, this is what's happening now. The summer party's happening.
What's
the summer?
What are the summer parties? Specific to the pub or just summer parties in general? What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
The staff party scenario is coming
All right,
up.
the staff.
I need to wait to get out.
The work staff party. Okay. So
Yeah, I need to wait to get out of this. I'm not interested now. I'm really not interested.
well, you don't have to. I don't think anyone's going to care if you don't show up. They won't even know.
That's it. That's it. But I've got to get it. They're asking me for days when I'm free to go on WhatsApp. I've ignored the message for 2 days. Now, what do I do? What's my move? How do I get out of this?
Who's asking you? Who specifically is asking?
Yeah, that's the irony. The coffee girl cunts. The coffee cup cunts.
What is she like? First, is she asking you personally, or
no? That's yeah. It's the same thing again. It's not personally. It's just I got no private message about it. It's just.
But my question is: she like in charge of organizing the summer party? Like she's got to ask everybody, so she's sending everybody a message, or she's only asking you?
That's it. It's it's in the group chat.
Okay, so it's not. Hey, are you going to the summer party? I'd like to see you there.
Precisely. Yes.
She's going around saying to everybody, "Okay, I'm in charge. Who's going to the summer party?"
Yes. Yeah.
Why don't you just tell her? What? Tell her you want to sit this one out, or I don't know. Why don't you just tell her flat out? I think I'll skip this one.
That's antisocial as fuck. You know that gets you even more blacklisted. No, but the point is that that's a final nail in the coffin. Mm-hmm. We've got a DM open, and she didn't private message say, "I want to see you at the party." Teehee. It was nothing, and then in the public staff party, bro. This kind of thing, right?
Well, why don't you just ignore her and then?
So it's over. No, this is
right.
what I'm saying. It's confirmation that it's over. So
Right.
I'm really not interested now. I'm just not going to respond.
Yeah. Don't respond. If she asks you in real life, hey, how come you didn't respond? Just say, oh, I didn't see it. Why don't? Or if your worst case, give them a date and just not show up. I mean, it's like, who cares? Like, at this point, what are they? Has she asked you in real life? How can you respond to my text? Maybe no one's even noticed that you didn't respond. Like you're all worked up over it. No one's even noticed.
No. That's the point. I'm the invisible man. But the fact is that
if you know you're the invisible man, then why are you fretting over this? I don't understand.
Because I'm the invisible man.
Right.
That's the whole point. The no, but the final nail in the coffin was, like you said, there was no private message. It was her to ask everyone, right?
Right.
So that's confirmation again that it's over.
Okay, so why are you sweating a group invitation to a staff party? I mean,
because there was no private equivalent.
Okay.
That shows. Remember, women are covert, right? The communication style is the whole cake.
Right. Well, you can always play dumb. Say you didn't see it. Just play dumb. Say, oh yeah, I missed that text. I'm sorry, I was busy or whatever. Unless she asks you in real life, I don't think anyone's gonna even notice.
Yeah, but the problem is in real life, I'm going to be very, very short now. You don't understand. Once it's over, it is over, right? I will literally just blank the shit out of it.
Okay, then don't respond to anything she sends you, even if it's in a group chat. Just ignore it. Just like what.
Yeah, that's the point. But regarding your weight, I'm not attacking you for your weight.
No, it's okay. Listen, I don't feel attacked. You can be honest. Have I noticeably gained weight over the past few months? Be honest with me. I don't mind.
That's what I'm saying. Let's move on from this coffee girl. Like you said, it's a complete fucking. It's a non-starter. It's fucked. It's over. Let's go on to the weight thing. I'm just saying it as a.
Boy, you're gonna carry that weight. Carry that weight a long time. Okay, go ahead.
I'm just saying that your looks meaning is, if you know the black pill, you know that it's going to have a detrimental effect. I know you're not Chad Cruz anyway, and there's no halo.
True. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm not Chad Cruz. Plus, I'm getting older. People see me as an old man now. I'm in my 40s. Women don't find me attractive, but they see me more as a harmless old man than some creep. I'm still a creep, but not as creepy as when I was in my 20s. So, I mean, but okay, you're saying but it might affect me in a job.
Remember the stairs analogy. Stairs, as you keep on saying, there are stairs. There is an upper level of this shit where it's always how badly you're treated, and you're going towards
being treated worse. Being treated worse, right?
It's always the direction. Mm-hmm. Don't spurge out and say it's not about that. It's always how badly you're treated, and you're making it worse. That's the reality of it. I don't care what you say about her.
You're probably right. And there's a part of me, I don't want to be mistreated, but there's no part of me that says, fuck it. I don't want to perform for like a monkey for these normie pieces of shit. Well, if you weren't so fat, instead of being really nasty and spitting on you, they just give you a dirty look. You're fat, so they spit on you. But if you were just, thinner, they would just give you a dirty look. It's like, I don't have to perform. How much improvement is going to, okay, the difference between being spit on versus getting a dirty look. It's not going to go from being a circus freak to Chad. So it's almost like, fuck it. I'm not performing for these fucking assholes. They're pieces of shit. There's definitely some defiance, some rebel in there. Absolutely.
Yeah, but the problem is that this detrimentally affects your mental health quite a lot. If you receive this negative, right?
Right. It wouldn't be so bad. It wouldn't be so bad if I have to worry about job and livelihood. If I can get neat bucks, yeah. But okay, you're saying, yeah, all right.
No,
I'm already so fucked up from the way I've been treated. I don't know if I can come back from it. That's how it feels. Like, can I even come back from this?
No. I totally agree. If you get neat bucks, it really doesn't matter how fat you are. But you haven't got it, so It doesn't even mean that doesn't mean anything.
Fair enough.
You have to interact in the society, right?
Right.
If you're like Todd, yeah. In fact, I don't understand why Todd is thin, because he can be fat as fuck. He doesn't give a fuck. He should be gaining weight, not you, because he is beholden to no one, has to go nowhere at no time doing nothing. He
Right.
might as well be a fat. You are beholden. So it literally makes no. That's what I'm saying. If you know the black pill, I don't fully understand your angle, because you are killing your social validation points, or whatever however the fuck.
Because it's a lot of work being beholden, even if you're an ugly fuck, to be a little more attractive, to be a little less discriminated against. It gets to a point where, hey, I'm going to be discriminated against anyway. How much effort can I put in for nothing? I put in a lot of effort for like a little, like, cunt hair of improvement.
Cunt hair.
Yeah, a cunt hair of improvement. Yeah.
That's a good phrase. Can you put that on the chat? That's good. I like that.
Thank you. Cunt hair.
That is a new. That's a new attack on the normie. Anyway, what do you think about Horsehead's streaming? Do you think he saw you and got inspired, or what is it? What
Yes, I think. Well, I've said this before. I think both he and Doggo both got inspired by me. They said, you know what? If this ugly fuck can do it, so can we. And remember, I was the first. Todd and Dumb never brought people on. I mean, Todd would bring people on, but it was whoever wanted to call in. Dumb never did call-ins. I said, Starlings, come on, nothing to be afraid of, and I got them out of their shell. If you recall, when did Horse first show his face? Here. When did Doggo Food show his face? Here. I got them out of their shells, and maybe I'm like, I created a monster like Frankenstein, but yes, I'm the one who I do take responsibility. I encourage them. No big deal. Come on camera, and maybe I set a bad ball in motion, but yeah, that was me. Yes.
Yeah, but
hey, if they want to do it, it's fine. It's YouTube. It's for anybody. So if they really want to do it, more power to them. But I don't think either of them would have done this had it not been for me saying, guys, don't be scared. Come on, show your face. I think I got them out of their shells, the two of them, Horsehead and Doggo. Absolutely. And by proxy, that cunt Leisha Pisha, the three of them. That was, that I take credit for. But you asked the question. That's the answer.
my angle is all right.
Okay, anything else?
My angle is more that they're trying to it's an ego thing where they say, hang on a minute, I can do it better than this cunt.
Yeah, that's probably part of it. Absolutely. If this ugly fuck Spurg can do it, we can do it too. But they wouldn't.
But I don't think.
I don't think either of them would ever just dove in on their own. Had I not said, guys, come on, here's my link, show your face. Had I not given that nudge, I don't think either would be streaming. I think me providing a platform made, it's like if you ever gone to a swimming pool, it's really cold. You dip one toe in, you dip a leg in, you stay in the shallow end, you slowly go out. I think they wouldn't have just jumped right in the deep end. I think I gave them what's the word I'm looking for? I want to say courage. I gave them like the safety platform where they could get their toe wet. They could dip their toe in, get their chops wet, get their wings wet, whatever you want to call it, get used to it. So I gave them the springboard, so to speak. They wouldn't have done it otherwise. I think.
No, it's the I would say it's the blueprint. You gave them the framework, the call in.
Well, no. What about Todd? Because Todd used to do this, although he would just take randos. I took more specific coffee house people, but no, the StreamYard, that was Todd who would take call-ins.
Yeah, that's true, but you could say you copied Todd.
In a way, yes. But I was more, see, the difference between me and Todd had a huge, a lot of people watched Todd. He had thousands of viewers, and he would just take in randos. I have a small coffee house, so I said, listen, I'm never going to get people from all over. I just want you guys who are here on a regular basis, my starlings. So I was more focused on the regulars as opposed to people from all over, randoms every time. So yes, I took inspiration from Todd, but I encouraged the regular, the recurring starlings to appear, including Doggo and Horsehead. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, can you play my thing, please?
I guess. Let's see.
How is that not funny, bro? That's never not funny. That's it. That's never not funny. Sorry about that, but that is never not
honestly,
funny.
I couldn't understand most of it. Was that more British? I couldn't understand what was even being said there. Couldn't understand it, but okay.
What's the N for? Norm.
Did you put that on your website or your YouTube channel?
Yeah, it's on my YouTube channel. But what's the N for? Normie.
Okay.
And then what's the song from?
I couldn't tell. What song was that? I don't know.
Red Dwarf. The opening scene of Red Dwarf.
That's the Red Dwarf opening, but slow motion, I guess.
But I deepened the voice.
Right? Wasn't that song sung by women originally? That was like a deeper.
Yes. I want to ride shipwrecked and overflowed. Drinking mango juice. It's funny.
Okay.
Let me fly far away. It's an incel song. Let me fly far away from here. Fun, fun, fun in the sun, sun, sun. Again, the lyrics are everything.
But again, yeah, that might be true, but I couldn't even recognize that. Being slowed down like that, it was hard to even tell what I was listening to. But okay. All right. I'm glad it made sense to you. I'm not trying to knock it. Just I couldn't even tell what that was. I'm like, this is clearly some song slowed down, but I can't understand it. So it might be lost on people if they can't tell what it is.
Okay. But anyway, I just, on the Horsehead thing, I don't think he hasn't got the same. It doesn't work. He hasn't. I've seen some of his streams and he's just gormlessly staring. It's like DBF.
Well, why don't you share that next time he's streaming? Why don't you go on the stream? Because he invites people on. Go on the stream and share your song here.
See, he's growing on you. He's growing
Why
on
are
you.
you sharing his stream? I'm not trying to knock Horsehead. We all have different things to talk about, different things on the stream about. I did notice when it was interesting, him and Dumb came on. He and Dumb were on a few streams ago. And it was interesting at first watching the two go at it politically. But at some point, it was getting kind of boring. I was drunk that night. I was really drunk. But I was watching the two of them go on, and Dumb was very conservative. He was very liberal. And I remember thinking, even my brother was like, I'll be polite. Horse can talk about this stuff on his own channel, but it's like he's the suburbanite Chad with his wife and his kid and his nice, good job going on about what matters to him on a channel full of a bunch of losers. I mean, even Dumb is kind of a loser. It's like, why are you preaching? I like Horsehead. He can do it on his own channel.
I don't.
It was interesting at first. It was interesting at first. I believe I'm an American. I believe in freedom of speech. Let them talk. I enjoyed Horse versus Dumb for a while, but it's like, Horse, you can talk about this shit in your own channel. I mean, and my brother said, well, he's got the wife, the kid, he's happy. But maybe he's not happy. Even though he's a Chad with a good job and he went the right path, maybe there's a part. This is my brother speculating. You can ask my brother. Brother Click was like, I like Horsehead. This is brother. I like Horsehead, but maybe he's happy with his wife and his kid in his nice house. But there's a part of him that regrets it. He did it because he had to. There's a part of him that wishes he was just like single and not having to deal with all the bullshit. Maybe that's why he comes to these streams, because even though he's good looking enough to get a good job and a good wife and a kid and he's happy-ish, there's a part of him that thinks, oh God, why did I go this route? I did this because I was told to. Maybe he feels like society pressured him to do this. A lot of us bitch and moan we can't get wives and kids and good jobs. Maybe he could get it, but regrets it. I don't know. Just, in part. I'm not saying he doesn't love his wife and kids. I'm saying my brother thinks there might be some regret with the life he went down, and we're his escape. He sees losers like us and thinks, and not everyone has to deal with the wife and the kid and the mother-in-law or whatever. But, that's Brother Click's theory.
My problem is whose theory?
Brother Click. That's his theory on Horsehead.
Yeah, but my problem is with regarding the overwhelming. You've heard this before.
What? I'm listening. Hello.
Yeah, it's more about the left wing. It's the pirating of the left wing.
You're breaking up. I can hear you. What?
Left wing.
Okay, left wing. Come on, you're breaking up.
It's a lack of. It's again, a lack of IQ, a lack of awareness, a lack of reading the room. Like you said, you're surrounded by people that have been failed by the system, but you're parroting democratic. Okay,
What
this
we
doesn't
call,
work.
I don't know if you use this term in England. We have a term in America called a
Libtard.
no, well, kind of close. We call it a limousine liberal.
Limousine
Liberal in
liberal, I like that.
Right,
Yes,
but
yes.
they
Like
drive.
a champagne socialist.
Yes, like
Add that one to it.
I gotta take a piss and get a beer, pass water and get more refreshment. So I can leave you on talking to the audience, or I can put us on a timer. I'll be right back. What do you want to do? You want to talk to the audience? You talk to the audience.
There is no audience. They don't want to talk to me. How do I play this? Hello, non-existent audience. Can you talk to me? No. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Hello?
Okay. Are you taking questions from the non-existent audience? I've been on for like 5.5 hours. Well, most of the stream was
Anyway.
the stream was background. I was applying for jobs and shit. I'll probably have to get off soon because remember, you got to understand something. You might be wide awake. I've been on for 5.5 hours. I'm tired. I'm drunk. I've been drinking. I've been applying to jobs. It's nothing personal, but I really liked what we talked about last night about connecting the dots. I want to tie that into my stairs theory. I like that theory. And I agree with you. Like you were saying, what we call limousine liberal, same thing. The champagne socialist, same concept. And you're right. I'm not trying to make fun of everybody. I know you don't like horse. I like horse head, but it's the same concept that there was a disconnect of you're surrounded by a bunch of losers. This is a very bizarre political argument you want to have with us. I mean, know the audience, read the room. I agree with that. I kind of felt, which is why I wish, why don't you go on his channel and talk to him about this? I'd love to see the two of you chatting on his turf. But it's like, I agree with you. There was a sense of, it was interesting at first, let everyone speak their mind. But, I mean, does Horsehead not know who my starlings are? Does he not know who Dumb is? It was kind of like, what are we trying to argue here? But, okay.
No, again, but that it feeds back to my thing. It's his thing is punching down. Sorry, but
okay, so you think you're just punching down?
Sorry, but you can't be this. He's meant to be cognizant. He's meant to have this high position, be a high priest of the university or whatever the fuck position, the manager of being a retard or whatever it is, photography or whatever. He's meant to be at this. I'm a manager, bro. But then he can't read the room. No, I don't buy it. Sorry, you're trying to punch down. I know he can read the room. I know he's aware of this gap in, hang on a minute, these people are destitute and have been failed by the system, but I'm going to parrot these left with, okay.
Right, look at me. I'm a loser, can't hold a job. Dumb, in his 40s, is flying halfway across the world to meet a woman who's, 50 years old, marry her. I'm not knocking anybody, but exactly, you're looking at a loser audience. You see our starlings are fuck-ups. You got a lot of incels, a lot of retards, a lot of spurgs. You also got failed normies. And here we got the guy who actually did okay in life that a lot of these people, a lot of the starlings envy, look up to, basically acting like, I agree with you. I'm not trying to be mean to anybody, but I agree.
No. I am knocking him because of the aware. It's all in the awareness. If you are aware and still make the move, you're the asshole, Matt, bro. That's it. That's what I'm saying to him. If you're aware and then still make this move, you definitely are the asshole.
My biggest criticism wasn't actually the move he was making, because I welcome anyone, even if they're being assholes. I welcome anybody. My thought was, why don't you talk about this on your own stream? I think maybe in some ways him and even Doggo feel like they don't have enough of an audience. They've got people who don't watch me, but I feel like they haven't fully come out of their shells all the way. They feel like they still have to come here to get attention. And I don't mean that in a bad way. They're more than welcome to come on. But I kind of feel like if he tried doing this on his own stream, no one would be, no one would engage him. In order to have a political debate with Dumb, he had to come on OC's stream. I don't think Dumb would go on his stream and talk about politics, but you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of being used as a springboard in a way, but yeah.
It just links with attention. It's simultaneous. It's attention and then punching down.
But then they can argue that you're trying to get attention, you're trying to punch down on them. Couldn't they, in fairness, playing devil's advocate, couldn't they argue you're doing the same thing, only in reverse?
Yeah, you could argue it, but they've punched down first. It's a reaction. It's always, I never punch down. I never punch down. I see, hang on a minute.
Oh, hold on. You punched down on Xenesis. You said he was too good looking to be here. Now you're his best buddy. So, don't be a hypocrite.
No, wait there. I didn't punch down.
No, you did. When he first came on, you said, woke Chad. What's he doing here? He can get any girl he wants. Why is he here? Yeah. And then it's like, we're best friends. What does the heart in my coffee mean? No, that's true. You did. You punched down at him, and then you suddenly started simping for him. That did happen. We've got it on video, man. Don't deny that.
I agree. I was overtly aggressive, but the point is, I thought he was a troll. I thought he was
Okay, but let me ask you, what is the difference then? In fairness, what is the difference between punching down? Let me type this out, and you can answer the question. Punching down versus, what did you just say, overtly aggressive? How do we differentiate the two? When they do it, you say they're punching down. When you do it, well, I was just being overtly aggressive. How do we, in fairness, make a distinction between these two things?
No, the point is that it's, remember, he was a Chad coming into a loser stream. His presence is a punch down. Immediately, when he enters the room, it's like, hang on a minute, what's your purpose here?
Are we talking about Horsehead or Xenesis? Which one?
No, it's obviously Xenesis, right?
No, because you can argue they both did that. You can argue without even opening his mouth, in your opinion, Horsehead was punching down. So you basically, these Chads, as you call them, are punching down on us just being here. So it could either go to either or. Regardless of political discussions or this or that, you can argue both were punching down because they were too good looking to be here. So I no, it's not obvious who you're talking about. But okay, so you're saying
I don't put Horsehead in the same category as Xenesis.
Well, you did at first. That's what I'm getting at. You did at first.
No, I never said Horsehead was. I mean, Horsehead's not like a Giga Chad. He's just this guy who's just high tier normie that's got a job. That's not. Xenesis is, more in that direction. So I was very wary of. I gave Horsehead plenty of time, but he's hanging himself by his own rope.
Okay, you feel you were quick to judge Xenesis because he was too good looking. You feel you gave Horsehead enough time to prove himself, and he's only rooted to the fact that he's here to punch down. Okay, at least you clarified. Okay, because I couldn't tell the difference between punching down versus overtly aggressive versus their presence as a.
There's always got to be a move. There's always got to be a move first before I say, "Hang on a minute, I call bullshit." And the bullshit was Xenesis's presence of this guy's a Chad. It's very likely that he's going to be negative to. It's going to be a lampoon, right? Mm-hmm. I and that's the point. I amend my position, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I'm proved wrong, I completely backed off, apologized. Now I'm.
Okay, well, forget about Xenesis for a minute. Okay, all right, you were skeptical of Xenesis. You backed down. You're okay. When do you feel at what point do you feel Horsehead crossed that line between I'll give him a chance versus he's punching down? When and how did Horsehead in your book, Danny? When do you feel Horsehead crossed that line? Because Xenesis, according to you, crossed it just by being here, and he had to prove himself, and you gave him a chance. You're saying with Horse, it was the opposite. You let Horse prove himself, and he let you down. When and how did he cross your line? Tell me.
No, but that's the point. The many interactions I've had with him, and then also, the Dumb stream was the. I mean, I crossed this bridge many months ago with Horsehead. I mean, he just keeps on repeating. But
tell me, stop. Seriously, tell me the first time I'm curious. Crossing the bridge. You crossed the bridge with Xenesis when you first saw his face. Then you lightened up when you got to know him. When do you feel what was it was going on when you crossed the bridge with Horsehead? I want to know to describe the bridge crossing. That's what I'm asking you. Where you felt like this guy's a hack. Where do you feel that happened? What did you do that made you think this guy's a hack? You explained with Genesis. What about with Horsehead?
I can't even remember. It was ages ago.
Well, you don't have to get. I'm not asking for the time, the date, the actual point in time. I'm saying, what was it he said or did that made you feel that way? Like you can kind of remember what it was that made you say, okay, I gave this guy a chance. Now I think he's a hack. Just give me a gist. You don't have to say the actual time or date or a specific thing. What was it where you turned from, I'll give him a chance, to, I don't trust this guy? What do you think? What impression? You know what I mean? Because you said you crossed the bridge.
It's like you haven't seen the chat. I mean, we've had so many battles in the chat where it's obvious. It was very early on. His libtardness has been prominent throughout, and he refuses to take other people's viewpoints. It's the normie thing. I'm always right, but then when you ask, hang on a minute, where's the evidence? What's backing this up? I'm right, bro. Okay, but where's the mechanism behind what's validating you being right? You're wrong. Ad hominem. Okay, so you haven't got a position then. This is where, and just the sort of the prime example is that dumb interview. That's the reality. That encapsulates the whole cake. The lack of reading the room, the constant looking down. I'm right, and then yeah.
Well, I'll tell you. Here's where I walk the fine line between Horsehead and Danny. I didn't mind at first. Maybe it's, my traditional all-American, let the other side speak their mind. I didn't mind at first. And there were some points I agreed with Horsehead when he said how usually blue liberal states carry the red states. Usually. There are a few exceptions. I agree with some things. And I welcome all criticism, whether it be Horsehead or Danny. It wouldn't be fair to shut one out. I believe in the fairness doctrine. My gripe with Horsehead was it went on a little too long. There was that point where it's like, all right, Commander K wants to come on. Let's talk Commander K. Horse was still having a political debate. It's like, again, read the room. A bunch of fucking ugly fuck-up spurgs, and you're a limousine liberal lecturing us. Do this on your own chat. I even said that. I said, Horse, I love you, but you proselytized enough. So I try to give both sides. Danny can be abrasive, but I like things he says. Horsehead can be interesting, but has kind of like read the room. So yeah, no, I want to make that clear. I welcome everyone's view, but yes, I'll criticize both. What? Yeah.
This is where I depart from you. Horsehead isn't interesting because of what I've just said.
Well, I think he's interesting. He's interesting only in the fact that he's different. You and I can talk about things. Even Dumb can talk about things. Here we got a guy who's got a wife, a kid, a happy life, and his concerns in life are different than ours. It's interesting hearing how the other half lives for a brief period of time, I would think. But when he's trying to convince us of his views, it's like, well, we're listening to you, Horse. Don't you get us? Have you listened to us? That would be my criticism.
That's the whole cake.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole cake. It seems to be someone that's not listening to. He ain't taking anything in. Nothing from this environment has actually seeped into his cranium, and he's
right,
like,
which is why you say why he's here in the first place. Here,
so then, if you don't accept any value that's coming from these people, which, by the way, in my opinion, your IQ is so far above Horsehead's, it's not even close because of the historical knowledge and stuff.
I'm flattered. I'm flattered, but I don't take flattery well, and I'm getting kind of stupid in old age, and I fuck up all the time. So, not so much for Horse's sake, but in general, I don't claim to be brilliant anything. Earlier in the stream, almost 6 hours ago, we had Rafterman boasting about his high IQ. And I said, IQ is like dick size. I don't care. He didn't get it. I wasn't talking dick size. I don't talk dick size with guys. You've missed the point. Talking IQ is no different than alleged IQ is no different than talking dick size. He and Tully didn't get it. Even after I spelled it out 10 times, they still didn't get it. Telling me I'm Mensa, man. I got a 175 IQ. Okay, that's great. Tell me you got a huge schlong. You got a dick down to here. You've got a fucking, a horse cock penis. It's the same thing. You're boasting about something that has nothing to do with the topic at hand. So he didn't get it. He didn't get my criticism. He boasted about his IQ. This is Rafterman. And I said, well, might as well tell me your penis size. I don't tell guys my penis size. Well, genius, Penis size isn't the point. It's metaphorical. I don't give a fuck about your cock size or your alleged IQ. He didn't get it. We're getting the same kind of but I don't.
No,
like
we're not getting the same thing. I'm making a distinction between you and Horsehead and why I don't value it.
But it ties in because okay, good.
No, I'm not dicking around about. I agree. The whole I'm in Mensa, bro, is a joke. But I'm saying this is why Horsehead.
That's what I was getting at. It's a joke, and he wasn't smart enough to realize I was making a comparison between a guy boasting about his penis versus a guy boasting about his IQ. It's the same thing. He didn't get the connection. I was talking about my brains, not my penis. I don't talk about penis size with guys. Well, clearly you're not in Mensa if you couldn't get the analogy. But okay, I detract. Go ahead. Go talk about it.
No. My point is the distinction between you and him, and why I don't value him as why I'm bashing on him and don't value him, because I don't see where this this omniscient position comes from if he doesn't have the fucking horsepower to back it up. And by the way, I've seen you on. Okay, I'll run this scenario. If you and Horsehead were in a room looking at Jeopardy, I saw how many answers you got right. Horsehead ain't getting the answers right. Horsehead is the type of guy that's going, you got answer after answer after answer correct. Horsehead ain't doing it.
Well,
that's the reality.
Forget about Horsehead. I wasn't doing that to impress anybody. Had I gotten them wrong, I would have gotten them wrong.
No. That's the point. It's an observation. I'm not. This is the point. Yeah, that's the point. You don't brag about it, but it happened. I'm just stating what happened, and I'm saying, if someone has an omniscient position, or is trying to put this power move, I'm looking down,
they can't back it up.
You've got to really have the IQ to say, I can be, because I'm at this. You're positioning yourself as I am at this level. I can look down, and I'm like, okay, how are you looking? On what platform are you looking down from? And having a job at a shit university ain't a fucking platform, because any clown can get, as we know about the quota highs and all the rest of it, any clown can get and maintain a position at these pathetic institutions that have been fucking.
Well, tell you what, let me play. I'm going to go to a random spot. I'll play like a minute or two, and you can tell me your thoughts. I'm curious now. Here's him and Dumb. I'll go to a random spot anywhere. I thought it was interesting hearing different points, but then it got a little too silly. But here, listen. Let's listen for a minute.
Waiting for them to come out, because they know that nobody can bring guns into a courthouse, so they know they're not going to have any kind of confrontation. So you got people that are trying to follow the process according to as it's laid out. They're not hiding, and they're still getting fucked over. So all that teaches an illegal is, I better hide. I better hide better.
No, but they shouldn't have been there in the first place. Look, when I go to Australia, I'm legal. I'm on a tourist visa. Once my visa expires, I have to leave. I'm not going to go to Canberra and protest the Australian government because my visa expired and they're a bunch of assholes for kicking me out. That's the process. That's their rule of law.
I'm not talking about people at protests. I'm not talking about some guy at a protest. I'm talking about somebody who's following the process to try to become a naturalized citizen.
It'd be like me going to the courthouse in Australia after my visa expired and then getting arrested. Well, I'm illegal at that point. If they weren't illegal coming out of the courthouse, they wouldn't touch them.
I'll stop it there. Okay. In some ways, it's funny watching the debate. Dumb politically lines up with you. You think he doesn't like you, but you guys kind of line up a lot. And what are your thoughts on that? That was just a random sample. I
have no context. Cannot comment. Zero context. He spurged out over someone in the court. Doesn't mean anything. That's my.
They were talking about illegal immigrants and how in America and how Horst was arguing that all these anti-illegal sentiments will only teach illegals how to avoid the courthouses more or something like that. And Dumb's trying to say, when I go to Australia, I do everything legally. I'm a foreigner in Australia. I abide by their laws. I expect the same from foreigners in America. That was their I think the basic point of their argument.
Yeah, I agree with Dumb in this scenario, but and obviously that's a classical left-wing current SJW protect illegal immigrants at all costs. It's ridiculous. It doesn't work economically.
Well, I think my biggest criticism of Horst, while he's entitled to his opinion, was it's not so much about how you feel about illegals. He's trying to like kind of conflate the issue. We're talking about illegals, whether they belong here or not. And all he's saying is, well, illegals will get this idea just to avoid the courthouse. So it's silly. Okay, but it doesn't change the fact that illegals don't belong here. It's hard to put a finger on, but it's almost like he was trying to conflate issues and, well, since illegals are going to be turned off and learn how to be smarter, you conservative people are you're your own worst enemy. Let the illegals run wild. There was that sense of that. I think, so him and Dumb were going at it. I'm just sort of sitting there like, okay, yeah, I should have gotten some popcorn, but yeah.
It just smacks of someone who's bought the libtard angle without processing the information. They're parroting. It's nonsense because it doesn't work in the round. The effect on the economy from these illegals is actually the effect isn't that bad, but by productive illegals like Mexicans and stuff, they're quite productive. So some of them are actually quite productive, but we've got the in the UK illegals really aren't working for us. There's so many that are on the dole that are pulling resources out of the it just economically that. Remember, I'm a finance tard. I'm a finance cell. I'm looking at this from a bird's eye view of the economy, saying the numbers don't stack up. If you have this many illegals pulling this much money from the economy, in what way is this a positive? How can it be sustained if this millions of people come in and then 30% of them are unemployed? Hang on a minute. They're getting 20 grand a year. Just do the numbers. Just run the numbers. How can the government fund?
And I gotta say, the irony, you talk about being a white man in the Western world is a pain in the ass. You would think they would want more white men in the workforce, getting good jobs, to pay for these illegals. It's like a weird, like double-edged sword. White men, bad. Immigrants, brown people, good. But you're shit on the job list. Don't you want me working? Because someone's got to pay for all these fucking brown skins doing nothing. So there's kind of a weird irony in the fact that,
But also, it's even more.
Society would actually do well. Either, all right, kick out the illegals, fuck you, white man, or white man get a job to pay for the illegals. It's like it's like this tunnel vision. Brown people, good. White man, bad. No job for you, white man. Well, don't you want someone to pay for the illegals who do nothing? Yeah. But
it's even worse because you've got retards like Horsehead who are backing up, who's a white man himself. This is the problem. This is the Eufy Doofy problem. Retards like Horse are backing up immigrants are good, white man's bad. Okay. What are you, Horsehead? You're a white man and you're sinking the white man if you look at it in the totality, you are cooking the white man with this pathetic SJW angle of white people bad, and you just ask the one question: what ethnicity are you, bro? Yeah, but I'm a white man with a good job. Okay, but you are sinking the white man by claiming the immigrants, by putting their human rights over the white man's human rights, or claiming that illegal immigrants are somehow.
Right, and that's been the problem since women were given the right to vote by what we call simps or white knights. And these terms, simps, white knights, terms didn't exist 100 years ago, but it's the same concept. Women didn't just magically get the right to vote. There had to be the simps, the white men, the oofy doofies, like your buddy Horse, who backed up and supported this to give them the power in the first place to lead to this disaster. Yes.
Yeah, and the point is that
I don't think you understand what I just said, but okay.
No, I do get the point that they've been enabled. They've enabled
enablers. Yes, enablers. But okay, go ahead, continue.
And
you're saying, in your opinion, Horse is an enabler who enables this bullshit to go on. Horse is one of the enablers, right?
Well, by extension, being left wing is an enabler. It covers the territory. It's the same difference. But the point is that and then I just make the analogy that if you are a white man, I cannot see how you're not retarded if you enable this, because you haven't actualized what the extent.
Well, hold on. Is it simply retardation or is it ignorance? Because if you're a good-looking white man with the wife, the kid, the nice house, the nice job, you can afford to be ignorant. You can afford to think, well, I did it. Anyone can. Duh. Never knowing that you're more privileged than other white men. Could it be ignorance? Because Well,
Yeah, that's
my
true.
life went okay. I'm privileged. I got a good job, and I got a wife and a house and a kid, and everything's paid for, and I'm making good money. Well, if I can do it, anybody can. Clearly, it's almost ignorance more than retardation. But
No, yeah. My point with this could be the case. I agree with a rich upper class Chad. Yeah, I got a job because of nepotism and the white and him being Chad. I go that could work, but this idiot horse is facing people, the white men, with the same problem, and it's like how you're viewing these people. He's in the weeds. He can see people who have the problem, right? And by the way, ironically, all of them are white. Yeah. So how is he not connected the dots that there has to systemically be a problem for every single fucking man that he's talking to that is down and out? They're fucking white. How is he not connecting that's what I'm saying. He's got the evidence smacking him in the face. He's got me saying in no uncertain terms and hammering the shit out of him. But you're wrong because of this, and not you're wrong because of nothing. Then I back it up with statistics, right? But somehow he still is left wing in this retardation. I agree with other people. You can be ignorant. That ain't ignorance. That's stupidity. Because ignorance means you haven't got the sheer amount of data saying, hang on a minute, there's this reason, this reason, this reason, this reason, and it's objective reasons. 75% of men are homeless. 75% of
I think you mean 75% of homeless people are male. I don't think 75% of all men are homeless. I think you meant to say of the homeless population, 3/4 are male. But okay, I understand what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's my retardation slipping out. 75% of the homeless.
It happens to all of us. I'm getting dumber with age too. Don't worry. But we all have retard moments. I think your criticism is that horse is like perpetually retarded. That's what you're saying, or
the position is retarded. He hasn't actualized what he's talking about. He's sinking the white man in the totality just because by this the support of the left wing. He hasn't fully cognized how his position just undermines his own people in his own country, and it's purely based on his position. It's ridiculous. It doesn't work. It doesn't work because systemically. I mean, and I'll go back to it. The people in this space show him that. How is there so many white men that have reached the low? Why is it always? I mean, you've got Guillermo, who's an ethnic minority, but
he thinks he's white. By the way, he's clearly a mestizo. We call mestizo from Venezuela, lives in Ecuador. He is a mestizo, but he thinks he's white. That's all. I like the guy, but yeah, no, but yes, he's an ethnic minority. I agree. He would not pass as white in the European Christian world. But okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and he gets all the women apparently, right?
Apparently,
so,
yeah. He walks. He walks down the street and women fall in love with him. Yeah, he's a
Latin.
Latin.
What he says, but I don't believe it. So I'm not believing. But I don't believe what he says. Another schizo. But anyway, you've got all these white men, which is basically data points saying, "Hang on a minute. If the system that you've been supporting can't be working for the white man because why are there so many?" And you're one of the, and also Jack Tisson in the UK, and also myself. It can't be working because people of high intellect, and I'll use you. I don't care if it's flattery. I know a high IQ person can see a high IQ person from a mile off like a fucking beacon. I know you're above the average person. I don't care what you say.
That's nice now, but the day will come you'll probably get pissed off with me and say, he's a fucking moron. You think I'm high IQ now, I'm flattered, but I just knowing life and people, there might come a day where you say, I don't agree with him. He's a fucking retard. So that's why I'm always cautious and cognizant when people say I'm high IQ and praise me, because it might go the 180 degrees if we have a disagreement over something. You know what I mean?
That's true, but yeah, that's true. I'm not like that. if you're,
I hope not. I hope not, but it might happen. It happens a lot with people.
No,
You get
but if
along, you're so smart, and then we disagree on something. You're dead to me. You're a moron.
No,
I've had
no,
that happen. Yeah.
no, but because we actually disagree on a lot of things anyway, so it doesn't really matter whether I disagree.
That's
I just
true. We do disagree. Yes, that's true.
I'm making an observation, and also I can see that I'm not just saying it because it's you. I can see Jack Tisson has high IQ, but I'm like, hang on a minute, this guy's is a security guard. He's at a low class job, and his IQ is way out the bounds. I can see it. I don't care what people say. I can see when someone can reel off information and memorize large swathes of information in history and geography, geographical sites.
Well, I don't want to change topics, but I went to one of his streams maybe a week or two ago, and I was not impressed. He had a girl there. She said she was Colombian, but living in Miami, Florida, USA. And she was in her 20s, and she was so interested. He began sipping over her. So I told him, I said, hi, my name is Occupational Click. A guy named Dev Pike said I should check you out. I'm a little disappointed. Why are you sipping over this alleged Latina from Miami? And his response was, well, I'm 42. He's actually a bit younger than I thought. I thought he was like damn near 50. He was only 42. He's going on about, well, I'll never get female attention. So I watched him turn to a simp in White Knight. I hate to say it, I was not impressed by Tisson. Maybe he's a smart guy, but he was getting so excited over an alleged, like Todd with Cole, or what's his name? Dumb with, Donda. He was getting so excited over, So go ahead. I think Brother Click's awake. Am I waking you up, brother? Oh, good. All right, Brother Click's awake. Okay. I'm just saying, when I caught him, he was in a very simping White Knight, space. I know he's your hero, but I was not impressed. This might be the turning point where you think I'm a moron. I'm knocking Jack Tisson. I wasn't impressed.
Yeah, I know, but we all know that's the Achilles heel of. I give a free pass because when you get no attention,
No, that's true, and I would have been like that in my younger days, but he should be old enough and wise enough, as you claim, to know better. But apparently he doesn't.
It seems
he's acting like a schoolboy. He was acting like a schoolboy. I wasn't impressed.
But knowing myself, I went back to the schoolboy with this bitch So I think that's every man's Achilles heel in my.
Yeah, but I think even though it never fully goes away, you can learn to manage it or at least be a bit more cautious. He was as bad as you with the barista girl. It was almost like, come on, have some self-respect. I don't fault you for having hope. God knows I've got that schoolboy in me too. I think we all do. I agree to an extent, but it was a little too pathetic for someone who's supposed to be a bit more enlightened. Everything went out the window. Like Todd used to say, the first scent of pussy and your buddies will betray you. It's like Tisson learned nothing. I'm not saying bros before hoes. I'm saying you should have been more cautious. And you should have known better with the barista chick. You're telling me I'm such a genius for stating the obvious. I mean, you should have known this. So if you're still at that point where it's an Achilles heel, you must be younger or less experienced. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I don't think I'd fall for it now. I'm too old and too experienced to fall for this shit the way you and Tisson did. But, I've had a lot of failures. In my younger days, I would have been like you guys, but Tisson hasn't moved beyond it, neither of you. So that's my criticism.
Yeah, that's true. But what I'm saying is that this is not enough to. It's just not enough for me to disregard something.
I'm not saying disregard him. I'm just saying I caught him at a time where he was really we all have flaws, but
that's true.
He was totally flawed for someone you're praising. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point. I don't care about this flaw because I've already factored in that a lot of men are simps. Okay, go out in the real world and see how simpy other men are. I mean,
no, it's not just that. A girl on the internet who doesn't even show her face claims I'm a pretty young thing from Miami. I'm 28. I think you're so cute. Oh boy. Come on, man. If she really was what she claimed and she really found you attractive, she would share her picture, share her email. If she was really this pretty young thing and she wanted you so badly, you wouldn't have to simp. She'd make it easy for you. The fact that you're simping over something like that is, disgusting. Hey buddy, real quick. Even though I was streaming all night, it was in the background. I applied to 5 or 6 jobs, including a medical courier job. So I was actually doing something. Right now I'm talking to Dev Pike, but the stream was the background. I spent most of the night applying to jobs, just so you know. I got to
One-
get my brother's approval because I'm living off of him, and this can't keep going on like this. I got to clean the bathroom. The bathroom's still a mess, right? Yes, it is. All right. Go ahead. What are you saying? He's wondering, oh, God, my brother was, instead of getting a job or getting to sleep and cleaning the bathroom, my brother was up just talking to assholes on the internet. I know what Brother Click is thinking, but okay.
That's nice of you to validate what you're doing. That's good. It shows you care. No, but
I'm kind of reliant on my brother at this point, so I can't be a total dick. You know what I mean?
I thought it was occupational dick. Right?
Yes, it is. You're right.
No, but yeah. I mean, the point is that I just don't think yeah. I factor that in. I know that every man has the propensity to do that, so it's almost irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. Yes, we all have the propensity to be weak. I mean, maybe if a really pretty girl walked up to me in real life and acted like that, I might get weak. But on the internet, some girl shows up and says, "Hi, I'm not going to show my face because I'm scared. But trust me, I'm 25 years old. I'm a pretty sexy Latina, and I think you're so hot, OC." I would not start simping. I'd say, fuck you. Show me your face. Here's a link. Put up or shut up, you bitch. So it's all about degrees. I might, if in real life I saw a pretty girl like that and she was giving me the eye, I might fall for it. I'd still be skeptical. But to fall for it online when you can't even see their face, for all we know, it's a fucking 55-year-old fat guy in a basement in fucking Hampshire. But we don't know. The fact that he was so quick to run with that hope. Don't give me this old man full for that. Yeah, but yeah, he should be a bit wiser given his age and his experience and his alleged brilliance that you tell me about. That's how I felt when I saw Tisson simping for an alleged 20-something-year-old Latina from Miami who never showed her face. I was getting disgusted, but okay.
Okay, yeah, but part of it is part of it's troll as well. You have to understand that part of his channel is a troll. So it's not a straight channel, right? So there's an element where he was playing along with this.
Now you're playing the whole, oh, he was just acting, bro. No, he seemed pretty damn serious. I even asked him, I said, why are you simping for a girl who you haven't seen her face? Oh, get off me. I don't get any attention, man. He seemed pretty adamant, pretty serious. If he's trolling, then I don't understand if it really was a troll act. What was he trying to accomplish? Because I was not impressed. Tisson is not impressive to me.
No, that's true, but this is distinct from his IQ and what he shows. My original point is, we've got sidetracked with this pedantic.
No, you brought up Tisson and how great he was, and I had to give my 2 cents. But okay, again, we do disagree on things. Yes,
I don't care about the disagreement, but the point is that I can see the IQ of this guy. I can see he can process a lot of information. I don't see how, and this goes back to the fact that Horsehead is sinking his own kind. How do you square these people that are obviously capable? You, Tisson, me, maybe. How do you square these people's position is at a very low ebb, and the society is not valuing them very much, and they all seem to be white and male, but you're parroting these left-wing bullshit lines like you have no awareness, or you cannot connect the dots that these might be actually the people that are oppressed, or there must be some systemic reason as to how they got to this position in the first. I just don't understand how is that not retardation? Where's the IQ in that? Where's the processing in that? How is he?
Well, I still stand by the ignorance is bliss, because these people.
Yeah, you can't be ignorant when someone keeps on hammering you.
Right. No, I hear I do agree with you to an extent. The reason I'm trying to play devil's advocate and be fair is because I can understand, like with me. Let's say I was really tall and really good looking, and I came from a rich family, and my parents were well-adjusted people, and they had money, and they were nice and loving, and my life was wonderful, and I had a great job. I inherited daddy's money, and I had some girl, who married me because, hey, I might be arrogant enough to in my ignorance, my stupidity, I might think, well, if I can do it, anybody can because I'm nothing special. Never stopping to realize, whoa, I'm 6'4". I'm a damn good looking Chad. I came from money. I had loving parents. I was sort of set up on this life. My marriage was quasi prearranged. I might be totally ignorant of that or telling myself, I did it myself. I'm a hard worker. In America, anybody can make it. So I do wonder how much of it is ignorance is bliss, you know.
That's true. That's true, telling yourself. But if you're in an environment where people are saying you're wrong because, and then
well, I think he tells us to like me. Let's okay. Again, I'm a Chad, 6'4", beautiful jawline, beautiful everything, lovey-dovey parents with a lot of money, great wife. I might start to see the cracks. I might get quasi black-pilled and say, shit. If I were short and fat and ugly and came from peasants, I might not have all this. No, that can't be right. I did this. It was my hard work. I got to reiterate it. So it might be like a coping mechanism to reiterate what they suspect is bullshit, but don't want to admit is bullshit. It might be a coping mechanism. I'm just putting that there.
this is all true, but there's just, but I've, shit. Sorry, but
I'm trying to look at both sides. Maybe it's a coping mechanism. He suspects shit. If I were a bit uglier or a bit weirder or a bit more spurgy, I wouldn't have all these nice things. No, it was my hard work. Anyone can do it. If I can do it, anyone can. I got to reiterate that to convince myself. It could be, trying to convince himself by convincing us. It could be like,
Yeah, this is all true, but
what?
But I only play devil. Yeah, I agree. Play devil's advocate, but it's always for a while. Then you receive. Then you see the information, and you're like, "Hang on a minute, this guy's not fucking learning."
Well, maybe that's why he started streaming on his own. He realized he could only play this game for so long. He wants to spread out in his own channel, have his own echo chamber. I like Horse. I've been on his channel a few times, but I'm trying to he's transitioning, monkey branching from being a guest on my stream to doing his own thing to get away from this. So maybe he's trying to monkey branch.
What I'm saying, I'm just talking about the devil's advocate with you. I play devil's advocate with people. I give them the benefit of the doubt. But then when the data comes in and it's like, they're not listening, they're not changing their position, devil's advocate phase is over. Devil's advocate doesn't. You're acting as if devil's advocate phase lasts forever. No, you give people the chance.
No, it doesn't last forever. But like with Xenesis, you first saw Xenesis, you jumped a gun. I don't know if you use that term in England. You jumped a gun. You said he's bad news. Then a few streams later, be my buddy. You jump guns. You might be right about Horsehead, but I don't want to jump the gun. I feel we haven't reached that point. You're right. Devil's advocate doesn't last forever, but you're too quick, too impulsive to jump to conclusions like you did with Xenesis, who's now your best buddy on Discord when you first knocked him. I think you're a little too quick. There's a balance. You're right. Devil's advocate can't go on forever. You're right, but you're too quick to jump to that point. Shoot first, ask questions later, if you know that term. Shoot first, ask questions. You do too much of that. I don't know if we've had enough exposure to Horse's politics. You say we have. I'm not sure if we're at that point yet. You're shooting first, asking questions later. You jump the gun. A lot of firearms analogy in American English. You jumped a gun. You shot first, asked later. I didn't like when you did it with Xenesis. I'm just trying to be fair. You're right. You can't do devil's advocate forever, but you might be jumping a gun and shooting too quickly with Horse, just to play it fair. I don't know if we've exhausted all angles yet before we can say that. I want to exhaust the angles and be able to say for sure, but go ahead.
True, but that's where we differ. I mean, as you can see, mine's based on information. The more information I got,
you want to shoot first and ask questions later. You want to jump a gun. That's how it seems to me, but go ahead. Maybe I'm wrong. You can disagree, but that's how it seems.
You can say that, but it doesn't work.
No, it did. You jumped the gun with Xenesis, who's now your best buddy. As soon as you saw him, this guy doesn't belong here. He's shit. Oh, he's my buddy now. Tell me about the heart in my coffee. You jumped a gun and shot first with Xenesis. So I'm trying to rein you in. Again, another Western analogy. Trying to rein you in. Americanisms. Don't shoot first, ask questions later. Don't jump the gun. I got to rein in the horses. Like we're out in the West. Got to rein you in because, just to play be fair. Maybe you're right, but we need enough evidence to say, okay, I'm right. Here's why. You jump the gun. You should first ask questions later. Get enough info, and then you can say with confidence, 1,000%, I'm right. Here's why. You jump too many guns, as you do with Xenesis, who you're ready to write him off, and the next stream you're simping for him.
No, but your analogy doesn't work because I haven't. I jumped the gun initially, but what happened?
That's an oxymoron. I jumped the gun. I've never heard that before. I'm going to type that out. I jumped the gun initially. Okay. That's what jumping the gun means. You made a premature decision. That's the whole point. Jumping the gun initially is what we call an oxymoron. There's no need to even use the word initially because by very definition, jumping the gun is an initial reaction. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
So I jumped the gun, but if I'd actually got the whole position wrong, I would never have changed the position on Xenesis. You're
That's fine, but before you can make that's what I'm saying. You judged first, then you got info, and you changed your mind. If you had been correct initially, you'd have said, okay, I was right. Whether you're right or wrong, either way, you'd have to get the information afterwards. That's my criticism. It's not about being right or wrong. You could have been right about Xenesis. It turns out you were wrong. You might be right about Horsehead, but you're jumping a gun. I think X. Before I say it, let me get more information. I might be right. I might be wrong. Let me either prove or disprove my hypothesis. You didn't do that with either. That's my criticism. You stated your hypothesis as absolute fact and then got the details about Xenesis. Oh, changed my mind. Then I feel like you're just, you don't hypothesize. It's okay to have a hunch or an opinion, but get the details before we hypothesize and declare it as absolute fact. That's my criticism. You might be right. You might be right about Horse. I'm just saying, don't jump the gun like you did because you were wrong about Xenesis from your own, analysis. So yeah,
this is all true, but I didn't actually. I didn't say that Xenesis was. I didn't write him off. I just questioned why you're here. That's not jumping the gun and saying that you're eternally bad. I was questioning, but why are you here though? But what? It was a critical analysis question.
Okay, so. Well, answer the question real quick. Why do you think he's here, Xenesis, and why do you think Horsehead is here?
But
why do you think either is here?
What I'm saying is that also you've got to make a distinction between Horsehead and Xenesis situation. The Horsehead situation has been long and drawn out. We've got loads of information. The jury is out on this guy. It's been months. My initial reaction to Xenesis, was I jumped the gun because of the. It was also purely because of the position of on YouTube. Trolls are all over the place, bro, and saying they aren't is bullshit. So I was literally just saying, "Are you a troll?" That's not jumping the gun. That's saying, "Are you a troll in an environment where there are fucking trolls crawling all around?" That ain't jumping the gun. That's a security question. And also,
so you felt stop. So Xenesis, you were skeptical of, but you feel he passed the test. He made the grade.
My analogy,
with Horse, where do you feel he went off the rails, and where do you feel like you really? I'm curious.
No. As I said before, the my interactions with him, I just build up information over time, and the dumb stream was just the purest example of his position.
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, based on your opinion, here's what I want to know: why is Horsehead here? Just to punch down, to feel better? What does he get out of coming? If what you're saying is true, what does he get coming to places like this, having political arguments with a room he can't read? What do you think what's his angle, and what do you think Xenesis' angle is? What are their angles in your opinion?
As I said before, I think it's just pure entertainment for Horse and also punching down his pile.
Okay, but hold on. Here's my question: if it's entertainment, fine. Why does he feel the need to stream himself? He wants more entertainment. I mean, You asked me about him streaming, how I felt about him streaming. I feel I got him and Doggo out of their shells. If it's just entertainment, why is he streaming? For more entertainment? Why would he branch out and stream on his own?
Yeah, that's the point. It's all. Well, just think about it. It's now the Horsehead show. He's the star of the show now. It's even more egotistic, right? He's got more control. It's the same thing. It's an extension of, right?
Okay, so you're saying he came here for attention and to punch down, and now he has his own show where he can get attention and punch down.
More.
Right. No, actually, I think he doesn't get enough attention, so he still has to come here sometimes because you won't have a political debate on Horsehead's channel. If Dumb comes to Horsehead's channel, it'll be all pleasantry. Hi, Horse, you're great. Only here can you get that political debate where he gets the attention. Okay.
Well, no, think about it. It's an extent. It's a worsening of it. It's an extension. It's extending the attention because he's the star of the show. He calls all the shots. It's a heightening of it. It's even more of a kind of and also he can punch down even more because he's able to kick people out.
Well, I gotta admit, I just ask, you don't like Horsehead, but you watch his stuff. I like Horsehead. We get along. I might disagree with him. I went to his stream once. I like I said, I'm not really a starling. I'm a YouTuber. I stream. I don't really go to people's chats or what do you call it, streams too often. So I haven't seen it. Is he punching down on people all stream, or how would you describe his streams? He's punching down the whole time, or what?
No, you're misconstruing me. I haven't.
No, I'm asking, out of curiosity. You've been to his streams. You said you saw him. What does he do? You say he can control it? Is Horsehead punching down on everyone in his stream, or what do you know?
No, you're not listening to me. I haven't even been on his stream. I don't know.
I thought you said you visited. No, I could have sworn you said earlier you visited the stream a few times. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not going to rewind back. I'll believe you.
I'm just basically observing that he's got his new channel. That's it. I'm not looking at his videos all the time, bro. That's the reality of it. I mean, one of the streams I saw him just gormlessly looking at the camera for about 10 minutes with no interaction. I mean, what?
Okay, so you've seen him more than I have. Is he punching down? Does he have enough guests? Maybe he's not getting enough people yet. He needs more exposure.
All I've seen is that he just chats with the audience. That's it. I haven't seen him have call-ins or anything. Maybe from Dumb. I don't know. I don't know much about it. But I know that having your own channel is definitely a move where you want more attention. Why have the channel then? That's it. I mean, that's all I can say on it. But it's a drive for more attention, more power over your audience, more, right? That's it. No? Hello? Can we talk now? Can you show me? Can you show that picture I've got up? Create another picture for you.
Sorry, went to get take a piss, get a beer. I was listening. You're on a roll. I don't want to cut you off. I gotta go to bed soon. But all right, if I didn't have to work, if I had like money coming in, I'd be like, let me just stream for like 8-9 hours and whatever. Okay, but anyway, what I wanted to say was, you said you've seen Horse's stream. He stares at the camera. I was on his stream once or twice to show support.
What was he like?
I thought he took in calls. He took like I remember. I was like, I said, listen. Because I've been doing this, to me, how do I put this? Here's what you and Horse have in common. Because I have my own channel and I've been doing this for a while, I don't feel the need to go on someone else's stream and proselytize or grandstand or like I don't need a platform. I've got my own platform, Occupational Click. You, Danny, don't have a platform. You don't even show your face. Horse has a platform, but he's still coming out of his shell. So I feel like you guys come here to have a platform. I don't need to go elsewhere for a platform. I've got my own fucking platform, Occupational Click. You have a platform, Occupational Click. Even Horsehead has a platform, Occupational Click. So Horse isn't comfortable in his own skin yet, and you don't even have a platform. So basically, Occupational Click's channel is for me, for you, for Horse. So I feel like Horse hasn't really, he wants to have his own platform, but he hasn't fully bloomed or blossomed. And you don't have a platform to use. That's how it feels. I feel like I'm not complaining, but I feel like you guys, you and Horse, use my channel as a platform because you don't want to stream or show your face. And
I don't want a platform.
His platform hasn't taken off yet. That's how it comes across. Yet.
It's more of a socialization thing for me. I don't want a platform. I'm not.
That's what Horse said. He said he streams to socialize, and that's kind of true for me too. I kind of quasi stream for socialization, but okay.
Yeah, but when you socialize with people, you listen to what they say. You don't punch down on them.
Well, again. He was when he's a guest with me. He's not usually like that. It was two guests going at it. I've never really seen him interact with guests on his own platform. I don't think he's coming into his own, into full blossom, full bloom on his own. I don't know. You've seen some of it. You've seen more than I have, even though I participated. I don't know how to judge Horsehead's channel, but you're saying he's creating a channel to have more control. You don't want a channel, but I think you both want a platform, the two of you.
No, I want to do it. I like to. I mean, I don't really care about the channel, to be honest with you. I would want to talk to you on Discord, but you just don't reply. I don't care how you
we'll
swing it.
We'll talk again on Discord. Okay, but it's good to have this public in case everyone else wants to chime in.
I don't care. I don't care how you swing it. You just don't reply. So this is literally the only way. So saying that no, if you actually replied on fucking Discord, I would literally just talk on Discord. That's the reality of it. I don't care whatever you make up. It's bullshit because you're just not replying. That's it. I don't really like YouTube because of this look at me narcissistic.
Look at me! All right, look at me again.
There's an inbuilt narcissism. If you have your own channel, it literally is look at me. I mean,
see, I agree and disagree. There's definitely a narcissistic look at me aspect. I think people are lookist regardless. Even if you're ugly, people like having a face. Like I told Zenesis, you're going to ask Zenesis. Zenesis asked me who were some guests that I liked or respected or blah, blah, blah. And I told him honestly, I had to think about it. I said, the ones who show their faces, good looking, ugly looking, whatever, those who show themselves visually, I can remember. They stick in my mind. Those who don't, I really have to stop and think about. So I think even beyond the narcissism, there is that natural human desire to. You ever read a book and wonder what the author looked like? There's a sense of like, who are you? What do you look like? Even if you're ugly, who are you? I'd rather see an ugly dude than, a blank screen. So I think that's part of human nature. So it's not just the narcissistic element, even though I agree with you to an extent. That's there. That's part of it. I'm not disagreeing. That's not all of it. There's still that sense of, I like to put a face to the voice or a face to the name, good looking or ugly. I like to know who I'm looking at. I'm not blind. I like to see who you are so I can associate a visual in my mind with the memory. And I've told Zenesis that, and I think he would agree with me because that's why he came on and showed his face. I think he would agree with me. It helps having a visual, regardless of whether you're an ugly fuck getting punched down on. It still helps naturally as a human being with vision, eyesight, to see who and what you're looking at for better or for worse. And I've always sworn by that, and you can ask Zenesis. He knows how I feel. Yeah. But okay, it's not just the narcissistic element is part of it, but it doesn't explain all of it. But anyway, go ahead.
That's true. I agree with that. There is another, but the I mean that's the.
And I know, small coffee house as this is, if I didn't show my face, it helps to see a face as ugly as it is. I got to put that out there. It still helps visually. Even if we like pretty people, we hate ugly people. But either way, pretty or ugly, we still like seeing something versus just a voice. I can't stress that enough, and I've stressed this many times. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean that's the point. The This is the reason why you have reservations over me, because I haven't showed my face, but that's incorrect because I have showed you my face, so it's garbage again. There you go. That's the reality.
Well, Doggo and Horsehead showed their faces here, and they branched out. If you showed your face, you might feel empowered to have your own platform, but okay.
Yeah, maybe, but again, I'm not. I don't seek the.
Look, if I say Todd, you immediately picture him. Glasses, the balding hair, tall, blondish. If I say dumb, you picture, if I say occupational click, you can picture us. We're real to you because you have a visual. You know what I mean? A visual makes a person more real. Even if they're ugly fucks, it makes them more real. Todd and Dumb and I are real to you people because you can see us.
This is all true, but I know the negative effects of human nature and the fact that YouTube has the
I've
LOL
lived
channel.
that regardless. I don't need a YouTube channel to experience the negative effects of being ugly. I've lived that. I don't need a YouTube channel either way for that, but okay.
You're amplifying it. You're willfully stepping.
I'm being dead serious. I'm not amplifying anything. I'm saying, okay, I'm an ugly fuck. Whether I show my face or not, my life is going to be shit. Might as well show my face. At least you're gonna I'm occupational click. I'm the ugly fuck. You know what I look like. You know who I am. You say my name immediately. Boom. For better or for worse, you see my face. I'm real to you because you can visualize me in your memory.
Yeah.
Yes, I stand by that. Like Todd or like Dumb, you can visualize us. Or even your buddy DBF, you can visualize us. Yes.
But you're increasing the propensity of people to judge you, and you're also widening the audience.
They're going to judge me regardless. What I'm supposed to buy subscriptions to have more likes. I'm supposed to hide my face so more people will watch me. They'll like me better if they don't see my face. You're kind of getting to that normie territory. I'm the one saying looks are important, not just if you're good looking or ugly, but to put a face to the voice, to the memory. You're like, dude, you're not going to be popular enough if people see your ugly face. It's like you're getting more into the popularity contest. I digress.
No, it's not. It's not you. It's people that are people who are not.
Well, that's human nature,
standard.
and we're humans. And that's what we're doing here.
Yeah, but if you know the nature of humans, that you know that if you don't have this certain look, then the game is stacked against you. But you're entering in this now worldwide game where people can punch down from any fucking country. You're widening the problem.
Then I guess it takes balls or a lifetime of discrimination to say, fuck it. I've been punched down on my whole life. Punch down on me. Go ahead. It takes a certain type to do that.
That's true. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What if I'm not that type?
But, well, first of all, you don't think Horsehead or if Zenesis were to start streaming are being punched down on because they're so good looking. You think me and Tisson are putting ourselves out there to be punched down on, and you're saying you're afraid of being punched down on. Okay.
No, I didn't mention any of the names. You've just made that up. But
no, I'm speculating. Please elaborate. Maybe I'm wrong. Disagree, but that's what I'm hearing. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm speculating.
Yeah, I mean, people on the lower end have more propensity to. I mean, this is why YouTube is flawed, because the the content creators with the best face win. It's not the content; it's the face, right? Just look around you.
Hold on. That's actually one of the things I like about my channel. Like I said, I'm a coffee house. I don't want more starlings. I don't want more views. I don't want more popularity. If people come to me naturally, that's great. If you want to tell your friend about me, that's great. But don't recruit people to come here. I wouldn't want to be popular just because. That's for normies. And when you say to me, why don't you pay for more subscriptions or more, what's it called? Yeah, subscribers. Why? That's not my goal. Why didn't you pay for this or that? Because you'll get more attention. That's not my goal. You don't get me. That's what normie want. Normie YouTubers. That's what they want. Normie YouTubers. I'm not a normie. I'm a backwoods nobody. Showing your face here means nothing because no one sees this channel. I don't think you get me. You sound more like a normie YouTuber than a me YouTuber.
That's
I'm not trying. I am the lower end. I don't want to be famous. I don't want to be popular. I don't want to be liked. I don't have to buy popularity. I'm a backwoods nobody, and that's fine.
No. It was a fucking joke.
Yes. No, it's not a joke. Don't try to backtrack.
My fucking joke and used it.
No, because you've said this before. Why didn't you pay for more subscriptions, bro? No one's gonna like you if you show your face, bro. I'm like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah. Hence the listen to the bro. It's a fucking joke. Like Reformed Stoic.
Oh, when you say bro, you're joking. Okay, well I didn't know that. Okay, so
What about Reformed? So I was referencing Reformed Stoic, who himself is a joke, and you're taking that seriously. How? Can you speak English?
No, I speak. I speak English.
It doesn't sound like. It doesn't sound.
I speak English. You speak British. I don't speak British. So say it again in English for an American.
Yeah, precisely.
What do you know? What are you seriously? What are you talking about? You're mentioning Reformed Stoic. What? I'll answer. I'm not. Despite our disagreement, I like you. I enjoy some of your points. What are you trying to make You're talking about. What is the connection? I'm not following. Say it. No British. No park life. British out the window. You got to speak English when you're an American's channel. I'm a Yankee. I speak English. In England, they speak British nowadays. I still speak English. So say it in English. What are you trying to say to me about Reformed Stoic or whatever? Go ahead.
No, that's the point. My point is that I mentioned Stoic in the comment. I mentioned bro after. This is my statement. By YouTube subscribers like Reformed Stoic, bro. How is that meant to be taken literally, and how is that not a joke? If you're insane, maybe, but if you can actually speak English, that's a fucking joke.
I call it in English, I call it backtracking. There's like you were being serious. When I called you out on it, you start backtracking. But maybe I misunderstood. Maybe it was
giving context.
Maybe it was maybe it was a misunderstanding. It happens.
You have definitely missed the context.
Okay. Maybe. Fair enough. Maybe I misunderstood. I'm sorry. I apologize.
And using that as your argument is a joke.
No, it's not my argument. I'm talking about looks in general, not any one person. I'm talking. Jesus Christ.
No.
You probably wouldn't watch me if I was vocal only. You can look at me and say, okay, this guy is not a Chad like Xenesis or Horsehead. This guy is not like a failed normie like Dumb or DBF. I can see this guy. When I hear him talking, I believe him more because I can see his face and recognize there's truth behind, what he could not control. Looks are a big part of everything, not just pretty or ugly. Looks are, unless you're blind, looks are a big part of everything beyond good looking versus ugly. It goes beyond that. That's all I'm trying to argue. And I think you and I wouldn't even be talking if I was voice only.
It doesn't work. Rehab room doesn't show his face. It looks in
well, rehab. Stop. It's different. I'm not saying that. I never said that. Nobody can get away with that without showing their face. A rehab room, ITV, Incel TV. He fulfilled a specific niche. He talked about things that no one else was really talking about. He makes some very interesting videos. Some are shit. Some are more interesting. He can get away with it. You can get away with it if you have great content that no one else has. But me, I don't have great content no one else has. Without a face, could you imagine all of my streams, all my videos, voice only? I'm not rehab room. So if you want to go by without looks, if you want to do the no looks, looks don't count, no looks, you better have a great channel. And Rehab Room pulled it off. I don't think Todd would have been as popular as he was without showing his face. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think he would have done okay-ish. He has some great philosophy. And a lot of his videos are just him showing the forest. But if we didn't get to see him, plus it's not just the face, it's trust. You feel like if you see somebody, okay, they're not hiding. Like one of the complaints about, I remember after September 11th, these Arabs wear these head coverings. What are they trying to hide? And then during COVID, these masks, you look like you're hiding something. Even if you're an ugly fuck, at least you're not hiding things. I think showing a face helps.
I agree with all that. Showing a face does increase it. But again, I'll go back to the fucking YouTubers, and I can name loads of them that have no face. I'm the type of person that doesn't give a flying fuck about the face. This is you don't understand me. Like you keep on saying,
that's crazy.
I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck.
Keep talking. I'm gonna cover my face. Let's keep talking. Okay.
It's the content that matters to me. You don't understand me. I hate.
No, but hold on. Now I'm gonna take my face off. If I look like Xenesis or even Horsehead Nebula, and I was talking about these same things,
but this cooks you because I
be honest. would you take me seriously, or would say, who's this fucking Chad going on about how hard life is? If my face didn't match my life experience, if I look like a Chad, you'd be saying, who the fuck is this asshole? Even if every point I made you agreed with, in that case, if I were a Chad and if I were a woke black pill Chad, I'd be better off hiding my face. Because if I look too good looking to be saying things I'm saying, you wouldn't take me seriously. So my face actually helps give credence to what I'm saying. Don't deny it. You know it's true.
There's an element of that. But then me talking to Zenesis all the time cooks your position. So why?
No, you knocked the motherfucker until you got to know him. And you were desperate for someone to simp over. No, it does not cook my position. It does not cook my position. No, that's bullshit. That does not cook my position at all. That's total bullshit. Total fucking bullshit.
Yeah, I changed my position. He didn't change his face, bro. He's still a Chad. But what he's saying makes...
So what you see in me is an ugly fuck who has relatable experiences. What you see in Zenesis is a woke Chad who has knowledge of the female workings, and you can get all blue-pilled, red-pilled for him. Yes, I understand. See, if I didn't show my face, and if Zenesis didn't show his face, you wouldn't think of us the way you do. Hence why looks, even if you're ugly, looks help. You see my ugly face, you believe my stories. You see Zenesis, you think, I can ask him for advice. He's a woke Chad. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but you're missing the fact that me and Zenesis have discussed his problems, and he does, and the Chad has problems, and I take them.
Share one Chad problem. Share just one, vaguely. He won't mind. He's been on before. Give me one example of what a Chad problem is.
This is what I wanted to discuss with you also. With regard to Chad has his own problems. Not everyone treats a Chad preet or a Chad well. There's a
personally, I think he's a Chad preet light, but I'm not a woman, so I don't know how women perceive him. But yes, he's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, whatever it is. There's an incidence where these where you get too low, where the 4 out of 10 women think that Chad is out of their league. The 4 out of 10 low tier Beckys actually treat Zenesis like shit. They give him shit treatment. They give Chad. He's noticed that the lower the woman goes, once you get past the 5 out of 10, that's what he said.
So what you're saying is, okay, if you're an ugly incel, women hate you. If you're a beautiful Chad, women hate you. That's what I'm hearing. So women hate men. Is that the takeaway here?
I'm saying it's more stratified than we thought. That women are acting like in a block where the lower women really seem to hate Chads. They treat them like shit.
They hate ugly men who are in their league, and they hate beautiful men who they can't get. Okay, so you're saying women hate men that they don't want to fuck, and they hate men that they want to fuck but can't get access to, is what you're telling me.
That they know... Hang on a minute.
Well, I've always said women are more sexist than men. Non-whites are more racist than whites. So I've always believed women are more sexist than us, and the non-white people are more racist than us. But that's just my personal theory.
I'll back that up. I've encountered that as well. There's a lot of anti-white rhetoric that's given a slide because of you're a certain color, but the opposite is very forbidden, right? Taboo. But anyway, so that's one problem that's and I listen to the problem not because he's a Chad, because I want to know the spectrum of women's behavior.
Well, think of it this way. I'm an ugly fuck. Women hate me. I'm beautiful. Women hate me. So either way, women are going to hate you. Would you rather be an ugly fuck or beautiful? If you're going to be hated by women anyway, I'd pick being beautiful over being an ugly fuck. But I mean, count your blessing.
True, but no, but you've missed out the mid-range that where these women will be. A 4 or 5 out of 10 man, these 4 out of 10 women will be, or 6 out of 10 will be nice to, because they think they can get them. If it goes too high, they treat them like shit.
I'm sorry. Who's being nasty to them? Really, really pretty girls or really, really ugly girls? Who's being nasty to Zenesis?
Who we're talking about? You missed who we're talking about.
Yeah, can
Women below.
reiterate. Are we talking about? I thought we were talking about ugly girls, low tier Beckys.
Yeah.
We're talking about really pretty girls. Who are we talking about? Who's being nasty to Xenesis?
No, same women. Below 4 out of 10, they tend to be bad to him.
And they're
What I'm
bad
saying
to
is-
us. And they're what I call the as if girls. Like, okay, you're an ugly fat bitch. I don't find you attractive. Don't want to sleep with you, but I'll respect you as another human being. I don't like you. You're ugly. Ugh. As if. It's almost insulting. So us ugly fucks, as if. And the beautiful Xenesis types, they're angry because they can't get them. Okay, so basically you're saying ugly women are nasty all around to men. Okay, that's the takeaway here.
Wrong. You've not listened to me again.
Between clarify, articulate, clarify.
These ugly women will be nice to people they think they can get, the 5 and the 6, but they have to be above them. But
Okay. Well, hold on. That's not true. They're nice to men they find attractive that they think they can get. If a guy is too good looking out of the league, they're nasty. If a guy is ugly enough, they could get him, but they don't want him. So you're saying women are nasty to men that they either don't want to sleep with or feel they couldn't sleep with. So they hate the ugly fucks and they hate the beautiful. They're only nice to men who they feel are attainable and worthy. They don't like Xenesis because he's unattainable, and they don't like us because we're not worthy. We are not worthy. I think that's what you're saying.
Wayne's World. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. You've got it. Finally. Fucking hell.
No, you didn't articulate it. Even here, you didn't really articulate it. You said women are mean to men that are out of their league. But what about us? Oh, they're mean to men because there are plenty of ugly fucks who, get their dick hard for any woman. So it's that guy's too good looking for me. I hate him. This guy I could sleep with, but he's an ugly fuck. Get away from me. Okay, so they're only nice to men who they find attractive, but within range. Okay, you didn't take it to that next level. Stairs. You gotta go one step up. Women hate men that are out of their league. They also hate men that they deem too ugly. You have to take it to that next level. You failed to do that. Okay, now I got it because it's like 20 questions. I got to play a game of 20 questions to get like an onion layer to get it out of you.
No, you were behind. You didn't get the fact that they liked.
No, man. I'm on stair number 72. You're back on stair 37, so you think I'm behind you. Yeah. Oh, Brother Click's hand up. Hey, Brother Click, before you go, I'll tell you what I did last night. So you can come over. You don't have to come over, but you can come near. I applied to a bunch of jobs. I'll make some calls. I'm going to stay up and do the bathroom. Sound good? Brother Click, I want to appease Brother Click because he's kind of like, supporting me now. But okay, go ahead. What were you saying?
I agree. I agree with your position with regard to this. It's nice that you're appeasing Brother Cliff.
Well, I gotta. I mean, I'd be a bum, homeless otherwise. But
yeah, but anyway, So hello.
I'm here. Go on. I want to hear what you have to say. I'm giving you the floor. What do you got to say? You've clarified your position. You did not articulate very well. I had to regurgitate it. You finally got it. No, because you didn't articulate. I had to work it out for you. Okay, whatever. The point is, I understand what you're saying.
Just move past
Yes,
it.
I agree.
Okay. Anyway, I'm just trying to elucidate the value of knowing a woke Chad. He gives you insights that I'm sorry, you haven't given me that insight. And Horsehead definitely ain't given me.
Well, I'm not a Chad, let alone a woke Chad. So you will not get any Chad insight from me. Chad insight, you're at the wrong place. This is why I show my face. I could do voice only and claim I'm a Chad, but come on, man. I'm not Chad. You know I'm not Chad. So I can't give you woke Chad insight. Horsehead, you were talking about him. I'm not sure what the argument is now. I'm not sure where we're going here.
I'm saying
English, not British. Speak English, not British. Okay.
I'm saying that many different people's perspectives are valuable. I don't care what they look like. It's the perspective. And also, I'm saying that Horsehead is not giving any value. I've learned more from speaking to Xenesis for a couple of weeks than I've.
Okay, so
I haven't learned anything.
Right. So an ugly fuck like me and a good-looking Chad Light Preet like him, Xenesis, has more value, regardless of looks, than someone like Horsehead. whether Horsehead was a beautiful Chad or an ugly fuck, you find his rhetoric, his verbiage, bunk, regardless of who he looks like.
He's
Okay.
devoid of any. Okay, what have you learned? Nothing. That's the reality. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't have. Again, I'll go back to the horsepower is not there to justify this position of I'm looking down on you, bro. Okay, but I haven't seen anything. What are you looking? What platform? What totem pole are you looking down from? When there's no totem pole, bro. You're standing on a sack of shit. There's nothing. Show me the fucking value. And also, this alludes to me that the society doesn't really care what you're standing on. It's the visual of what the totem pole looks like, not how high the totem pole is. It's like if you're a Chad, you can have nothing backing up your position, but he looks like a Chad. Oh, we'll give him that job. Okay, but what can he actually do? It doesn't matter. He looks like Chad, right? He's a manager. Okay, but what can he actually fucking? Where's the horsepower behind the shop? The shop window. Is there anything behind the fucking shop window? No, it doesn't matter. The shop window is good. Right. Okay, that's what I'm saying. This completely exemplifies it. Show me how it doesn't. The content doesn't match the visual. That's what I've got a problem with. That's what this kind of is a metaphor for. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think, like I said, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying you got to give him a little more. I'm trying to play devil's advocate. I don't want to jump guns. I don't want to shoot first, ask questions later. I want to rein you in. You might be right, but have it so blatantly obvious that you can't refute it. Right now, you're just speaking your mind, like you did with Xenesis, who then became your bestie. So I feel like you need to rein yourself in. You might be right. It's okay to have an opinion, but don't declare things as if they're absolute fact before you can say, okay, I've exhausted it. I can say for sure I'm right. You have that. That's my biggest criticism is you jump the gun. You say, I'm right. And sometimes you are, sometimes you're not. You're too quick to say you're right when you should give it a little time to say for sure. I mean, that's how I feel. I'm just trying to be honest.
Okay. But what maybe my vision is not 2020, but also it's kind of an analogy of real life where I see this over and over again. Horseheads are almost irrelevant. There's loads of horseheads that I've met in my life in jobs. It's literally the same copy and paste.
Well, there's one difference. You really can't talk to those people beyond the job. In theory, even if you don't think it'll work, you can try to ask Horsehead what he's feeling. You can try to, even if you write him off and say you're not going to get a straight answer, you can at least try. He's putting himself out there. You can at least try to ask Horsehead, hey, man, I've met guys like you before. I feel like you're punching down on us. Here's why. What do you have to say about it? And you're right. He might not give you a straight answer. You can say this answer is bullshit, but you can at least try to ask him, why explain your thoughts and see what he has to at least respond with. It might be bullshit. He might not give you a straight answer, but at least you can say, I tried, and here's why I think Horsehead's full of shit. You can at least try that.
No. You don't get it. This is not how a normal.
I don't know. I don't get it. Please elaborate, because this isn't the job. This isn't out and about in the street. This is bullshit internet land, and he's putting himself out there. You can at least ask him whether you like his answer or not, or agree or disagree. You at least have the opportunity to ask him what you can't ask his equivalent in real life. You know what I'm saying? You can't go up to your coworker who's like a horsehead and ask this question. You at least have the opportunity to ask online. That's all I'm saying. Yeah,
you don't understand how normies operate.
You're probably right. I'm a fucking spurg and I'm still slow. I'm still amazed, but go ahead. I want to hear it. I'm not saying I disagree with you. I like a lot of what you say. I'm just trying to play the both sides.
Tell you how it works. You don't listen to what the normies are saying. It's the actions. I don't give a shit. You're using an analogy where you'd ask a politician to tell the truth about their actions. What are you going to get from a politician? Lies? Or you never ask a person, what was your intent? because why would they not lie? The actions are the whole cake. I'm not interested in the justification after you've committed the crime. By committing the crime, I know what you're thinking. I don't care. Again, the justification.
Yeah, but in fairness, Xenesis committed a crime, coming on, showing his face, and being too good looking, but then you came to forgive him. So are you condemning men too early is my question. Because you condemned Xenesis too early. Now you guys are besties.
Doesn't work. I'm talking to him now. Bingo. Game over.
Right, you're besties now. When he first came on, you wrote him off. You only gave him a chance because I played devil's advocate. You know what I'm saying? You might be right about Horse, but at least I gave Xenesis the opportunity. You warmed up to him. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate.
That's true. You were open, but the point is that it doesn't even work because I reversed my position almost instantly. You're hammering me for attacking him, okay, but that was for 5 minutes. Doesn't work, bro. I reversed it immediately once I heard his argument. So you hanging on to I jumped the gun. Yeah, I jumped the gun for 5 minutes. Then I completely turned around based on the information. What's that? Okay, then what? What have you got?
Well, you need a little more information on Horse before you jump the gun. You might be right, but you can't say I'm right or wrong yet until you get a little more info. That's all I'm saying. You might be right. You're probably right, but you were so sure you were right about Xenesis and then you weren't. So, and the only reason you changed course and went a 180, like Todd pointed out, you did a 180 is because I gave Xenesis the platform to speak. You would have written him off. Had he only come on once, ban this guy, bro. He doesn't belong here. He's a Chad Preet. Okay, I'll ban him, and you wouldn't be buddies right now. Meanwhile, you're talking to him every day on Discord, asking him questions about Barista Girl. So yeah, that's where the hypocrisy comes in. You know what I'm saying?
It's too strong. It's ridiculous. I don't buy that at all. No, but
Well, I want you. You talked to Xenesis, and you decided he's okay. I want you to talk to Horsehead, and you can say, I'm right, you're a motherfucker, or whatever. I feel like you haven't really spoken, and chat doesn't count. I'd love to have, instead of a dumb...
You're implying that I haven't talked to him.
I would love to have a Horsehead Dev Pike debate. What do you think?
This is rubbish. I've talked to him. It's garbage again.
It's not
Look
rubbish.
at the information,
You haven't talked to him. Though
I've already talked to him. It doesn't work.
I'm talking like dumb Horsehead. It might not work, but at least we can see it with our own eyes. Chat doesn't count. I want to see you talk to Horsehead the way Dumb did. One-on-one platform debate. You got to talk to him at least
you're just making up the chat doesn't count. It's
No, I'm not. I'm saying I can't always read chat. I'm trying to deal with chat. I'm trying to deal with you. I'm trying to deal with him. I'm trying to deal with him. I've told you multiple times. I've explained this to you. Forget about Horsehead. Forget about Dumb. I've explained to you. You seem to think I have 100% attention on you. The more people I have, my attention's everywhere. And I've explained it. You can go back and watch my old streams. I've explained this multiple times. So don't tell me it's rubbish. I don't want to hear it.
No, I don't give a flying fuck whether you've seen chat or not. I've seen the fucking chat. I've interacted with Hawk.
Well, I haven't. Until I can see it with my own eyes, I can't make a decision. I can't agree with you. I
You've
don't
got to
care
be fucking insane. I've made the decision because
I am fucking insane. This is the Insanity Channel. I want to see a crazy debate between you and Horsehead. Okay, good. Then I can see with my own eyes, and you can reference it. Sounds good.
You're implying that me chatting with him, I can't make an analysis. I can make an analysis because I've chatted with him.
You made an analysis of Xenesis that you backtracked on. You'll probably agree, but at least you can point it out and say, see, I told you so. I want you to be able to say, see, I told you so. We haven't reached that see, I told you so point yet. That's my criticism.
I don't care about other people's validation. I can make the distinction.
But you care about mine. Not about me or this channel, but about proving yourself to the world. You care about the validation.
The world doesn't care about Spurgs and sub fives. We're fucked.
Yeah,
Anyway.
well, no, apparently they do. You're afraid to show your face because people are going to punch down on me and a channel no one cares about. So you're kind of contradicting yourself now. You see what I'm saying?
What do you mean? You're on a channel punching down. I haven't shown my face. That isn't.
No one cares about this channel. You're afraid to show your face because you're afraid. What's the point? People will look down on me. Now I told you, no one cares about this channel. Now you're admitting no one cares about this Spurg channel. So why are you so afraid? That's my question. You know what
So there are no Starlings going to punch down? That's bullshit again. It's garbage. Garbage argumentation again. The minute I show my face, these cunts are going to be all over it saying her dirty looks, whatever. It's pathetic.
Let them. Then you can say what a bunch of fucking assholes, which you know they are.
They're assholes. It's relevant.
No, I
anything.
think showing proof. I remember in geometry class, you got to show proof sometimes. Showing proof.
Okay, but I've showed you my face anyway in private. So again, it's rubbish. And I'll just show you another picture of my face. It doesn't really matter. I'm just not going to be lampooned on the fucking interweb for no. There's no payoff.
Why?
The cost benefit.
Nobody's like you just said. You said
Yeah,
a moment ago.
just run
a moment ago. No one cares about some Spur channel. Who's gonna lampoon you? A bunch of idiot starlings, Horsehead, Cassandra, Dev. What was his name? What's his not Dev? You're Dev Pike. What's his name? In Dallas, Penny Pounder. You're worried about a bunch of people you hate anyway, looking down on you. I mean, yeah. Seriously,
like I said before,
what's the rationale here?
It all contributes to your mental health. When you're a Spurg, your mental health is on a knife edge, or a low value white man. Your mental health is on a white knife edge. Why am I decreasing it further? It's nonsense. It's low IQ bullshit. So you were willing? What, you were sadomasochist? What? And also, there's no cost benefit going on YouTube. Okay, what am I benefiting?
No, I'm not a sadomasochist. I'm an investigator. Like I said, you read a book, you want to know what the author look like. I think it's human nature. Beautiful or ugly, it's human nature. I'm just show yourself. Put a face to the name, speak your mind. Don't hide. Don't hide away. Don't put the mask on or the hijab on. Show yourself. Speak for yourself. Be proud at least once. Say, yeah, I'm an ugly fuck. You know that already because you know how I feel. Punch down on me if you want. I don't care. I'm above that. I'm an ugly fuck, and here's who I am. Nothing to hide. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I know, but you've got the balls. You might have the balls to do it. I'm not in this.
I'm trying. Hey, Horsehead and Doggo are streaming now because I got them to develop their balls. I'm trying to help you develop your balls.
Okay, maybe I'll grow some more balls. I need bigger, more round balls. Do you think?
I've got big balls. He's got big balls. She's got big balls. We've got the biggest balls of them all. Some balls are held for charity. Some balls are held for jest. But the ones that are held for pleasure, those are the balls that I like best. You know, a ball as in a dance versus, testicles. That was AC/DC, which is your buddy Thule's favorite band. All right. Well, I'm winding down. I've been on for 7 hours, amazingly. Most of it background. I'm going to get off soon. Nothing personal. I do enjoy our talks. Despite our disagreements, I enjoy a lot of what you say I agree with. I just play devil's advocate, but I enjoy talking to you. We'll do this again. Anything you want to end with? Because I'm going on the 7-hour mark. Anything you want to end with or say before we say bye-bye?
Horsehead is God.
God, G-O-D. He's the new Todd, Horsehead. Well, I didn't kick him off. He kicked himself off. He wanted to get off too, I'm sure. It's what, 11:30. He probably has stuff to do. I was going to get off. I was going to say goodnight to him. Not the 7-hour mark, but okay. No, I do like talking to Dev Pike. I agree with a lot of what he says. I mean that. I like the guy. I don't agree with everything. I'm not going to kiss the guy's ass. I wouldn't want him to kiss mine. I like disagreement, but I like the guy. I agree with a lot of what he says and disagree with other parts and try to play devil's advocate to try to get the inner workings, pick the brain. All right, well, I'm going to get off now. The sun's rising. Sun's coming up. And now the sun's coming up. I'm riding with Lady Luck. Freeways, cars, and trucks. Occupational click. Ow.